Yes, Chair.
Thank you. If any of my stuff is in your way, let me know.
What are we missing?
You know what? We're missing one right there. You think?
You were
2,
like,
3, 4.
yeah, you.
All right. Thank you all, and welcome to the October 23rd meeting of the Lawrence-Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. This is a hybrid format meeting, and Drew, could I ask you to walk through instructions for this meeting type, please?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Drew Bilby, planner, and I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting. We will work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you, Drew. All right, we're going to go through some of our regular business before we get into the topic of the night. Up first is to receive, amend, or approve the minutes from the September 27th meeting. Do you have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved, Mr. Carter, and Charlie second. Thank you. Any discussion? And we'll just do a voice roll on this. Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. On to reports from committees that have met over the past month. The first one up is the Lawrence-Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Board. That's so hard for me to say.
So the MPO Policy Board met last week to approve amendments to both Transportation 2050 and the Transportation Improvement Plan for Lawrence and Douglas County in response to a federal grant that the city of Eudora got. And so documentation needed to be updated to reflect that, but it was all good.
Awesome. Mr. Thomas and Ed, you're all consistent.
It was good.
Thank you very much. Land Development Code Update Steering Committee. We had a meeting last week. What's known as Module 2 was released to the public. It was a great conversation amongst the committee. It is a robust body of work. It's going to take some time to digest, and we've begun working that with conversations led by our chair, Brad Finkeldye, and our consulting group. It's going to take some time to digest. Meeting in a box, community feedback was also returned, 100 plus responses to that, varying bits of information that helps inform how this committee is thinking about these updates to the code. We'll continue to meet over the next several weeks to help shape the content with the full committee. And just to close on it, I want to encourage you all, anyone interested in development code for the city of Lawrence. If you've ever had a problem, you ever had a complaint, if you've got an idea how it should be better, please be involved. This work is going to shape how Lawrence Land Development Code is structured. The fundamental change in the way it's shaped. So please do that. The last item on committee updates is wind regulations. We'll cover that in the next item. And on to communications. For Jeff, do we have any communications written from the public to receive?
All communications that were received by the deadline were included as part of your packet.
Thank you. Any communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
None this evening.
Receive written action of any waivers, determinations made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
All right, now's a time for us to, as commissioners, to disclose any ex parte communications that we've had. I guess we'll just go around the dais. I know there's been a tremendous amount of communication, so anything that's in the formal packet wouldn't be something you'd need to disclose. But if there's something outside of that that the rest of the commission should know about, please share that now. Yes, Jane?
Yes, I had a telephone call from Marilyn Bittenbender, who was not able to be here this evening, and she was making a strong request that the first item be deferred. She also suggested looking at setbacks in terms of a ratio between the height of the tower and the distance of the setback.
Thank you, Jane. Any other feedback? Any other ex parte? All right, declarations of abstentions from tonight's item. I know we have one abstention who's not with us tonight. Anyone else declaring abstention? All right. This next item is general public comment. I want to be clear, this is not about tonight's item. This is for any topic, not wind regulations, where someone would like to talk to the commission. All right. As we get into...
Is there any online, Gary?
I'm sorry?
Is there any online?
Oh, is there someone online? I'm sorry.
I just wanted you to check. That's
Thank you.
because there's a
Appreciate
big,
that.
big presence online.
Yes, there is. I need to get in the habit of looking right here. Thank you for that. All right, as we get into tonight's item, just one item tonight, several thoughts that I'd like to share with you to help this meeting go well. The sound in the commission chambers, in the room that we're in right now, is the best that it can get. The volume is what it can be for all of the things that have to be managed in here. If you're having trouble hearing in this room, I want to strongly recommend that you go into the foyer, because the sound out there is much stronger, much louder. You'll be able to hear more easily. Right? We'll do our best to project, but that's the solution to that particular problem. I also want to ask the commissioners and staff to help remind each other, like I'm not doing right now, to speak into our microphones. That'll help make sure that everyone out there and everyone online is able to hear us throughout the course of the night. I want to point out that we're discussing draft wind regulations tonight and considering changes to and possible approval of that work. What happens next, this is not tonight is not the final chapter on the wind regulations. In fact, it's not the final public hearing. When this body concludes its work, when this body comes to an agreement on whatever form and shape that is, the next step will be to send that on to the county commission, where they will take this up on their timeline at their discretion with a full public process as well. So tonight's not the final night, just so everybody remembers that, okay? Please also remember, this is for commissioners and for the audience as well, that the topic we're taking on tonight is not policy. We will not be making any decisions on policy-like items. This is not about yes or no on does wind energy happen. We're not going to be talking about bans or moratoriums, whether renewable energy, fossil fuels, or climate change is real. All of those things are policy questions. Whether or not there's a need for the energy, where will the energy be used? Those are all outside of what our land use regulations are designed to address. Policy is for the county commission alone, and we need to be mindful and intentional about any actions that we take that might interfere with the Board of County Commissioners' policy authority. Also want to point out that these regulations for all of Douglas County. They're not for any one applicant or any one project in any one area. It's for the entire county ongoing. All right, so for the meeting flow, we're going to, as soon as I stop yapping, we're going to go to staff presentation. Sandy and Cece are going to give us the body of the work that's been done over the past couple of years. When they're done with that, we're going to give the planning commissioners a moment to ask any questions that they might have of staff. Once that's done, then we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back to public comment. And I'll have some more things to talk about when we get ready for public comment. Once public comment is complete, we'll take another break. We may take some breaks in between there, depending on how long this runs. And we'll take the topic back up to the commission for discussion and decision. All right? So with that, Sandy and Cece? would you please take us through your work?
Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day and CC Riley, and we are going to summarize for you some of the work that we've been doing, both as staff level and as part of the support for the ad hoc committee. The body of the work that we're doing and the reason that we're doing it is the intent to update existing regulations. Sorry, I think, okay, thank you, Kurt. Caught me off guard for a moment. There are existing regulations in the Douglas County zoning code. This proposed text amendment is intended to update those regulations, and that follows the work that this body did with the recent changes to the solar regulations. The text amendment was initiated in January of 22. From there, staff worked with county zoning staff to update the regulations, and we brought that forward about a year later. We've done a number of updates with the commission, and then in March of this year, the ad hoc committee was formed. And then from there, we've considered two different drafts. There was draft 1 that was presented in front of this body back in March, and then draft 2, which is the work through the ad hoc committee that is on your agenda this evening. Kurt, can you advance? Okay, there we go. Thank you. During that work with the ad hoc committee, there were a number of different agencies that we met with to refine and better understand what that particular land use may have an impact in the community and how to assess and review some of those things. We talked with the Kansas Department of Parks, Wildlife and Parks, Kansas Health and Environment, Douglas County emergency staff. We've spoken with the FAA regional planner regarding particular elements related to airport and airfield safety. Black and Veatch was contracted by staff to come forward and meet with the ad hoc committee and talk about different components of the industry. We've talked with Evergy representatives, the KCC. We did invite developers to come and speak with us. We only had one taker on that, and we'll come back to that in a minute. And then a number of other opportunities that various members of the Planning Commission went to visit different wind farms throughout Kansas. So quickly, again, a little bit more of the history of the work that we've done. We held an open house back in January of 23. This gave staff an opportunity to meet with the public and get some additional feedback of how to inform those regulations, how the public perceives regulations, and you'll see that particularly in height, and we'll explain that in just a minute. The draft 1 was released and out for public review, and then draft 2 has been out for public review since September the 26th. We held 4 community meetings that were hosted by the ad hoc with staff support, and at those meetings we saw anywhere from 30 to 100 people at those meetings. We fielded somewhere between 27 and 45 questions at each of those meetings. Broadly, those questions can be grouped into policy questions, questions about decommissioning and retirement of a project, some economic impacts. Setback was a considerable topic and concern for the community that will be an item for discussion. Transmission lines are a component of the land use, but are not actually regulated through Douglas County zoning regulations. There were a number of questions about project design, about process, and then One of the other discussions that we had, and it was a very common question, is if there is an active development application. Right now, the only item you are considering tonight is a text amendment. We do not have a conditional use in front of us. One has not been submitted, nor has an applicant come forward and requested a pre-submittal or pre-application meeting, which would be a requirement. So this slide gives you a comparison of the 2016 and the proposed revised regulations, what we see in these regulations. This is really just a brief kind of overview or highlight. In the 2016 regulations, there's not a lot of discussion really about the various kinds of impact analyses that are required in the current draft regulation. The 2016 regulations relied heavily. Okay. Sorry about that.
You sounded great.
Yeah, thanks. It relied heavily on the conditional use permit process, and what that means is that some of the things that are in the regulations as proposed would be things that we would have to negotiate through a conditional use permit. So the proposed regulations are an example where the regulations that are on the books are significantly strengthened. For an example, in the application process, there are multiple design standards that the applicant would have to show up front that we did not have in the 2016. So we'll go through some of those as well. The other thing that the proposed regulations do is set out a much more defined organization of the regulations, and this is important not only for staff and the reviewers, but also for any kind of applicant that would come forward, that they're going to know up front the kind of documentation that they're going to have to provide to go through, particularly the application process. So that's a whole section within the proposed regulations. Design standards address the kinds of components and details that a project would have to meet. Performance standards address how a project has to function or perform within the life of its project. Other regulations proposed deal with coordinating the building permit process and adding assurances through there. There is also, within the proposed regulations, some processes about how do you revise a plan. As you are all well familiar with, when we have a conditional use permit come forward, it's not unusual to see changes. So how do we manage those changes? Do those changes have to come back to this full body? If the change is fairly minor and it's still meeting all of those design parameters of the original project, can they be reviewed administratively? So there are definitely some more language in that. The last section, the abandonment, decommissioning, and reclamation plan, this was not covered very much in the 2016 regulations, is a substantial component in the proposed regulations. Did I get anything? Okay. Okay. So, getting into some of the design standards, CC is going to walk you through this exhibit to help understand some of the components that we talk about with participating and non-participating properties. This is a significant change between the 2016 code and the draft code, and it provides more examples and more direct comparison for a project. So, CC, I'm going to let you take here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sandy. So as Sandy mentioned, the design standards and the performance standards are some of the places that you'll see the most changes within the regulations as proposed. There are other changes as well, but we'll speak to those later. As far as the design standards are concerned, and setback in particular, the 2016 currently adopted regulations provided two setback guidances. It was 110% of the total height to property lines and 1,500 feet to dwellings. The proposed regulations include a new definition with participating landowner, which you'll see in your packet. Participating landowner is basically someone who has entered into a lease or an other monetary agreement with the applicant or operator, whereby they have a reasonable expectation to benefit from the approval or construction operation of the CWEX project. So there's a difference between participating, someone who has signed a lease, and non-participating, someone who has otherwise not entered into an agreement or may have strong feelings about it existing at all. So in the changes to the regulations, we made sure to provide additional protections for those non-participating landowners, and one of the places you see that is within setbacks. So in front of you, you see a very brief diagram. It is not to scale. It does not represent any real property. And to give an overview, the key shows that the yellow boxes are non-participating property owners. The white boxes are participating property owners. You'll see houses shown, again, not to scale, as well as CWEX, meaning a commercial scale turbine, in triangles. The pink and blue surrounding circles represent an approximate setback. So you'll see in the proposed regulations, there's 110% setback to property lines. There are many other setbacks, but I'm just speaking to a few for this point. You'll see that the white area with the dotted lines, those are participating property lines, where those participating property owners who all have jointed property, there isn't a setback from those abutting property lines. So that blue 1500 setback shows crossing that line. However, that blue 1500-foot setback cannot cross the property line of a non-participating property owner. This provides additional protection that is currently not in the 2016 regulations for those non-participating property owners.
So one of the other items that you'll see in the code, this particular exhibit shows a residence or a house. When we talk about occupied structure, that definition has definitely been expanded in the code. So that includes schools, libraries, churches, places of public occupancy. It could potentially be barns where people are working or operating businesses. So it's a much more broad definition than just the protection of the residents. So that is also a very substantial change from the 2016 regulations. Another design standard has to do with height. This is something that came directly out of the open house meeting as we met with the public. It was a way for the public to better understand what we're talking about in height. Earlier drafts used meters, and we thought it was important to try and make sure that we're using common language with the industry. That caused both concern and confusion for people that would be reading the code. We stepped back from that and talked about an overall height in feet, and that's what this graphic is intended to represent. And that height goes to the tip of the blade. That is the maximum height of the structure that's proposed in the regulations.
This is also a point that substantially changes from the 2016 currently adopted regulations. Currently, the adopted regulations do not have a maximum height or any sort of permitted height spoken to. We felt it was important to include a permitted height within these regulations to better balance between maintaining the character of Douglas County and understanding what is currently available as far as setting that 600 feet.
So another change, and you see this in the performance standards, but you also will see some of it in some of the earlier sections of the proposed regulations. All of the regulations are designed to interweave and work together. So what's required in a study should be included in design, but it should also be included in the performance standards. So this is where we're stepping back and making a reference to shadow flicker within a project, how we might look at it, and that there is a proposed limitation within the proposed regulations of 15 hours per year and no more than 15 minutes per day to any non-participating occupied structure. Let me say that again, to any non-participating occupied structure. The graphic that you see here is based on kind of an open field example There are other pieces that would be weighed into what that study would look like, including topography, mature vegetation, other structures of what this shadow and flicker could look like on those non-participating structures that would be reviewed, but also the expectation for a project that it would have to meet this design standard.
Also, to be clear, shadow flicker is defined within the proposed regulations, but to speak to it a bit more, I think there is sometimes some confusion as far as blade glint, physical shines, whereas shadow flicker is, as this picture is trying to show, the intermittent shadowing effect that may happen from the sun. Cloudy days may change that. Vegetation, as Sandy mentioned, may change that. There are a lot of things that can change shadow flicker. And in regulations outside of Douglas County, we went through many counties, many states, looking at what other municipalities are doing as far as wind regulations are concerned. And we frequently saw 30 hours per year and 30 minutes per day. However, it was felt, based on public comment, that this was a really important piece, and that sort of annoyance factor weighed heavily on members of the community, so we reduced that to 15 hours per year and 15 minutes per day. During the application, the applicant would have to show how they can meet that, and then it would be a performance standard they're held to throughout the lifetime of the project, as with any performance standard.
Okay. So we're not covering every piece of the code. We are trying to give you kind of the highlights and the significant components that we think affect and inform not only the review of a project, but the operations and mitigation in some cases. So one of those is sound. The ad hoc committee spent a lot of time on this, and I'm sure they'll share with you that additional exposure to that particular topic. This is one place in the regulations where a very specific person is required to do that particular review. So in a lot of places, the language says conducted or completed by a qualified individual, and then that is defined as that person that has specific knowledge. Regarding sound, that's a qualified engineer from the Institute of Noise Control and Engineering of the American National Standards Institute. That is important for the same reason that we look at other design professionals with very explicit references and knowledge base. So sound is one of those, and you'll see that in the code giving that particular reference.
And this is another space that we use that participating property owner and non-participating property owner to distinguish where a measurement is taken and what numbers the operator would be held to. So in the current proposed draft, you'll see 50 decibels. dBA is just decibels that are audible. We recognize that noise is complex and that there's a range to it. There are low ranging and high frequency range noise. dBA is what you think of whenever you think of how is a noise measured. 50 decibels at non-participating property owner's property line. So that isn't the non-participating person's house. That's all the way at their property line. There would then be additional setbacks from the standard zoning code per their zoning district, and then it's 45 decibels at the occupied structure. That's assuming the occupied structure of the participating person because it's lower, but it would also be at the participating barn for livestock and other sorts of reasons.
Yes. And we do want to mention that a number of times we talk about setback from non-participating. We are talking about a measurement from the property line. This is a standard metric on how most land uses are measured for structural setbacks, measured from property lines. So we did not go down the path of measuring from structure, which would actually have a lesser setback than measuring at a property line. Also regarding noise, we looked at the existing county regulations that deal with noise. Those are not in the county zoning regulations. That's a different section of the county code that deals with nuisance, I believe. And as we looked at that section, it appears as though the way it's written, this kind of land use would be exempt from regulations. So by adding regulations that specifically address sound, we are able to more directly review and impact how a particular land use is going to operate, rather than relying on the general county code regarding sound. So that is the reason that we put the language in the code, to make it very clear that there's not competing or conflicting regulations that are in play. Regulations that affect sound are in this section. They are not part of that other section of county code.
One other piece, real fast, to speak to on this particular performance standard, and a common question we've received in our community meetings and otherwise in comments. As mentioned previously, noise is very complicated. There is a lot of math involved, but noise is not additive. So how we have 50 decibels at a property line, there wouldn't be a situation where 2 turbines could then equal 100 decibels at a property line. That's not how we've written the regulations, and that's not how sound is measured. We can answer more questions on that later.
Okay. So you saw this slide before, and you would see this in the regulations, and a couple of the things that we want to come back. All of this works together. So if we're making changes in some of the application pieces, we may need to make changes in performance standard. If we make changes in performance standards or design standards, we may need to make other changes in the application requirements. The application section alone is substantial from the 2016 code. What this application does is it allows a body of work to come forward, to be reviewed by staff, to be reviewed by the various other state and federal agencies, makes it very clear what the expectations are. From this information, staff can form some recommendations, the Planning Commission can form some recommendations on a particular code. This is not the be-all, end-all of that. There's certainly pieces in a project that could be added through the conditional use permit. For example, if we had an application come forward and there was a historic asset that somehow was not captured in the review piece, but there's local knowledge about that particular historic asset, through either the review by the various different agencies, a comment could come forward, and there could be a recommendation from staff to say, you know, this does need protection, and so staff recommends either there be an additional setback, or that a turbine just simply not be located in a proximity to that particular asset. The Planning Commission, as a body, could make a recommendation on that application to add additional setbacks, additional screening. These are just, I'm just kind of picking off the top of my head of what those might look like. So application is a significant piece over the 2016 regulation. The abandonment decommissioning reclamation plan, that is also significant. So that helps inform what happens when that project is retired. Let's see, did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
The abandonment decommissioning and reclamation plan has also been actively reviewed by legal staff. The entirety of the proposed regulations have, but we wanted to really make sure that in a situation where turbines either weren't producing energy, so they weren't running, or just were put there and then ended up not being as useful, or a situation where a company wasn't able to support their equipment any longer, that decommissioning does not fall onto the taxpayer, and that it doesn't fall onto the non-participating property owners. So you'll see in security, we've put a lot of information into this regulation that wasn't in 2016 in regards to the amount of security. It now is required to be at least 100% the decommissioning and reclamation cost of that CWEX project. The 2016 currently adopted regulations did not have a number associated. It would be up to the Board of County Commission to work that out with the applicant, as well as the timeline has greatly changed. The previous regulations, it had 18 months for reclamation to happen. In the currently proposed regulations, it says 90 days. So it's important for a situation where they needed to be decommissioned, they need to be reclaimed, the land has to be set back, that happens quickly and done to standards.
Okay, so Brings us up to the staff report. There are a number of findings in the staff report. I'm not going to go through all of them. They are highlighted here. Does the proposed text amendment correct an error inconsistency with the zoning regulations? We believe that is the fact, based on the review and also the Planning Commission's action to initiate the text amendment. Does it advance clear public purpose? We believe that the proposed regulations are an effort to protect Douglas County to the greatest extent possible, given that this land use is currently a permitted use under the 2016 regulations. It is not a prohibited use at this time. So I'm going to kind of stop there. I know there's a lot of people here this evening. You do have a couple of memos in along with your staff report. We had some questions that came up after printing, and so those are in your packets. We did go over with legal a couple of these changes, so there's a few definition wording changes, again for clarity. There is contents of application, some additional language, also in the decommissioning section, some words by the operator. And again, these are all intended to add clarity to what the ad committee considered. Another question that came up after the printing was regarding the Federal Aviation Administration, and this ties that review back to a very specific section of FAA regulations as it pertains to private airstrips, airfields, airports. Predominantly an airport would be the Lawrence Municipal Airport. It could possibly be also the McFarland Aviation Airport, but predominantly making sure that we're capturing good review for those registered private airstrips and airfields. We received also a memo from county staff, and this was combined from sustainability, from Heritage Office Sustainability and the county zoning codes. Ad hoc committee has not had an opportunity to really dig into this, nor have we been able to send this over for legal review. They are requesting some clarifying language in a couple of sections. One of the things that could happen with this, this kind of language could be added to a conditional use permit to a specific application. There's also, staff has discussed with the ad hoc committee at a couple of the community buildings that there probably needs to be a procedural manual developed on how to process this. A procedural manual would be something that would be adopted usually at the staff level administratively. It may be something that would go to the Board of County Commissioners for them to kind of officially okay what that internal process is, so we know that internal processing piece. So there's probably a little bit more review work to do. That may be something that we can do between Planning Commission's determination and before this goes on to Board of County Commissions. Staff's recommendation, because we needed to make one, is to go ahead and recommend the proposed text changes, including the language that is referenced in the memos. Per the section of the Douglas County Code dealing with text codes or zoning changes, text amendment changes, your actions this evening are to approve with modifications, to deny the proposed amendment, or if you so choose, you could defer the item with specific direction for those changes to be made and to name a future date. If you decide to defer and you name a future date, staff would like to weigh in on that date consideration. That is the end of our presentation. We're here if you have questions.
Thank you, Sandy and Cece. So we'll take a moment across staff or across the Planning Commission to see if you have any questions for staff before we take a break and get into public comment. I have one. I'll kick us off. Were you ready to go?
Please, kick us off.
I'm going to get my notebook. the additional information provided just this morning from zoning and codes, mystery as it is that it would show up on the morning of the meeting, but it's 200 pages that's largely, on that very first page, comes down to 3 questions that they had, or 3 suggestions on language change. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
I believe that's the case. I had a lot to prepare for tonight, too, so I have not absorbed a lot of that information. Yes, I do believe that there are really kind of just those, one, adding a definition of a mitigation plan. CC and I briefly talked about this. We don't define any of the other kinds of plans or studies, for the most part, in the regulations, so that's a little bit different. Certainly, a mitigation plan could, as I said, be something that you added to as a requirement of a conditional use permit, and then they're looking for some clarification in those specific pieces. So those 3 things, the definition, and then those 2 particular sections that were identified.
As far as mitigation plans go, in the current proposed draft of the regulations, we call out within each of the standards that should there be issues identified that mitigation plans are proposed. It isn't a definition, as Sandy said, but neither is road maintenance plan, which we specifically had feedback from the County Public Works Director to not include because he wanted to be able to define that plan within the scope of the design and performance standards.
All right, thank you.
I have a follow-up to that specifically. You're not implying or suggesting, though, that this is the only, since the last revision of Draft 2 and today, that Douglas County Zoning and Codes has weighed in, right? This is just the summary that we got this morning of the process of them being involved over the last month or so is
We've spoken to them at length up to the point where we posted Draft 2 on September 26th. So there were many changes proposed by Zoning and Codes and discussed with the ad hoc committee, discussed with planning staff, that we included within the change from Draft 1 to Draft 2, as well as the change from the 2016 draft to what you see before you today. This is just what we received since the 26th, whenever we posted, as well as the 2 memos, the FAA memo and the decommissioning memo. Those are the identified changes we've had since posting Draft 2.
So it wasn't a summary of everything that they've done. This was a brand-new piece that they dropped just this morning. What?
I don't know.
All right.
I will share that we have reached out to county zoning staff a couple of times, and they have been heavily shouldering a couple of very big work projects, including the community plan that they're working on. So they legitimately are struggling with time.
Yeah, I did notice in the public comment that there was comments about mitigation plans specifically from people at Zoning and Codes and some of people at Kansas Biological Survey, which would indicate that this issue is not dropped on us today.
This text language is. It has been something that's been ongoing, and I think there's just additional discussion that probably needs to go on with staff throughout this process, both between now and County Commission
I just want to
after.
make sure that we understand. Yeah.
Do you want to cite the other 2 things that they requested? There were 3.
They're shown within the memo, but the other changes weren't specific changes, they were just clarifying points. So, as Sandy mentioned, that could be worked through either between the Planning Commission recommending approval to Board of County Commission, through a specific CUP application, or through a work manual that we have administratively with staff.
So, for example, the comment that we got was regarding Section 12-306-44.03.04. You might see, okay, thank you, Kurt. Regarding environmental impact, the request is clarification is needed to define. Okay, so they don't have specific language that they've proposed. They've asked, we just need some additional language. And we certainly can work on that with them to find out where they think something's missing. It may just be an issue of communication in how code works. I don't know.
Because if the other commissioners have not seen it, I am one that makes everything get printed out. And tonight I got an extra 500 pages to look at. But what zoning and codes has said, the CWEX project should avoid areas which may adversely affect native lands and animals.
Pardon me, Charlie, that's currently in the proposed regulations.
And they are saying further clarification of that particular item needs to be done.
They have not proposed that draft language that is currently in the regulations that you see before you, and they're just saying, clarifying on what is native lands, correct?
Right.
However, they were a part of the staff work as well as the ad hoc work, which you were involved in heavily, to come up with that language in the first place.
Right, so zoning is heavily involved in enforcing the regulations that we have. And so when I see something from zoning that says, it sounds kind of like for zoning's benefit, we need more clarification in this area, that says something to me. The next one, CWEX projects shall avoid areas that would impact important cultural, historical, and archaeological features. And they're saying, again, we need more clarification for their benefit. So those seemed like pretty major things to me.
Okay.
Other questions for staff?
I have other questions.
Yes.
So I had, my first question, it might just be a clarification, or I might not be understanding. So in this round, we've defined occupied structures, and I think that's great, except it does say enclosed occupied structures. I think someone mentioned that barns aren't always enclosed, so I was just curious a little bit about that, but I appreciated the definition of occupied structures. But then as I was reading, like throughout, I kept seeing dwelling. So I'm trying to sorry, it's the lawyer in me, but if I'm trying to pick apart, like if I've defined a word, that's the word I want to use throughout, or I want to know if I'm going to assume dwelling and occupied structure are different, and I just didn't read through this knowing whether you meant to have them be something different, or if they are to be the same thing, and dwelling just didn't get replaced each time that it was referred to.
We did go through and change, dwelling had been the first piece that had been used, and we went through and we made that change to change it to occupied structure. I think we got them all. There may be a few that we missed. There are a couple of instances where, for instance, the setback of 1,500 feet from, did we put dwelling? I don't remember. When it's on a participating property, we did intend to use dwelling in that particular case. So there are some cases where it was left deliberately, but I would say we need to point me to where we're looking at.
I mean, I didn't go do a find and paste on all of
Okay.
the dwellings because I thought maybe it was intentionally, but as I was sitting here this evening, I did try to underline a couple of places where I kept saying dwelling, and I hate to take up the time to do this evening, but I think it is important to make sure we have, if we meant to keep dwelling in some places, I guess I want to know where we're using a dwelling versus where we're using an occupied structure.
And that's definitely something that staff can go back and look at between now and whenever, and make sure that where it says dwelling, it was deliberate.
Because, like, honestly, I thought that was going to be my easy question. And now I'm like, oh no, it's taking 5 minutes to.
So within the 2016 regulations, if we sort of go back to what we're comparing, what's currently adopted and what we're proposing before us today, the only thing defined in 2016 is, or not even defined, the only thing used in 2016 is dwelling. So if there's interest from this body to have a greater definition or a greater amount of structures included, barns, churches, hospitals, we can change things to be occupied structure. I pulled up the code, and where I'm seeing dwelling, I believe, is primarily...
12. I think I finally found a couple places where we have dwelling.
It looks like there are 8 uses of the word dwelling within the code, one of them being in the occupied structure, so aside from that, there are 7. We can go through, if that's a clarifying point you'd like to make, whenever we come back around after public comment and we are making decisions on the currently proposed regulations, that can be a part of what we do as staff.
Okay, well, because it just, like, for instance, on page 12, it specifically talks about the report detailing expected sound level at the nearest participating landowner's dwelling, and so I just want to make sure that's intentional. I don't have an opinion one way or the other, but are we worried about noise
within noise?
Non-human occupied structures or just dwellings? And then dwellings isn't defined, so I just don't know what the distinction between.
Dwellings is defined within the county code, and this will be nestled in the county code. So all definitions held within zoning codes regulations are also used here. As far as the noise impact assessment that's included in the applications, that's the first bit of information we get. We do ask for additional information than what is ultimately regulated and held to standard within performance. So, for instance, we ask about the existing conditions, day and night. As far as the report detailing expected sound level at the nearest participating landowner's dwelling and the nearest non-participating landowner's dwelling, that is supposed to be dwelling. Okay. The next line then calls out a report detailing expected sound level at the property line and the nearest non-participating property line. That's because ultimately sound is regulated at the dwelling of the participating.
Yeah.
So that is a use of dwelling that we intended.
Okay, I just anticipating hearing comments, and it will be important for me to know if we mean two different things with that. So that's why I wanted to clarify that. And I have other questions, but they're not related to dwelling, so I'll let others go if they have questions.
Anyone else? Yes, Jane.
I have some questions. I have less time than all of my colleagues to have reviewed this, being a new. Is that good? Okay. Being a new planning commissioner, I have not spent nearly the amount of time as my colleagues have spent reviewing this and trying to analyze it. So my questions may be too picky, but I would really appreciate the help. One of the things that you've listed on page 8 is related projects, and there are a group of business permit uses. And I don't quite understand how they are related to all of this. Can you help me with that?
You're speaking to how are the temporary business use permits that the Board of County Commission has approved or otherwise heard, and how they're related to the regulations?
Yes. What are those permits? What are they for, and how do they relate to this task of wind regulations?
So this language was intended to better understand the scope and experience of a particular applicant. So if they have other wind projects in other counties or other states, that would give us a point of reference to be able to do some independent checking on those projects, how they're functioning, check in with our counterpoints in those communities.
Sandy, I think that these are all referring to particular spots in Douglas County.
What am I?
Are you looking at
Page 8.
contents of application, general information?
Yeah, you're talking about the existing regulations.
The 2016 existing regulations?
I'm looking, well, maybe it's different page numbers. Sometimes it's page 3. This is the Planning Commission report, page 3 on the upper right.
Oh, the staff report?
Projects?
Yes.
The staff report, okay. I was
Okay.
looking at page 8 of the proposed
Okay.
regulations.
No, sorry.
So the reason we included this is because much of the public comment we've gotten is that when staff says there is no conditional use permit, there's no active application in front of us, the community has said, but there is, okay, because there is clearly a business out there exploring wind resources for Douglas County. So we made reference to what those temporary applications are for SODAR and for Met towers. So that's how it's related.
Okay.
It's purely an investigational piece of wind energy, separate from the text amendment. We included it in the text, in the staff report for context. That's it.
And is that all for one entity? Or
I don't, I can't answer that. I would assume that it is, but I don't know that for certain.
Now, I also, you talked about a 600-foot height of the tower measured to the tip of the blade, I presume. But where is it measured from? Is it measured from the ground or from the top of the foundation?
We have total height defined. Total height is defined as the vertical distance between the surface of the tower foundation and the highest point on the blade tip.
Okay. Thank you. I missed that and was confused about that. And then I've noticed that after the conditional use permit is granted, some of the factors that make up that conditional use permit can be modified by the county commission. Is that correct?
A conditional use permit that this body works on is sit as an advisory board, and you make a recommendation. That recommendation then goes to the county commission. The county commission can make changes or modifications at that point. There is a piece of the code that does allow the county commission to consider additional height. And then there is also a component of the code that deals with after a conditional use is all approved, and it's been through planning commission, through county commission, through building permit process, that there could possibly be requirements to make amendments, and that is another opportunity, depending on the scope of that, where that project could go back to the county commission at some point.
And thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up to that one.
Please.
Because that language stood out to me too, so I was just curious, is that language necessary, the language about how they can change the height, they can change the setback, is that necessary in order for them to change the CUP? Because I too was a little, the language indicated that it could go through all of the process and then just all of a sudden the county commission could just change it. I'm assuming there'd be public process of some sort, but I just wasn't sure if that's already in the works for any CUP, then why does there need to be something specific in the wind regulations, I guess? I was just curious.
So with regard to the height provision, the county commission cannot arbitrarily increase the height. The applicant would need to request, and they would need to demonstrate, and the county commission would need to find that height change aligns with the purpose and intent of the regulations. So there's that. And yes, that would be part of that public process when that's in front of the county commission. Other components of this have to do with how the processing, and this is where I think a procedural manual is probably going to be helpful to be able to scope out some of these things. There may be times when we're in the construction stage and there's something that's discovered. There's a historic asset that is discovered, and there needs to be an amendment or a modification to alter where something is set back. Now, particularly if you can move that setback further to avoid that historic asset that was discovered during the construction piece, what the intent of the regulations is to do is to give an applicant a methodology to move through a process and not try to hide something. If they have a reasonable process, the benefit for the applicant is that they can move through a modification without a 3-month change to go back. It's something that perhaps it could go to the county commission and say, hey, we discovered this asset. We need to make this modification. And that's far better than somebody finding the asset and saying, oops, it's going to be too much difficulty. We're going to try and hide it. So it is a direct effort to try to be reasonable about it.
To speak a little bit more to the permitted height and where you see that language, if increased tower height better aligns with the purpose and intent of this section. The reason why that is explicitly included is because the ad hoc committee and staff spent a great deal of time on the intent of the regulations. Why were we doing the work that we were doing? And it outlines impact on non-participating properties, degradation of visual character, minimize negative environmental impacts. Those are all guiding factors for what should be reviewed should an application come forward under these regulations. So in a situation where, there's a lot of ifs I'm about to say. If the proposed regulations are adopted, generally as they are, if an application comes through, and then if within that application they propose fewer turbines ultimately because they were able to go to 605 feet. Generally, I would expect this, if it better aligns with that sort of a small change that might be from currently available manufacturer pieces, or otherwise, if 5 feet taller means that instead of having 10 turbines, they only have to have 5, that would ultimately get to the point of minimizing the degradation of the visual character, and it may mean that they're farther away from non-participating, and it may mean that they're farther away from floodplain and things of that sort. So that was why we felt this was important.
Okay, yeah, it said it could reduce it, or it could go either way, and so that's why I was just curious.
It can.
Yes.
It gives flexibility.
Yeah. So then I have another question regarding the, you just mentioned the intent, and I was curious as to why there's several places throughout this that, including in the intent section you're just talking about, it doesn't reference the comprehensive plan, and I was just curious as to why, because that seems like something that we as a community kind of continuously update, and so therefore, like, as these regulations are going through, like, what the community voice being heard would be in the plan. So I was just curious why that wasn't in the intent of the regulations and like key factors to consider in a couple other places throughout the regulations.
So in code language, we don't typically make that kind of a reference or connection in those purpose statements. If that's something the commission would like to see added, that's certainly your prerogative to do that. That is an evaluation criteria for a conditional use permit. So at the project level, yes, we definitely would be looking at that. The comprehensive plan, as you well know, has some very broad pieces of it, so it doesn't speak explicitly to this kind of land use. It doesn't speak explicitly to many land uses. So we look at those broader aspirational components of the comprehensive plan.
The other piece is that we were initially directed back in January of 2022 to create or revise the wind regulations so they better aligned with the solar regulations. And this intent of the regulations is the explicit style of the solar regulations. So the solar regulations don't mention the comprehensive plan, and they sort of call out standards to minimize in a similar sort of fashion, which is why we used it here.
And did you, when you were writing these, did you consider adding the, like calling things out more? So if the comprehensive plan isn't in here, then there's just some things that don't, that also then aren't in here, that are kind of actually set out in like the code section 12-13, or 314, like the environmentally sensitive lands, the prime ag land and other things that the community has set out there in those regulations. So if the comprehensive plan isn't in here, then I'm not sure if those should be represented.
Yeah. So there are pieces in the county code that do reference sensitive lands. There are floodplain regulations. So that's where some of that tieback is too. That's why it's referenced that way.
Okay. So just throughout.
So sensitive lands is a component of certain criteria within the codes.
I have more. Others?
Oh, no, my questions are actually going to be not only for staff, but also for the ad hoc
So
committee.
we'll do it
so I'll
after.
do that.
Yeah, great, thanks. And we will have time for more after public comment. I just want to make sure that we had a chance to ask staff any clarifying things setting up for public comment.
Okay.
Please continue.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss my opportunity to ask the
You will
people
have-
who've been diving into it.
Yeah, you'll have-
We will be here all night.
Okay, so then I think maybe I can ask one more question, and it might just then help me be able to process the rest of this. So, when I heard your staff report, it kind of actually helped make a few things click for me. So what I hear you saying is the teeth of this, as far as enforcement, is the performance standards. Is that the teeth? Because then when I look at that again, it's a lot of ambiguous and passive voice in it, and a lot of suggestions. So I'm just trying to figure out where the enforcement teeth is, and if that is the performance standards, then I want to look at those a little bit more carefully.
Definitely, all of the code works together. So certainly performance standards are definitely the biting pieces. But there is also the application, the assessment pieces that we're basing some of that on, design standard and criteria. So if we're seeing a project, for instance, it's been approved, the study said this, the design showed this, but we're seeing something different than what was approved, that is partly design standard, but that's also some of the other pieces too. So it all is intended to work together.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of make sure where there's one thing to say, hey, provide me an assessment. The content says provide an assessment, give us information, which is wonderful, like asking for reports and information and assessment, which is fantastic. And then the design standards say you must do these certain things. And then as far as how we're going to enforce the assessment that we've reviewed is really the performance standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Performance standard, also the last section, I believe L, speaks to evaluation in the event that we're notified or otherwise see a built project that isn't performing in such a way that we have standardized and required them to. There is a brief section on this, and we've spoken at length with county zoning and codes and their code enforcement section, that'll be another piece that comes into the staff manual that we work on should these regulations be adopted as is, because the current regulations from 2016, the 7 pages, don't really speak to that need for that sort of a staff document about enforcement.
Thank you. I think that gives me all the context I need to understand and be able to process everybody's comments.
These are great questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before we move on? We'll be able to come back in depth.
I guess I have just a couple of questions that I think they anticipate some of the comments we might hear, and so I think they're worth stating. And they have to do with shadow flicker and noise. And I know, based on what's laid out in the report, there's a flicker analysis that's performed, but I'm wondering if that is meant to be a static analysis or if it accommodates changes in the built environment. So, for example, if the flicker analysis, if new structures, occupied structures, get built within the footprint of an area subject to more than 15 minutes of flicker per day or 15 hours per year, is that basically just the problem of the person who built that structure, or is there does that impact the performance of the towers themselves?
The CUP application speaks to the land at the time that the application comes in.
Okay, thank you. The second, with respect to noise, has to do with this issue of pure tones. And I wonder if you could define that. Is that any recognizable pitch without respect to the timbre of the tone? For example, what is the boundary between white noise and a pure tone?
Pure tone is something that Gary Rexroyd can definitely speak to more than I. He took quite the deep dive on that with his time in the ad hoc committee, but pure tone is generally described as the most annoying sound you can think of. It's that sort of high-pitched, breaks through a lot of things. It's that whistle in your ear that you just can't stand. And so it's not frequently found within CWEX projects, but it was something that was important to say, we don't want any of that.
So again, from the performance standard, it is a well-defined phenomenon, not a subjective, I hear it making a pitch, therefore it's a tone.
Pure tone is to sound what laser is to light. It's a narrow frequency that cuts through.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's it.
Anything else? On the dais? All right, as we go into a break, and I'll say let's break until 7:45. That'll give us 7 minutes. Want to remind the commission that we're still under coma rules and to be thoughtful about that as we break. When we come back, I'll have a few things that I'd like to talk to about how public comment will go. And I understand that there's some people with children here to speak tonight. I'd ask them when we get started, if you'd like to go first, that'd be great. And then I know that there's an organized presentation that'll go right after that, just to help us keep organized on all that. So be thinking about that. With that, let's take a break until 1:45. All right?
So good. No,
When I started hearing this,
yeah,
that threw me.
neat.
All right, welcome back.
How was that? You need that like first thing.
Both computers.
Let's get into the public comment part of our evening. A few things I want to say to help us think about how to have an orderly meeting tonight. First of all, just a reminder for all of us, we're here tonight to conduct the county's business. This is a business meeting, and we're taking up a charged topic, no pun intended, in a relatively small room with a lot of people. And I'm counting on everyone here to help us not only maintain the quorum, but also to assist in that goal the entire evening. You know, we've been together through a number of these meetings, many of us, a lot of familiar, friendly faces, and you know exactly what I mean. Appreciate all your help there. There are some rules and some requests that I want to make to help us run an efficient meeting. We want everyone to have an opportunity to speak tonight. To do that, these things will help. 3 minutes per speaker, and please help us keep to that time limit. There's a timer right up there, so please help us with that. And if you are focused on what you're saying, I'll give you a reminder. So please think about that. I suggest that you queue. Be ready for the next person to come. Sometimes in a lightly populated room, people kind of look around and decide who's going to go next. Make a line and get ready to go so that we're able to move through and everybody gets a chance before it gets too awful late. Share your name and address. Please address your comments only to the planning commissioners. No, not to anyone else in the audience. No disparaging comments. This is not a question and answer session. If you ask questions, we'll gladly take that, but we won't be able to answer those questions from here. I'd ask you to please, no applause, please, no negative comments, either side of that, where you might be on that. And just respect everyone who's speaking by helping to keep the room quiet so that everyone can hear them. Remember again that we're here to talk about the regulations. We're not a policymaking board. And if you would help us by keeping your comments directed at regulations, that'll be a help. Once public comment is closed, it's closed. There's no other opportunity for the public to speak when it comes back to the commission to work. Our bylaws do allow that if a commissioner, once recognized, has a question for someone in the audience, they can do that, but it's specific about clarifying a specific comment that they have made, and nothing beyond that clarification is allowed. There's a reason for that. It's to make sure that everyone, regardless where you are on the question, has the sense that they've had equal opportunity to speak their mind. So, also a reminder, we will be discussing setbacks specifically tonight. We will be getting at that. We've made an agreement. We're going to talk about that. And before we get into the larger discussion, I'll be polling the commissioners to, and just a reminder for you all, that as you go along, if you find yourself with a specific item that you are interested in following up on with more discussion, kind of jot that down so when we poll, we can have that list and we can try to organize them together. So that would be my asks and the rules. And with that, I think there's a family or two back there with children that are hoping to get them home to bedtime. If you are here and ready, please come up. Hi, Jason.
Hey, good to be here. There's one advantage of bringing little ones, so we'll get this kicked off. Hello, my name is Jason Hefner. Live at 1858 North 800 Road. I grew up in southwest Douglas County where my family has been since 1868. My children are the sixth generation family farmers. My family doesn't live inside. Our office is outside. Every day my dad's working the fields, taking care of livestock, taking care of the land. I've followed these draft regulations since January and attended many meetings. I'm here tonight for my children and their future. These regulations are life-changing. and I'm concerned about the health and safety of our family and my neighbors. I've heard over and over again, this is not about policy. These meetings are about regulation. That's what we're tasked with. My question is, when are these draft regulations going to reflect the will of the people? When will we be heard? When will the regulations reflect our voice? And when will we be valued as citizens of this county? The ad hoc committee has asked for data, for facts and testimonials. You've received mountains of comments and articles that have been submitted with respect to the health and safety aspects. Here are some facts. The first draft of regulations that came out in December, January, limited the height of turbines to 110 meters. That is the equivalent to 540 feet. Reference slide 20 from December 19th, Planning Commission meeting. Draft 2 of the regulations increased the max height to 600 feet, but allow the county commissioners to approve anything greater. Why did it increase? No one in this county has asked for taller turbines. How does 90 turbines as tall as the St. Louis Arch and the tallest buildings in Kansas City meet the criteria of the 2040 plan in preserving the rural character of this county? Shouldn't regulations reflect the plan and the voice of the people living under them? Secondly, why did they increase? And the setbacks continue to stay at 1,500 feet from property lines, exactly like in the first draft that was released back in December and January. Imagine 4 blocks from here, 600-foot tall turbine with blades spinning at 180 miles an hour from the tip, and that's safe. We're in the safe boundary zone. Is that a safe distance? It's continually talked that 1,500 is safe. We can't prevent anything else that happens, so collateral damage is okay. When you have the opportunity to regulate that safe distance right here and now this evening, 2,500-foot setbacks should be a minimum for safety and health. It has been said over and over, Planning Commission is responsible for drafting regulations that don't casually or intentionally prohibit industry. My question is, are we writing regulations for industry or for the health and safety of the people who live and reside in this county and my children? Who are these regulations intended to protect? My ask is that you protect us.
Thank you, Jason. Who's up? Hi there.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Raby. This is my wife, Nicole.
Hi there.
Our oldest, Kinsey, and our youngest, Barrett. We both work in Olathe, so we choose to commute from this beautiful county every day to make our living. And obviously, I'd rather have a drive if it's only 5 minutes away, right? But, you know, it's an hour round trip, and there's a reason why I can't stand Johnson County, no offense to anybody. But I don't want to live next to a 32-story building or a wind turbine. And I think it's very special what this county has as far as diversity in our land. I truly believe that I don't own the land, I'm borrowing it for these two, right? I want to pass that on down, and neither one of them have a voice right now. That's very concerning for me. So I'm very, I'm not thrilled with the idea of what's coming on the table, but if we do have to go down that road, I'd like to have some regulations proposed as far as setbacks. I know it's been talked about a lot. I agree that 1,500 feet is too short. I'd like to see a mile from property line, not domicile. And then I think there's some very special land in this county when it comes to churches, cemeteries, any state-owned land as far as public activity, whether it be hunting, fishing, camping, recreational use. I think that should all be 3-mile setback. And I also don't think it's fair to our neighboring counties that we could have a wind turbine that close to them. So I'd like to see 3-mile setback from a county border as well. Also, I would like to see that any participant, landowner that has a wind turbine on their property has to have enough insurance policy written under their name that any damage that would come from that wind turbine, specifically ice throw, if that would come damage my property, livestock, anything like that, they have to financially cover that. So I'd like to mandated insurance policy. No different than someday I hope to own that Corvette, and if I'm out bombing around and total somebody's car, I have to provide insurance, right? So I'd really like to see that move forward with that. And like I said, I think it's also a big up-and-coming thing, technology, right? When I was going through high school, we got a computer for the first time, and that was awesome. It was groundbreaking. Right now, I mean, they were playing on the phones, trying to keep them quiet in the back, and I don't want to see loss of internet or any communication due to the result of a turbine. And it's my understanding that that can take place. It can actually defect the wireless signal. So I'd really like to see something in place preventing people that may work from home or just technology in general for the younger the younger generation coming up. I would also like to see some form of regulation that any company that does business in this county have to provide any law breaking they may have done, whether that's on a federal scale or on a local. I've heard some reports of maybe violating wildlife damages and stuff like that with these turbines in other counties, and I want that visible to the public. I don't think that they should be able to do business if they're going to break laws, and I think if they're willing to break federal regulations, I don't know why they're going to listen to anybody in Douglas County. So I appreciate your guys' time. I'd like to thank the officer for doing his service here as well. So thank you all.
Thank you. Tell me your name again. I didn't.
Jeremy Raby, R-A-B-Y. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing your family. Hey,
Our turn.
anyone with kids out there yet? Ma'am, are you ready to go? All right, just so everyone knows what we're doing now, there's a group of folks who have organized a presentation together, and we're going to have this group go.
You got it? Quick.
And we're going to have this group go next. I think there's 23-ish.
Oh.
I'm sorry?
There's a little one right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Come on up. I'm sorry, I missed you.
I have to wait for 23 people?
Yeah. Apologies there. Thank you.
Let me make this so I can read it. Okay. All right, good evening. My name, thanks. My name is Angela Portlock. I reside at 456 East 400. I've been a lifetime resident of Douglas County, also a fifth-generation farm family, which would also entail my children. My husband and I sacrificed for years to save and buy 40 acres, which is where our dream home was built in 2018. 3 months after we moved in, he passed away from cancer. So it's just me. I'm a single mom raising my 3 kids. This is one of them. This is Katie, who's the youngest. She's 8. Our place is more than a piece of land. It's like a sanctuary where we have found peace. My neighbors have leased ground for this project, and that concerns me about the health impacts and safety that it has for our family. My kids are always outside fishing, playing and hunting on our property. I need someone on this commission to step up and protect what I have left. I'm asking you guys to make setbacks of 2,500 feet from property lines. 1,500 would pretty much be on top of us. My son is an avid hunter who is 15, which is something that him and his father learned to do together from an early age. Wind turbines hinder all animal habitats, especially birds, and their flight patterns. These regulations will impact my children and even my grandchildren. I, in my job, advocate for kids every day as a teacher, so I'm asking you to advocate for families and children. My last request is that you consider the voice of those of us that have stood up here tonight to voice our concerns for our future. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
All right. Sorry about that false start. That was important. You're ready. Please share your names as you go through.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission, good evening. My name is Jay Kaufman. I reside at 584 East 1700 Road, and it is my distinct honor and privilege to come before you this evening. I would like to visit with you about a subject that has been on the minds of thousands of Douglas Countyans like ourselves for the past few months. A subject that has been the topic of conversations in coffee houses, stores, churches, golf courses. A subject that's probably used pretty much a lot of cell phone minutes. A difficult subject with many facets. What is the subject? Wind turbines. Industrial wind turbines, to be exact. As I stand here, I recognize a few of you because of the various information meetings that I have attended. Quite a number of the county residents have spoken and relayed their desires and concerns to these few. However, there are a few of you that I do not recognize, and that is what worries me. I am worried because the members of the ad hoc committee have been giving so much information. It's impossible to disseminate that as carefully and succinctly as you guys deserve. In light of that, some of our fellow citizens will present facts and figures to you. Facts such as our county is the 5th largest in population, but the 5th smallest in land mass. Facts and figures that are relevant, timely, and hence important to you. You may be asked to approve draft number 2 tonight and send it on to the county commission. However, I looked at draft number 2 as like a carpenter that's building a house, putting up the stud walls. It's taking shape, but it's lacking. Each of you has the opportunity to make it a home. You have the chance to make these regulations into a home of safety, a home of security, a document that can protect each citizen of this great county. The time for emotion and passion are long past. It is time, nay, it is the right time to get down to business and make a weak draft number 2 into a strong and excellent draft number 3. In a few minutes, some fellow citizens will present facts and figures for your careful consideration. There's no need to rush into approval. I respectfully ask that each of you collectively roll up your sleeves and make draft number 3 the masterpiece that I know each of you are extremely capable of. So with that in mind, may I now introduce the next speaker for your consideration, Marcia Pohl.
Well, since you know who I am, I guess I don't have to tell you. I just wanted to tell you that I have here 1,316 petitions, and we have more coming in every day. Each person that has signed a petition has stated that they are not in favor of having industrial-scale wind turbines in Douglas County. I am asking for a 2,500-foot setback from all property lines. This would give us some protection from blade issues, fire, and noise. Pratt County has a 2,500-foot setback, and Rush County has a 2,640-foot setback, so it can be done. In Marshall County, this spring, a wind turbine blade broke and threw harmful debris over 2,100 feet, damaging the neighbor's land with blade shards, the neighbor losing his alfalfa crop. A fire safety zone recommendation is 1,700 feet radius from around the turbine. A 1,500-foot setback could put occupied structures in this 1,700-foot safety zone. In the news recently, a turbine fire in Iowa burned not only the turbine up, but it also started fire that went and burned 80 acres before it was put out. We have volunteer firefighters in rural areas. The response time is greater than city firefighters because the volunteers have to get off work, they have to drive home, they have to get, so, I mean, it does take longer. Ice throw from a 2.3 megawatt turbine is calculated to be 1,640 feet. This could cause ice throws onto roadways, homes, churches, and businesses. At an April 7th meeting, a wind expert stated that not to hear the noise from wind turbines, you would need to be a mile away. That's 5,280 feet. An acoustical expert stated noise should be no louder than 35 decibels because 40 decibels causes sleep disturbance. There are many people that work at night or on shift work, the police, firefighters, and others. We would not want them to be dragging and with lack of sleep and trying to help us. We should not have anything higher than a 45 decibel at property lines and 25 decibel inside the occupied structure. Harvey County has a 45 decibel maximum. While there are many concerns regarding living in or around the wind turbines, the greatest concern is for the health, safety, and well-being of the Douglas County residents. We need your help to give us an adequate protection with setbacks, 2,500 feet from property lines, and noise maximum of 45 decibels from property lines.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please, Marcia. Thank you.
Okay.
Did great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Jerry Kaufman. I live at 646 North 100 Road. In the Douglas County Comprehensive Plan on page 64 emphasizes the importance of preserving the county's history, and this is noted in the document in bold. Identify, evaluate, designate, and preserve our community's historic resources. In the recently released Historic Resources Guide of Douglas County, it designates cemeteries as historic cultural resources. This is a picture of a cemetery in southwest Douglas County. I would like to share 3 key points as to why I'm asking you to add to the table on draft 2, page 19, a setback of 1 mile from our rural cemeteries. My first point, key point, is I want to emphasize the word respect. Respect for the deceased, respect for the families, respect for the future generations who must learn their histories. My second point is an important one to the Planning Commission. This is protection and safety. You will see the picture of this particular cemetery. This is a sacred place, a public open space before the term open spaces became popular. Like many cemeteries in our county, this has a caretaker building and many monuments. In looking at this picture, now I want you to visualize a young person mowing, a genealogist recording data, perhaps a winter scene with 150 people attending a graveside service. Now add to your thoughts these situations. Harmful debris off of a blade landing up to 2,100 feet into this property. Ice throw falling down on persons attending a visitation. Do you think this won't happen? It has been documented, it's happened in other places, and it would happen in Douglas County. You have the responsibility to protect our public places. I ask you, because I have served on a cemetery board for 20 years, if you don't protect our cemeteries, who is responsible for damage, injury, or even death to someone in the property? I think that this needs to be answered in this document because a cemetery is a public place and it also receives tax benefits. And I do not want any of these things happening that would fall upon the taxpayer. My third key point has to do with sound. This is a place of meditation. I was in the room when Marcia just mentioned about the experts. They were sponsored by NextEra Energy when they met with the ad hoc committee. They were asked about the noise from the turbine, and as Marcia reported, they said it needed to be a 1 mile setback. I am out of time, so I need to stop. It goes so fast.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Janelle Kaufman from rural Douglas County. In speaking to the ad hoc committee, an expert noise engineer stated that it would require 1 mile setback to avoid hearing the noise made by a wind turbine. Rural Douglas County churches are important to the communities they serve. They have regular weekly services. They have other meetings at times during the week for special occasions such as celebrating Christmas with children's programs or candlelight services, pausing to remember Thanksgiving, singing songs of their faith, and reflecting on the meaning of Maundy, Thursday, Good Friday, and Easter. They provide space for weddings and funerals, and many times they have adjoining cemeteries where solemn graveside services are held. Any noise added by wind turbines, regardless of the level of sound, would impact the sacredness of all these occasions. Please adjust the 2022 draft number 2 wind regulations to require a 1 mile setback from churches and cemeteries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, if I may, my name is Wayne Kaufman, but before you start my time, if I may, point of order that might help some of those who are waiting in line. We have a list total of 23 speakers. I don't want to agitate or irritate anybody. If they could allow us to go through this, it would be much appreciated. Otherwise, we will be way out of order in our presentation.
That was our intention. I mentioned that when we started, and I will ask those in line to make sure that we've completed this group's presentation before anyone else jumps in.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, if I may. Noise and noise impact assessments. The expected noise generated is addressed on pages 12 and 13. The items, as you can see on your packet, I believe, are addressed specifically. These areas are ambiguous at best. Who compiles this report? What are the criteria for the report? And who is responsible for the report's accuracy? Noise averaging should not be accepted. On days where there is little or no wind, the turbines will produce no noise as they don't turn. On days with wind, sound values of over 80 decibels have been recorded. 70 decibels is considered disturbing and 80 decibels is considered a potential hazard. Prolonged exposure to loud sounds has long been a health caution. The exposure to loud sounds not only affects hearing loss, but includes stress, loss of sleep, disorientation, hypertension, irritability, and the list goes on. Yes, we have loud noises in the country, but they are intermittent and not prolonged. Loud rural noises do not continue for 24 hours a day for days on end. The inherent peace and quiet of living in the country will be shattered. Excessive noise is a common complaint received from those who live with commercial wind projects. It has forced many to move away from their homes. There are no specific specifications regarding high frequency and low frequency or infrasound noise levels. These noise levels will have a detrimental effect on elderly, with those with autism, those underlying health and mental issues, and wildlife. There are accredited and peer-reviewed studies on the effects of low-frequency infrasound and have been ignored. Rural residents should not have to accommodate excessive and constant noise levels that are not part of their normal lives for the benefit of others, any more than those who live in the city should have to accommodate levels that are not part of their normal lives. The prime reason for regulations should be to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens and environment of any development. Sound level averaging should not be allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Ruth Miller, and my address is 1787 North 250th Road in the Baldwin City area. And I want to speak briefly on archaeological reconnaissance. Our county has a rich archaeological heritage with Native American settlers and pioneers on the Santa Fe Trail having had a heavy presence for countless years. An archaeological reconnaissance is inadequate to discern what may or may not be under the ground. Most archaeological or paleontological, that's a mouthful, evidence is never discovered until an excavation has begun. Too many sites are damaged, destroyed, or buried during a development's excavation. Many contractors have been known to bury or even steal artifacts because reporting findings of artifacts may delay a project, costing them time and money. Therefore, these findings are covered up. Such cover-ups happen more in rural projects than when there's less oversight. Due to the rich heritage of our county, it is imperative that a qualified, independent professional is on site during excavation so that history is not lost. Additionally, Native Americans, pioneers, and early settlers did not have the luxury of cemeteries. Therefore, there is a good possibility of individuals being buried in unmarked graves scattered throughout our county. The possibility of these kinds of discoveries also require on-site protection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. Mike Calhoun, 565 North 775th Road. We moved down here about a year ago to follow family down here. My daughter, son-in-law, and 2 grandkids are down here. After we'd done a lot of things to build a new house and everything, visiting with the neighbors, said, "Oh, Mike, you are aware that they're going to potentially put wind turbines in your area?" And I said, "Pardon me?" So from that, I'd like to just put a few points up on a risk-benefit analysis, if we can. I'm a pilot. I've done whooping crane monitoring flights, all kinds of transects on areas where they've proposed wind turbines, Counting Eagles, all those kinds of things. And there is damage to the environment, a lot of wildlife. As I mentioned, I'm a pilot. There's a huge risk. I'm going to address that next. Farmland, they're not making it anymore. Safety, that's a huge thing. As a pilot, every time I fly, safety is the utmost concern. I don't want it to be my last flight. Health, we've already talked about sound and throwing ice and done all those kinds of things. That's a risk. Fire, we talked about fire, roads to go in there. Property values, I don't think my property is going to go up, the value, if you look to the south of my place and I see a bunch of red blinking lights at night. So, and then we go to the benefit side, and I'm really struggling to find a benefit. Next slide, if you would, please. The aviation part of it, I have an ATP, airline transport pilot, multi-engine pilot, with a single and multi-engine instrument rating. I teach people how to fly. And I'll never forget the time when we're training at night and went through the procedures. The instructor said, "Turn on your landing light." And I said, "What happens if I see a tree in the landing light?" He said, "Turn it off." So I don't want to see a wind turbine in my landing light. So I had a situation where I was flying in Minnesota. My aircraft iced up. I had to come below the clouds at a low altitude and divert to an airport. There was one tower back then. That was before cell phones or anything. It was on the map. I maneuvered around it. There were some people in South Dakota that had the same situation. All 4 died going through a wind farm. The FAA does procedures and analysis on safe normal flight it's kind of an inverted cone, if you will, to approach from an altitude and get to an airport. If you have an emergency, those things go out the window. And we're talking 600 feet. When the towers are closed at some of these airports and some of the smaller airports, 700 feet you can go down to. And you're going to hit that. We've also got air ambulance, and the space below that is called uncontrolled airspace. All you need is a mile visibility and clear of the clouds.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Charlotte Breithaupt. I live in Overbrook, but I own land in southwest Douglas County where I grew up. I was able to talk with Sandy briefly the other day about my topic, and she was very helpful. But I want to go into some concerns that I have, that we have tightened regulation regarding the water in Douglas County. There are 2 wells in southwest Douglas County that serve Douglas County, a lot of Osage, part of Franklin, and part of Shawnee. They, along with 2 other Douglas County wells and 1 from Osage County, serve 1,600 people. And those wells are managed by Osage Water District Number 5. And I would love to see at least 2 to 2.5 mile setback for any wells used for the public. Many of the documented land and water contaminants that come from turbine projects are not even measured. And as a nurse, I'm very concerned about all these things because the KDHE, there's so much they actually don't monitor in the water. And as you know, wind turbines are made of fiberglass, and that is held together with epoxy. The resin contains BPA, also known as microplastics. Microplastics can spread through the air, through the ground, through the water. As the blades delaminate over time, these particles end up in crops, grass, animals, all kinds of things. As a nurse, I'm very concerned that microplastics have been highly associated, lots of medical research, with endocrine-based cancers. In other words, androgens, testosterone, and endocrine-dependent cancers often come from that. Valid studies have also been published on the neurotoxic effect of microplastics on pregnant women and children. At present, Kansas does not have the kind of BPA regulations that a lot of other states have, so we are where we are. I would like to see a little more attention to where the water will come from. It takes millions and millions of gallons to build a project like this. The Wall Street Journal says it takes 2,500 tons of concrete to build 1 turbine. So you can imagine the amount of water that takes. And I would like to see that our regulations specify where this water will come from. And I've been following a case in a county northwest of here where the wind company drilled a well on a participating owner's land, drilled the well, unknowing to anybody for a little while. It was siphoning water from a non-participant's land adjacent to that. To make the matters worse, the construction company had not filed for the required legal permit to dig a well, which is critical in Kansas. And so if water is going to come from public or private sources, I'd like that to somehow be worked into the regulations. The final thing, and that's the last thing I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hammond Campbell. We actually live in Ottawa right now at 746 South Poplar Street, but we own 10 acres between East 3 and 400 and on North 200 Road. Really, one of the main things I want to stress is just like you keep hearing, and I appreciate that you said you'd talk about it later tonight, is the 2,500 foot setback from non-participating landowners. I feel like that would do a lot of good. Brain fart. But another thing, just, you know, I feel like some people think that we aren't for green or clean energy, but that's not the case. We're just worried about all of the side effects that come with it, and also disposal is a big issue. I mean, we've probably all seen the pictures of the fields just full of fiberglass, because how do we dispose of that? So I know that's policy and all that, but I feel like we're not to where those are a good idea. And I'll leave it at that. We've got a lot of people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Crystal Campbell, and this is Miles Campbell. My little family has put everything into owning this small 10-acre piece of land we bought. Land that has been in this family for 4 generations. Our dream has been to build a home, to raise our family, and this crushes everything that we have hoped for. I find it funny to ask for a 2,500 setback for non-participating landowners, which is all I'm asking for. When ice can be thrown from blades up to 4,000 feet, and blade throw can be up to 8 times their height. Small landowners like us will have absolutely no protection from these disgusting things. We worry about the lives of the livestock and the wildlife, but I hope you think of my son and the people of this whole community when you make these decisions. Innocent lives could be lost. Think of my son and his future. Would you do this to your family? As you can see by the amount of people here tonight, we don't want them. Listen to the people you were sworn to protect. Franklin County and Osage County worked hard to keep these out. They don't want them either. They too deserve at least a minimum of a mile setback, if not more. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Debbie Yarnell, 137 East 1400 Road. Okay. As a compassionate caretaker of over 70 domesticated animals in southern Douglas County, I have a deep interest in the safety and well-being of all creatures, domesticated and wild, who have no voice in this process. All Douglas County residents, inside or outside the incorporated areas, have a moral duty to protect the natural habitat of the innocent fauna from beneath our soils to high up in our blue skies. Take a short drive this week during this beautiful autumn weather to visit my farm. Together, we will look up and see the white, graceful Kansas herring gulls floating overhead, venturing south with so many other migratory birds. Looking down, we can watch the woolly worms crawling to curl up under a fallen log for the winter. We will peel back a small shovel of pasture grassland to count the ants and earthworms that cause beneficial drainage and soil structure of Douglas County soil. It won't take long to observe a rabbit or a deer scampering across the autumn leaves. We can celebrate the wide open beauty of southern Douglas County by sipping my apple cider made from my small orchard. Now, imagine large, oversized moving machines dotted across the habitat of these innocent creatures. Our modern way of life already has enough impact upon our local wildlife. Should we now exponentially increase pathways to harm? Who are we to interrupt their livelihoods with stressful decibel levels from the whine and whoosh of the wind turbines? Who are we to slice through the overhead skies from 75 feet above ground to vertically 600 feet or more perhaps above ground, chopping countless birds, bats, and insects? Who are we to cause further harm to the local livestock and fauna that feast on the plant life in Douglas County through the shedding of thousands of BPA carcinogen microparticles from the UV ray degradation of the wind turbine blades, some known to begin as soon as 5 years? Neither the Kansas Department of Health and Environment nor the Environmental Protection Agency test for microparticles in our pasture grasslands. Once we have spent millions of taxpayer money to erect 30% efficient monstrosity machines that must be backed up 100% of the time by fossil-fueled sources, it will be too late to turn back the clock. What safeguards are in place in these proposed regulations to prevent irreparable biological and ecological harm that we will have created for our local wildlife and domesticated animals? Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
My name's Hurst Kaufman. I'm at 140 East 650 Road. On my farm, there are 200 acres of old-growth forest located in the 8 Mile Creek Valley. And my siblings and neighbors own an additional 300 acres or more of old growth in the 8 Mile Creek. On July 22nd, 3 people from the Audubon of Kansas, including their executive director, visited my valley from 7:36 to 11:36 a.m. And during that time, they identified 39 species of birds. Also this summer, 2 people from the Kansas Biological Survey came to visit my native prairie, and they were surprised at the number of meadow birds or ground nesting birds they saw and heard. Douglas County sits in the center of the route of migrations for migrating birds from North America to Central and South America. According to the Dashboard Birdcast website for Douglas County, last Saturday night, approximately 2,115,000 birds flew over Douglas County during the night. Last Thursday night, 1,800,000, and so forth. The fall migration so far since August has seen 55 million birds pass over Douglas County, heading south, navigating by the stars. In the spring, they come back. The Nature Conservancy has developed a site renewables right map based upon more than 100 layers of engineering, land use, and wildlife data. The map has found there are more than 125,000 square miles in the center of the United States where renewable energy can be located without disturbing habitats. When I looked up Douglas County, I found that the county is heavily spotted with markers listing it as threatened and endangered species, not only around Clinton Lake, but in other areas also, including 8 Mile Creek Valley. In other words, Douglas County does not meet the criteria for the Nature Conservancy as appropriate for industrial wind turbines. Since 1950, the people population of North America has doubled, whereas the bird population has decreased by 25%. Birds are vital to our survival as a species. They help control insects, and they also are active pollinators for our food. Without birds, we will not survive. Huge wind turbines are deadly for birds for all sizes, both residential and migratory. Protection of our native as well as migrating species is of vital importance as the climate changes and we become more and more dependent on the ability to produce food. I propose that the regulations table 1 on page 19, in addition to 3 mile setback for, quote, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks managed properties, close quote, also include and other privately owned sensitive wildlife habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Hurst.
My name is Melanie Kaufman, and I live in rural Douglas County. Setbacks are vital to the well-being of residents of Douglas County. Setbacks provide fire protection to non-participating landowners as well as participating, and it preserves the environment of the rural residents. Setbacks are the only way to mitigate the effects of sound, flicker, ice throws, and blade throws caused by unpredictable events such as bird strikes, storm damage, and runaway or overspeed turbine motor with brake failure. The current proposal of 1,500-foot setbacks from property lines is inadequate at best, poses a great danger to residents. There are approximately 190 properties in Marion Township alone that are comprised of 40 acres or less. And of that number, 76 properties are on 10 acres or less, and many of those properties are on 5 acres or less. A 1,500 setback will not afford the residents of those properties the necessary separation from a wind turbine to mitigate the dangers that turbines present. Ice throws and blade shards from broken blades and rotating turbines can throw debris over 4,200 feet. These catastrophic events endanger lives and property. An acoustical engineer brought by the ad hoc committee by NextEra stated that the turbines would have to have a setback of at least 1 mile to mitigate the sound generated during operation. I am asking a mile setback from non-participating property line be specified with no variance allowed. There are areas in the state where population densities provide ample room and lower impact for the construction of commercial wind systems. The idea that Douglas County is suitable is just negligent. The residents of rural Douglas County should not be victimized because a developer wishes to build a wind complex in the 5th most populated county in Kansas. Our population is growing. Please don't allow that to be done. Please consider a mile setback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Ulmer. I live on 400 Road in southern Douglas County. Tonight I want to speak, as a couple others have touched on, that there is something that needs to be made abundantly clear in this discussion, even a misrepresentation that I'd like to lay to rest. We are not philosophically opposed to the implementation of clean energy in Douglas County. No one in their right mind would be. We have some concerns about the scale of what may be coming our way, but we're not opposed to the idea as a whole. We all want clean, safe, abundant energy in a robust, healthy environment. That is a goal we all have in common. How best to accomplish that goal is where the friction occurs. Up until now, industrial wind turbines have typically been sited, as Mallory just stated, far more remote, sparsely populated areas of Kansas, where setbacks are less of an issue, because the acreages owned by any one individual are often extremely large, and the population density per square mile is very low compared to Douglas County. But rural Douglas County is not just agricultural, it is largely residential, covered with very small acreages on which hundreds of families have homes. A setback of only 1,500 feet from these small properties would be nothing short of irresponsible and dangerous. Would any of you on this commission, if turbines were being proposed hard up against your neighborhoods, want to live, work, and raise your families a mere 1,500 feet from a 60-story tower with blades spinning at 200 miles an hour overhead? Would that make you nervous? Would you be concerned about the proximity of them when a tornado warning is issued, or during an ice storm, or when a turbine catches fire and the wind is blowing smoke and burning debris in the direction of your home? Now, would you feel a lot safer if those turbines were 2,500 feet away, or even a little more? Of course you would. So would we. Put yourselves in our position and consider carefully what setbacks you would want. As the old adage goes, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. The production of clean energy is a laudable pursuit, provided it is undertaken responsibly. To that end, substantial protection for the families that live and work in rural Douglas County must be written into the regulations in the form of setbacks of 1/2 mile at the bare minimum from the property lines of non-participating landowners. Consideration for the plans of energy corporations must always come in second place to the people who have made rural Douglas County their home. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Well, I've really been outclassed by a few people in this, and some of them have hit my topics. My name's Lori Shuck. I live on North 100 Road. I appreciate the hard work of the ad hoc committee, the staff, and my neighbors. I feel there is still more research to be done. You owe our residents due diligence before you pass these decisions on to the county commission. A question I asked and didn't feel good about the answer concerning damages to surrounding farms and cleanup after a tornado, especially with the fact that radar will be unpredictable in a field of turbines. That tornado is going to be an act of nature. The 600-foot towers are going to be a deliberate act of Douglas County, and we're going to hold you responsible. It's biting off a lot of responsibility to your residents. Also have concerns on the security bond. I followed the Dow Jones. Recently, the parent company stock has dropped 30%. A letter of credit is inadequate. The rest of my concerns can all be alleviated by a setback of at least 2,500 feet. I think that will help with the decimal points on our property lines. I think it will help with the flash or the flicker. A lot of things will be helped if we have a little more room from these things. We're the breadbasket of America. In Douglas County, there are 998 farms. Average size is 231 acres. Farmers represent 2,699 jobs in our county with a contribution of $598 million. This is coming from the USDA study in 2022 and listed online under farm contribution. We're the breadbasket of America. Douglas County is unique in the amount of local food produced. During COVID, local farmers produced clean food and kept their prices the same, unlike the big box stores when hamburger became a premium. Douglas County seems as a whole to have no respect for farms or farmers and our economic contribution. They propose to contaminate our grass, cropland, and groundwater, fill it full of concrete, and I don't see how it's ever going to go back to its original use, whether it's 10 years or 90 years. There are better places for wind and solar energy, rooftop, personal, community installations that keep the power here. Industrial means we will help pay for a product they ship out of state to a power pole to be sold to a highest bidder. There are much poorer counties that could use the money. They have poorer soil and less population. They could benefit from those promised dollars. Please slow down the process and take your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Yes, they did.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Horn. I live on North 100 Road in southwestern Douglas County. I'm also the Willow Springs Township trustee. And we sent you all a letter, and I'm going to read part of it to you. In regards to NextEra's response to large-scale wind energy in southwest Douglas County, the Board of Supervisors of Willow Springs feel obligated to share some of the thoughts with you. Willow Springs cares for 74 miles of rock roads, ditches, and roughly 300 culverts and bridges. We consider our roads some of the best roads in the rural area of Douglas County. While we pride ourselves on we are the most efficient township in the county, we have the lowest mill levy of all townships in the county. In 21, we added new board members and began operating on a multi-year long-term budget plan to hire new employees, buy new equipment, and allow for inflation. It's a 15-year plan, and we have adjusted our mill levy accordingly, and we feel like we are great stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. We run on cash basis only, have no loans, we work with what we got. Should a large-scale wind generation project be approved, the future of our budget and plan will greatly be affected. We would likely incur large mill levy increases and several years of foreseeable future and beyond that in additional costs. The township brought on by such a project. Some of the allocated costs would include excess road materials, additional employees, wear and tear on equipment causing additional repair costs, culverts and realignment of culverts, and additional fuel costs. There are also likely other costs associated with that not known to what may happen in the future. Another thing we're concerned about is availability to rock. We have a small amount, I mean, we got a lot of rock quarries, but a small amount of rock. They go take and use a lot of rock for making the roads accessible to the towers, not only to all the cement that they're going to need to take. That's going to drive up price of rock for everybody. And then what if the quarries run out of rock? Because that's happened before, because they don't crush when there's certain temperatures. And now we're not have any rock to put on our roads to maintain them properly and everything. So we need to really think about a lot of cost that can be incurred by our taxpayers through all this. Another thing we feel strongly about.
I need to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Janet Yaley. I'm a resident of Willow Springs Township, and I will continue reading where Tim left off. If the proposed wind generation project would be approved, we have estimated that we could incur as much as nearly $1,900 per mile of roadway affected. Currently, we budget approximately $4,460 per road mile to care for our roads. That would equate to more than a 40% increase per road mile to our budget. We have seen various proposed maps for the project showing anywhere from 20 to 60% of our township being affected. So realistically, anywhere from 20 to 50 miles of road could be affected by such a project. So we would be facing a significant budget increase regardless of the total size of the project. With that increase in costs to us, we will likely not see any fiscal benefits from this project. Wind turbines currently have a 10-year tax exemption and 7-year depreciation in Kansas. Many counties charge significantly less to these wind towers than they would if they were considered typical industrial energy generation, which they are. A few examples of this are in nearby Coffee County, where the Waverly Wind Complex paid approximately $3.1 million to the county in pilot funds, and in the same county, the Wolf Creek Power Plant generated over $30 million in tax revenue to Coffee County. In Allen County, where the wind farm there only pays $250,000 in pilot funds, while the nearby Lacine Power Plant pays over $15 million to Lynn County. We're very concerned with the precedent that has been set by many other counties of simply not holding these industrial-scale energy generation projects to the same standards as their coal, natural gas, and nuclear brothers from a tax revenue generation point of view. In addition to the increase in operational costs, the stagnation of growth, lack of tax revenue to make up for those losses, the largest reason we felt the need to share our feelings with you on this is the overwhelming response we have heard from the people who live in our township who are not in favor of this project. After learning more about these types of projects and the overwhelming lack of support by our residents for the proposed project, we felt compelled to let you all know that we do not support industrial wind or solar generation projects in southern Douglas County. There is not a single benefit to the community we have been presented with, and a vast majority of our patrons are not in favor of this. Respectfully signed, Willow Springs Township Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much. Where are we in our lineup of the 20?
I believe he's number 18 of 23.
Thank you.
Name's Lyle Bolin, 1068 North 500 Road, Baldwin City. I was just recently contacted. I'm also Fire Chief of District 3 down south. I am also chairperson of the Douglas County Fire Chiefs Association, and they asked me if I'd been contacted by anybody about any of this, and I said no. So they asked me to come and talk a little bit about, we have limited resources. Like it's been stated, we're a volunteer fire department. A lot of us work in town, or we're not around. So when our little pager goes off, if you can, you drop everything and go. Well, if one of these turbines starts a fire and it throws the stuff as far as it can, it creates more hazards for us because it's going to affect the whole county. And if it's a bad day like today with the wind and a grass fire, and it throws stuff and catches houses on fire, where's your priority? You're going to protect the structure, or you're going to go put this stupid tower out? That's basically what I have to say. Is there's stuff in here that I briefly read some of this, and I would like to see some of the wording where it give the fire district some authority to do some of the stuff, but it's just, like I said, it was a last minute thing for me, so that's all.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Darlene Schwartz. I live at 397 East 800th Road in Baldwin, Kansas. This is my first time here, so if I seem a little nervous, I am. But I have a very short thing for you. these ladies were talking about property lines of where these are going to go, if they go in. At our property line, I counted today, because I was just curious, there are 14 landowners within 2 miles from my home. 1 mile south and 1 mile north. There's 14 landowners and 9 residents. Douglas County is very, very populated. This is just one road, and the population where I live is growing. There's homes still being built now, today. And so if they put these wind turbines up, I don't know where they're going to put them, to be honest, without falling on a home or being in someone's backyard, because of the population. And it's not just our area. Douglas County itself is very populated. And I think that's what most of someone else had said also. So I don't know how regulations are going to go with that being so close to the property lines, because we live on a farm, and I sure don't want it on my farm, that's for sure. And nobody else here does either. We have a neighbor that's an older neighbor, older than I am, and I'm old. I've lived in Douglas County all my life, and I've lived 50 years where I'm living at right now. But he's older than I am. He signed up for these turbines. And the poor man discovered after he had signed up that so many of the discontinued things that shouldn't be, and he didn't understand the regulations and all this and that. He's tried to get out of it, and he can't. He's gone to lawyers. And I feel sorry for the property. I feel sorry for older people like this that they've talked into signing up. Thank God we didn't do it, but he did, and that's not very far from my home, let me tell you. So like I said, with all the homes being built and the population of Douglas County, I don't know where you're going to put these turbines. I really don't, without being on someone's back door.
Thank you, ma'am. I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
All right, I'm sorry. So anyway, that's all I have to say. I do want to say this.
Ma'am, I need to ask you to stop, please. We're past 3 minutes.
All right, I was just going to say.
Ma'am, please.
I was just going to say thank you to all of you.
You're very, very welcome.
Because I understand you guys are volunteering, and so I want to say thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Now, I want to just pause for just a second here. There's a lot of running around back and forth back here. I need that to stop. There's a group we've said you guys can go first. Are your speakers all ready to go? Is everybody queued up and ready to go?
My understanding is the next 2 speakers on our list are participating online.
Online, very good.
That's why I wasn't
after you, or
up here. And then I go after them.
All right, so the next 2 speakers are online, and then you, and then we're there?
And then 2 more.
All right, have them ready to go, please. All right. Drew, we have a couple folks online. Can you identify yourselves?
I believe it's Mark Shoemaker and Wanda Shoemaker we're looking for.
Okay, I'm here. Wanda speaker. Mark is able to come. He's on he's emergency responder, and he can't call. This could be me. Are you there?
You're breaking up pretty badly. Is that Wanda?
That's what I want to talk about. This is what happens when you have a big farm. You break up, you can't get cell service, you can't get internet service.
Excuse me. Wanda, we can't hear you.
This is what happens. And we have had the same cellular provider for years.
Wanda, we can't hear you.
You can't hear, or you can't.
Sometimes if you turn off the image on the Zoom, it will help the service.
Okay, hold on just a second.
There.
The image isn't on. I
There
just
you go.
have the speaker on.
Yeah, that might help us be.
Is that better?
It is better. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't help it. This is what happens when you live in a wind farm.
All right.
This is my life now, day after day after day. I live in the Southern Power wind farm in Redding, Kansas. And the wind speed is picking up now. I watched this entire meeting, the whole meeting.
I don't think this is going to work.
Chelsea, you tried.
So is there another speaker that is online? Are they from a different location? Same location. All right, we'll see if they can work out their difficulties and we can come back to them, but let's go ahead and finish up within the room, please.
Okay. My name is Martha Kaufman. I live at 803 North 1500 Road, but the farm I'm going to talk about is at 624 North 100 Road in southeast Douglas County, Kansas. Douglas County. And this evening I'm going to talk to you about decommissioning and reclamation. I've appeared here a couple times before. I've submitted some comments, and I'm sure you're wondering why I am even talking about decommissioning and reclamation, because it's probably become clear that I am not a participating landowner. I'm a non-participating landowner. So why would I spend my 3 minutes on this? Well, the reason is because I love Douglas County. And another reason is because I've had some experience working with decommissioning and reclamation when I previously worked for the Kansas Corporation Commission for about 10 years as their advisory council. So, I love Douglas County because it's a beautiful area. I grew up in Ottawa. My grandparents lived in Douglas County on the farm, and we frequently visited them. I loved staying overnight. I loved going out and collecting the eggs in the chicken house, except for that one old hen that always wanted to bite me. So why am I here talking about decommissioning and reclamation? I have reviewed the draft 2 a couple times. I can see that there are improvements in this area, but I see a real gap in what is needed in order to prepare properly for the time when the wind farm, if one is built, will be decommissioned and the land reclaimed. How do we prepare? The answer is really easy. What we need to do is prepare for this event with the filing of the application. The requirement in the filing of the application related to this issue is, it's on page 16 of the handouts, of the staff's handout of draft 2. And the requirement it contains states that the applicant must include in the application a general description of the decommissioning and land reclamation strategy in the event the project is abandoned, the conditional use permit is revoked or expires without renewal, or upon the end of the useful life of the project. Well, a general description of strategy is really not what the county commission needs in order to set up an appropriate decommissioning and reclamation plan. That needs to have lots of detailed information. They need to know how much it costs in today's dollars if this had to be removed. Say it takes a year to build one of these.
Ma'am, I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Oh, already? Oh my gosh.
I know.
Well, anyway, I think that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I wish you would do so.
Time flies. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm number 22 of 23.
Thank you, sir.
This has really become personal. I was asked to do this morning, so I'm reading from a script here.
Could you share your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Ken Kern. I live in Douglas County, 781 East 1800 Road, in Vinland Valley, as they call it. And I sure do appreciate the night sky and the night line without the turbines that my wife and I experienced seeing coming back from Arizona, both in Arizona, Texas, and southern Kansas. It was a terrible sight at night watching all the flashing red lights. This has become personal because I even heard about the arch this evening. I grew up in the shadows of the arch, and I was there standing on the ground. We got out of school to watch the last piece put up in place. So I grew up, I was about 10 years old when that happened. By the time I left high school at the age of 18, the arch was a bore. It was it was an eyesore. So that's my personal point. Let me read this for this organization that asked me to read this, and I totally agree with this. It's on abandonment. The entire concrete and steel structure needs to be removed and the land restored to its original grade. I will speak to soil remediation, invasive tower base, land soil use degradation, and costly expenditures of removing a base. First, soil remediation. Remediation to a 4-foot soil depth does not allow for adequate replanting, especially for pasture and hay grasses. Many of the pasture and hay grasses have root systems that exceed 4 feet. These grasses depend on subsoil moisture to survive periods of drought. Having an impermeable barrier at a depth of 4 feet does not allow the capillary actions that the grasses and trees depend on to survive. These buried bases will create a blighted zone for deep-rooted grasses and trees, and it will prevent the planting, growth, and survival of the native grasses and trees. Next, leaving a tower base in the ground precludes any future building on that site. A 2,000 square foot basement contains 30.6 cubic yards. That's 826 cubic feet of concrete. A commercial wind turbine base contains 300 cubic yards, 8,100 cubic feet of concrete. Take a moment and picture this. Consider a semi-trailer filled with concrete. A 2,000 square foot basement would fill 20% of that trailer, just 20%. A wind turbine base would fill over 2 complete semi-trailers. A basement is excavated to a level of 10 foot, but the hole is not filled completely with concrete, whereas a tower base is solid concrete and metal. The grasses ain't going anywhere. Finally, cost expenditures in removing a base. An existing basement foundation can be removed in as little as 1 day, where a turbine base could take weeks and require considerably more equipment. I got 3 more sentences.
Need to ask you to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Okay. I appreciate this, and I'm grateful that you will take great diligence in attending these concerns.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here.
I'm number 23. My name is Michael Forth. I'm the president of the Douglas County Rural Preservation Association, a landowner and a resident in southwest Douglas County. Tonight we came before you with this presentation, and that effort was to tell you that the work is not done. You're not tasked with approving or rejecting solar or wind. You're tasked with providing safety to the residents of our rural community. You'll have people in here talking that are from Lawrence. They don't have a dog in this hunt. We live out there. We will be living with this. Excuse me.
Hey, folks, please no talking in the room.
We have to live with this and the ramification of this. This will affect our land values, our health, our mental health, our children, and the list goes on. So we're asking for more stringent regulations. We're asking for further setbacks. This doesn't preclude wind from being brought into this county. It does protect the citizens, and that's what we're seeking, is protection. Thank you for your time. I hope you will consider the things you heard tonight, and I look forward to continuing with this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you. All right, have we concluded now with that group? Thank you so much. All right, thanks for your patience. Let's jump in.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Rick Kagan. I live at 301 Wagon Wheel Road here in Lawrence. And I would start by saying, notwithstanding your policy disclosure at the beginning of the meeting, your actions will establish a policy statement, especially if regulations around wind energy are too restrictive. And I don't want to belabor much here about the particulars of climate change, but I think it's important to recognize that 2/3 of Americans report having anxiety about climate change and the impacts on physical and mental health. And in this context, renewable energy is fundamentally a matter of public health and safety, and I would stress here that we're talking about the long-term public health that might alleviate the chances of the threats of climate change. So importantly, I have to add here that claims about the negative health impacts of wind turbines have consistently been debunked by multiple research reports, and we're happy to share those with you. So whatever action this commission may take, regulation must be science-based, and some of what has been proposed in this draft are clearly not science-based. 27 counties in Kansas are currently hosting wind projects, and Douglas County can become the 28th, but only if we adopt reasonable wind regulations that are science-based. And to meet that standard, several aspects of the proposed regulations require changes. There is no public health or safety justification for the proposed 1,500-foot setback from non-participating properties. It should be reduced in line with other projects in the state of Kansas. The proposed requirement would make it unlikely that wind projects could effectively be developed here. And it makes more sense to have a sound standard for residential properties as opposed to setting the standard at the property line. Sound standards should apply to existing dwellings and not be based on a property owner's future plans. And limitations on the turbine size would be counterproductive. With advances in wind energy technology, it makes it possible to produce more energy at a lower cost and potentially reduce the number of turbines that are needed. I would just close by mentioning the draft Climate Action Plan, which includes a goal of getting 100% of our energy from renewable sources. We're going to have more liberal regulations if we're going to meet that goal. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to pause for just a minute as you come up. I'm going to ask everyone, please save the mumbling, save the expressions of pleasure or dissatisfaction. Keep this room quiet. Let's respect the speakers. Thank you all. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for listening to me today. I do appreciate it. My name is Kevin Nelson. I'm at 1515 Prestwick Court here in Lawrence, and I'm going to start with a story. About 15 years ago, my daughter came to me home from school after participating in some schooling around climate change. She vehemently told me, "Dad, we got to get solar panels on top of the house now, because this is a problem that's going to happen, and I've got to deal with it." Fortunately, the structure of our roof and our impending departure from New Jersey meant it wasn't a really viable choice. When we moved to Overland Park, we moved into a house that also wasn't structurally available for rooftop solar. It wasn't until I moved to Douglas County when I found out that Evergy allows me to dictate, you must use wind energy for my power. I called my daughter and I said, "Great, I'm finally contributing." She says, "You're not contributing. There is no wind energy around you. There's no wind energy anywhere in Kansas where there's a population. They're all out. We need to continue to have more and more and more energy. We are moving away from fossil fuels. And it is imperative that the rules that you all put in place do not get in the way of reasonable options." My daughter now works for a think tank in Germany, because she didn't want to stay in the United States where they don't care about the environment, at a think tank that develops evidence-based, politically viable strategies to advance the goal of climate neutrality. I continue to hear about it for very good reason. There's a bunch of people here in Douglas County, probably about 98,000, that are concerned about climate change. and energy neutrality. They're not here in this room complaining about wind turbines. Most of the problems that I heard about today, I can say address a truck as well, going down the highway and throwing ice and crashing and starting a fire and throwing off debris. I've been involved with many of those, just like the wind turbines. My daughter kept telling me, you're not doing your part. This is a global problem. Everyone needs to contribute. You need to contribute. I finally acquired some more land last year, and I now have solar panels. I am carbon neutral. Not everyone has that choice. And if you actually were to take a vote in Douglas County, you would find out that the vast majority of people do want reasonable regulations. The work you all have done has been admirable. It addresses a lot of the issues that need to be addressed. I would urge you, make them politically viable. If they look so onerous that the companies and other organizations don't even try, we will never be doing our part. 3 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Morgan Barrett, and my husband and I own our home in rural Douglas County on North 900 Road, which sits on 5 beautiful acres surrounded by family farms. We chose the tract of land that we live on largely because of the view, and we live, work, and play there. My husband and I are parents to 3-year-old twins who love nothing more than running around freely on our land. I'm also a gardener. I have a sole connection to the land that we live on, which is why I'm working to restore 4 of our acres to native prairie landscape. I value and want to protect the soil, water, air, and climate that my family and I rely on to live a healthy life. I'm asking for setbacks from the dwelling/occupied structure, not from the property line. And I ask for a reasonable setback which follows the industry standard of 1.1 times the height of the turbine, which would allow for wind development to happen when it comes to Douglas County. What will negatively impact our children's and all other beings' lives and futures are not wind turbines. What will impact our children's ability to have a future are the dire effects of climate change, which are already taking effect today. Today, for example, was 85 degrees in late October. In order to give my children the future they deserve, yes, I would be happy to have a 600-foot tall wind turbine, 1.1 times the height of the turbine, away from my front door. And finally, I can't help but notice that this building is largely filled with white folks, largely who are opposed to utility-scale wind energy in Douglas County. We have not had a problem with coal plants and other forms of polluting energy generation neighboring largely black and brown communities for generations. Communities of color have had and continue to have extreme and well-documented negative health impacts due to their proximity to coal pollution, shouldering the burden of our energy needs. Yet we say, not in my backyard, when it comes to clean energy production that has none of the negative health side effects of coal plants. Why is that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I am Tad Kramar, 1966 E100 Road, Big Springs, rural western Douglas County. Please adopt reasonable regulations that will allow wind energy to be produced economically in Douglas County. A proposed 1,500-foot property line, which is more than a quarter mile, is extreme as a setback. It fails the test. It would seriously derail our chances of producing much-needed wind energy. No wind project in Kansas or Missouri has been constructed with this excessive setback. This excessive setback would deny the vast majority of property owners their right to use their property as they desire if they want to participate in a wind energy project. 43 wind projects have been operating in Kansas more than 20 years with smaller setbacks, and they have been safe and successful. Another excessive and troublesome restriction is a proposed sound limitation at the property line. It makes sense to impose sound limitations based on where people live, from their homes, not property lines. Imposing a sound limitation at a property line where no one lives makes no sense and is overly restrictive for no good reason. Please adopt reasonable regulations that will not prevent Douglas County from having the wind energy we need to properly transition to green energy. That is the best way to provide a healthy future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Allison Thomas, and I am a staff member at the Climate and Energy Project. Our organization is a 501c3 nonprofit that drives practical solutions for an equitable transition to a clean energy future. The work that I do with CEP is centered around renewable energy programming and connecting Kansans with reliable, science-based information. A part of this work includes managing a pilot program within our organization called the Wind Energy Advisory Group, or WEAG is the acronym. This group consists of 7 Kansans from across the state with different levels of background knowledge around wind energy, as well as questions or concerns. Curiosity was a really key factor in looking for group members as we were looking at our applicants. Through WEAG, CEP has connected members with hands-on experiences around wind energy, such as tours of wind farms, both under construction as well as completed wind farms, as well as a tour of the Siemens Gamesa facility in Hutchinson, Kansas. Over this year-long process of showing wind energy up close and being able to talk transparently about pros and cons, I have personally seen a level of change in members' confidence in speaking around wind energy. When people are not around something or maybe don't understand it, there can be misunderstanding. And our team has tried to address this by providing experiences that group members otherwise wouldn't have. I'm pleased to share that we are joined this evening by a few of these Kansans, some virtually and some here in person. I encourage the Planning Commission to listen to the experiences of these individuals and to consider the regulations of the many existing wind projects in Kansas to ensure that the future of wind energy in Douglas County is viable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tony Schmidt, and I'm the state coordinator for Kansas 6 chapters of Citizens Climate Lobby. Thank you for the work you've done on regulations. I'm sure it's been terribly hard, but I do want to speak in support of regulations that are not too restrictive. A big topic of our organization is regulation reform. The issue of not in my backyard is by no means unique to Douglas County. It's happening all across the country. Our U.S. senators and U.S. congressmen are very concerned about it, and it's a bipartisan issue. We can probably expect some more action on this issue in addition to what was done in the IRA. But it is a tragedy that's shaping the nation, and the United States is going to have a hard enough time meeting our emission reduction goals as it is. If we make these regulations too restrictive, companies will go elsewhere, which is obviously what some would like to see happen. The past 8 years have been the warmest in recorded history. The Arctic ice shelf is likely to melt sooner in this century instead of next century. The Thwaites Arctic ice shelf. California and Canadian wildfires are the new normal, and a rapidly warming and acidified ocean is creating havoc on many levels. So climate change is here. I fear many of the demands for more regulation are based on isolated examples that should be weighed statistically with science. This is a time where we all need to come together globally. I'd like to offer an example of what's being done in the Rift Valley of Kenya. There's a major wildlife and bird migratory area there with many endangered species, and their 60-tower, 100-megawatt power plant serves tens of thousands of homes. But cutting to the quick, the towers are able to be powered down in 45 seconds. such a reality applied to our situation, let's say ice is in the forecast, shut them down. Let's say there's a major migration of waterfowl, shut them down, and install beacons to steer birds away from the wind towers, as many of the western Kansas towers have. As far as blade particle throw, I find it hard to believe that we might set our regulations based on problems that were part of the learning curve in developing the wind industry. It's a matter of finding reputable suppliers.
I need to ask you to wrap up, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your opportunity.
Hi there.
Good evening, commissioners and fellow neighbors. I'm Dawn Huddleston. I live at 504 North 100 Road, Overbrook, Kansas. My reason for speaking here tonight is to voice my concern regarding the proposed property line setbacks of 1,500 feet. It deeply worries me that we may not have sufficiently considered the potential effects on our most vulnerable residents. I implore you, esteemed commissioners, to understand that the well-being of these citizens should be at the heart of every decision we make. Our county is home to a diverse range of individuals, children and adults with developmental challenges, such as autism, our senior members battling diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and individuals with conditions like epilepsy. Many of these residents are particularly sensitive to environmental changes and disturbances. As we gather here in positions of leadership and community involvement, isn't it our duty to ensure their safety and comfort as well? Allow me to present some data for perspective. In 2017, a study spanning 8 years found that approximately 1 in 6 children in the U.S. had a neurological condition. Just 2 years later, a further analysis confirmed that rural areas, like ours, has an even higher prevalence of developmental disabilities. 1 in 6 also describes the WHO's statistics on the prevalence of the top 5 neurological disorders among adults. Based on our county's population and using principles of normal distribution, we can extrapolate that at an estimated 5,500 of our rural residents have a neurological condition, and how many of these residents live within the affected zone of our wind turbines. The science of this matter isn't complete, but preliminary research warns us of the risks. Individuals with neurological conditions can be adversely affected by environmental factors, which can exacerbate their symptoms and stress levels. As someone who witnesses the daily struggles of my son, Bryce, diagnosed with autism, I can paint a vivid picture of what this looks like. Sensory overload for him looks like wandering in the night due to anxiety, or feeling physical pain just from a haircut. Imagine his added distress with turbines overhead and others like him. Now I must ask, what scientific research did the county base its decisions upon? Are we confident in the understanding of how wind turbines can affect individuals with neurological conditions? For many of us, our homes are more than just buildings. They are our safety nets, investments for our children's futures, and sanctuaries. The proposed proximity of these turbines threatens not only our peace, but also our property values, directly impacting our children's futures. For someone like my son Bryce, this could translate to compromised care and quality of life. So I pose another question. Has the county truly weighed the potential impacts, ensuring they uphold their duty of care? The duty isn't just a moral obligation, it's a legal and ethical one. Should the county be seen as disregarding this duty, the grounds for legal action become a looming reality. As a concerned resident, I bring these worries before you today, not as a threat, but as an appeal to your judgment and plea for understanding. Making decisions is never simple, but let our community's well-being be the compass that guides them. Today, I earnestly request a minimum property line setback distance of 2,500 feet. Let's make our county safe and supportive for all its members. Thank you for giving me this platform to share my concerns.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm way late cutting you. I apologize. Please.
I will leave the research that I...
All right, thank you. My apologies, everyone.
Thank you.
I dropped the ball on that one. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being here. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Julie DeYoung, and I live at 1041 North 800 Road, Baldwin City, so between Lawrence and Baldwin. The current draft regulations should not be forwarded to the Board of the County Commissioners pending further research and resolution of issues around setbacks, transmission of energy beyond the permitted projects, and lack of overall county policy on wind farms, which I understand is outside the scope of this group. In the interim, I urge the Planning Commission to issue a moratorium on any proposed wind projects pending adoption of new regulations, so that would forestall any projects that might try to come in under the old regulations. Regarding setbacks, the current draft includes 3 levels: 1,500 feet, 110% of turbine height, and 3 miles. Even the ad hoc committee members can't agree on whether 1,500 feet is the appropriate distance. Clearly, more research and discussion needs to occur before that number is set into regulation. The 110% means that turbines can be less than half the distance from roads than from the property lines. If 1,500 feet is the minimum for safety from dwellings, this lesser distance seems irresponsible for publicly traveled roads. The 3-mile setback from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks properties is presumably to minimize impact on wildlife and those using the state's natural resources. Don't private property owners, domestic livestock, and pets deserve the same respect? The proposed setback makes a case for significantly increasing setbacks for other locations covered by these regulations. In addition, the conditional use permit application requires information on substations and transmission lines within the project, but does not require information on plans to transmit that power to its final destination. Should a project require construction of new transmission lines, as we are seeing play out in neighboring states, substantial easements, and in some cases, property seizure through eminent domain will be likely. And this would expand the impact of the proposed project well beyond the areas that are currently covered by these regulations. Our property is not a likely candidate for wind turbines, but should we be in the path of a transmission line, our 120 acres of mostly undisturbed woodlands would become a victim. This information would be unknown until after a project is built under the current regulations. I would like the final regulations to require disclosure of anticipated final destination of power generation from the project and how it will be transmitted to its final destination. If that information cannot be determined or there is not current infrastructure to support that transmission, the project should be denied until such plans can be detailed. I think it's also important to recognize that participating property owners are voluntarily entering a contract and will be financially compensated for any negative consequences and impacts to themselves. Non-participating property owners and the general public whose use or enjoyment is impacted are not. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Bob DeYoung. That was my wife, Julie. We live several miles south of the Clinton Lake Dam. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission and the ad hoc group for all their hard work on this important and difficult project. I ask, before you finalize the new wind regulations, I ask that you take a pause, take a step back, and freshly reconsider these regulations and their impact through the lens of equity. All regulations create losers and winners. These regulations, both winners and losers, live in the rural portions of Douglas County, outside of the city of Lawrence. The potential winners, well, there are a handful of large rural landowners that stand to reap financial benefits by partnering with wind farm developers from out of state. Their fortunes are directly linked to the potential profits earned by these developers. Who are the potential losers? Well, that's just about everyone else who lives in the rural portions of Douglas County. The collateral damage from wind farm development are costs imposed on these non-participating rural bystanders. As currently written, the new regulations will likely redistribute wealth and well-being away from the majority of rural landholders and will benefit just a few large rural landholders. To me, viewed through the lens of equity, this redistribution is difficult to justify. The wind farm regulations need to be adjusted, if possible, to reduce the external costs that will be imposed on non-participating rural residents. Now, as we know, the bulk of the wind farm boosters in Douglas County are not rural citizens, but they're predominantly, because of the population in this county, they're predominantly residents in the city of Lawrence. I truly admire their zeal. I truly mean that. But their vision of wind farms and wind energy is global and political. They have no direct exposure to the costs and benefits of wind farms in Douglas County. They are not stakeholders in this very local regulatory debate. The County Commission and the Planning Board is also dominated by Lawrence residents. Yes, the majority of the citizens that you represent are urban voters. But as you revise the wind regulations, and by doing so determine who's going to be winners and who's going to be losers, good local governments requires that you place your focus on the wealth and well-being of rural Douglas County residents. This process should not be treated as a plebiscite based on popular opinions of county residents who are not stakeholders in this debate. Douglas County is one of the smallest, densely populated, and fastest growing counties in Kansas. These attributes simply make it problematic for wind farms, and that's why we're having such a debate over the past several months.
Need to ask you to wrap up, sir.
That was my last sentence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Rick Lamb. I live at 74 East 1200th Road in the southern part of the county. Thank you for having me this evening. My wife and I live on a small 33-acre farm where we raise brome hay and build a fence so I can have a couple of meat cows down there. We moved here a couple of years ago from Texas, hence the accent. Texas has the highest number of wind turbines in the country. And from West Texas, where I was born in Big Spring, you go up to Lubbock, the highest of any county in the whole country is there. I've seen them growing up across Sweetwater, Abilene, all the way to East Texas and the hill country and everywhere. So we moved here, and what I have to say to you tonight is not something I looked up on the internet. It's not, AI didn't generate it. This is from personal experience. It's not secondhand. I'm here to commend you and to challenge you. These regulations are vastly superior to the 16, and I commend you over that. I read every word, but there are some problems, as you can imagine, I'm here to challenge you about. First, if you've never lived near a wind turbine, it's all just theoretical. It's all just talk. It's hard to explain the experience. These things are huge. And what you're proposing is up to 600 feet, 1,500 feet away. These things are huge. They dominate the landscape. They dominate your life day in and day out. 1,500 feet is the distance. I looked it up before I came. 1,500 feet is the distance from here to the parking lot over by the train station, or from here to 8th Street. 600 feet, you know, most water towers are between 135 and 160 feet. The highest water towers in Douglas County are probably in that area. But just say for a minute that they were 200 feet. What you're proposing is putting a structure 3 times larger than the largest water tower in town, 2 blocks from my house. That's the truth. Depending on where you live, they can dominate the sunrise, the sunset. In the morning, they can cast a shadow a half mile long. I'm not kidding. They can. The second thing is the sound levels. 50 decibels. Imagine asking somebody to move next door to your house. Bring only 50 decibels is what you would say. Bring only 50 decibels. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, potentially. Because as long as there is wind, they're going to make noise. Some people try to minimize this, try to categorize it. Man, I'm already out of time. They say, you know, that's just the level of a conversation. Imagine somebody asking somebody to come into your house, have a conversation in the next room all night long while you try to sleep. And I don't have time, but there's an unreported problem about feel and vibration, but I'll honor the time. By the way, it's really hot out there in that area.
All right.
I don't know if the air is not on, but it's really hot.
Thank you for saying that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything we can do about that? Thank you, sir. All right.
I have medical studies and handout, and I appreciate everything you are doing because you guys are stuck in the middle. So anyway, Mary Elder, 571E, 1000 Road, Southern Douglas County, referencing wind farm setbacks, and I will be referencing news articles and medical studies. French couple wins legal fight against wind turbines secondary to multiple health problems. They had wind turbines set up just under half a mile from their home. They did note that the problem actually really started after woodlands between their property and the turbine was cut down. If we're trying to save the planet and trees absorb CO2, why are we cutting them down? They moved them away from 2015. Their health problems shortly disappeared. The companies had to pay them a large amount of compensation. SciTech Daily, wind farms cause more environmental impact than previously thought. Climate impacts of wind power. USGS released the locations of multiple wind and solar locations. Secondary to that, a couple guys were able to quantify the power density, and they found the average power density, meaning the rate of energy generated, was actually 100 times lower than was estimated by energy experts. They're finding that actually, in order to achieve goals, wind farms will require more land to hit the proposed renewable energy targets. As a result, they found the scenario would warm the surface temperature, especially at night, temperatures would increase by up to 1.5 degrees, secondary to all the air being circulated. Harvard research found that warming effects in the continental U.S. was actually larger than the effect of reduced emissions. In Iowa, Madison County proposal required turbines be built 1.5 miles away from the nearest home. County's people indicated that they've gotten sick from turbines, like car sickness. She's got turbines 2 miles from her house. Study performed at the School of Veterinary Medicine in Portugal, reference to a horse breeding farm and lower leg deformities. They had been carefully breeding horses for years, didn't have any problems. There was no other changes to their personal care situation except a local wind farm coming in. After that time frame, all horses were developing asymmetrical flexural limb deformities, medical study referenced. Basically, all their feet are turning over. And what they did is there was tissue analysis done that showed performing thickening of blood vessel walls due to proliferation of collagen in the absence of inflammatory process. And you will see some accompaniment images. Also, a foal was brought from another breeder to rule out possible genetic link. He came to the farm 15 days old, and like the others, he developed deformity. Miscarriages, birth defects, stillbirths. Growing number of deaths and deformities of baby animals has been found. There was also numerous birth defects. The lack of eyeballs was the most common malformation. Again, this was referenced by medical studies.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Oh, good heavens, time goes fast. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is John Bauer. I have had the privilege of living on the south face of the highest hill in Douglas County for the last 20 years. It's a beautiful place. I've commuted to and from work for 20 years. I have the opportunity to work from home now, but it's a wonderful place. I'm very concerned about what you're doing, and I don't envy being between the corporation and the political lobbyists and the folks that live there. While I was waiting in this very long line, I looked up the energy.gov website, and one of the things that they say about wind farms is that they should be located in remote areas. And if you can attest by the line of people that have gone through this line, it is not remote. This is going to affect a lot of people. One other thing I can tell you about living out there is the wind blows all the time. It never stops. It can be unnerving. But to have something 300 foot high or 400 foot high or 600 foot high spinning, a dynamic unit with that kind of wind all the time is not going to be pleasant for me. Even a quarter of a mile away is not going to be pleasant. I have looked up a study while I was in line that said that people that were polled that lived 400 meters and closer to a facility like this, a wind farm, They experience annoying sounds, not only outdoors, but indoors. This is going to be all the time. It never stops blowing where I live. Never. Please keep us in mind. I know you got a lot, you got the corporation and you got these people that want to save the planet. But keep us in mind, because we're the ones that are going to have to live with this. Thank you.
John, thank you. Hi, Dorothy.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. Dorothy Barnett. I'm the Executive Director of the Climate and Energy Project, 17-year-old nonprofit that's been supporting clean energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We work all over the state, all over the region. I had some prepared remarks, but I want to take my time to actually respond to some of the things I've heard tonight. I just want to remind you, first of all, that wind energy projects do not have eminent domain. They can't take land away from people. That's untrue. I also want to remind you that turbine manufacturers have set out regulations and plans for how to keep the public safe with setbacks, and I'm going to just read a couple from the GE turbine manual. For concerns about blade failure and ice throw, 1.1 times the tip height with a minimum setback distance of 170 meters. So that's what the manufacturer of these turbines says is a safety best practice. Being concerned about a turbine falling, which I've heard tonight. Again, 1.1 times the turbine height at the tip. And I'm going to send this to your wind regs so you all can read it for yourself. There's a lot of good information in there. The other thing that I want to mention is the Nature Conservancy Site Renewables Right tool. It was hard to hear in the back, and somebody was right. It's hot out there, but I believe I heard somebody talking about that tool as a way to discredit the value of renewable energy or to say that it wasn't necessary here in Douglas County if you followed that tool. I brought that tool up and tried to draw a circle around Douglas County. It's not very good, but this is an open source tool that anybody can use with GIS layers to see what kinds of impacts there are. If you can see the green is the bottom part of Douglas County. The green by the Nature Conservancy's tool is where low impact renewable energy can be sited successfully. There's a lot of green in there. So the idea that we're going to damage the environment, we're going to damage wildlife, we're going to damage the water, not according to this tool that was referred to earlier. Lastly, you heard one of my staff talk about environmental justice related to opposition to wind energy. And I just want to note that wasn't just her opinion. A recent study by Dr. Leah Stokes explores wind opposition demographics. And as Morgan stated, the majority of that opposition comes from mostly white, wealthy folks. Classic and contemporary research has shown that polluting facilities are placed in communities of color and low income in the United States. White communities consume polluting goods and services, but the harm from this consumption overwhelmingly falls on black and brown people.
I need to ask you to wrap up.
Opposition to clean energy is a privilege, and we should not take that privilege. We should be protecting all Douglas County's health and safety, not just people who don't want renewable energy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Murray. I live at 539 Millstone Drive. On my honor, I will do my duty to God and my country, to obey the Scout Law, to help other people at all times, and to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. I'm an Eagle Scout. It's a really, really big part of me and my family. My brother is an Eagle Scout. I think he's actually in the meeting. My youngest sister, she is the first woman Eagle Scout in Douglas County. And I'm here on behalf of all of us to say that we as Scouts, we love the outdoors. we really value this. And this has been the hottest summer ever recorded. It may well be the coolest summer of the next 40 years. We have to do something about climate change, or it will do something to us, okay? It is already doing something to us. It is already destroying our communities and destroying our way of life. This is not an option. This is not something that could happen. This is something that is happening already. I would also like to touch on some of the points that people have already made. I have been poisoned. I have been poisoned from the coal plant that is already operating. Okay, that is not a hypothetical. That is not a possible thing in the future. That is a fact. I live within the distance of the coal plant that has negative impacts on people's mental health and on their physical health, okay? Asthma runs in my family. Asthma can be worsened or it can even be caused by living in close proximity to the coal plant. Everyone who lives in North Lawrence already lives in very close vicinity to a dangerous producer of power. The status quo is not fair. The status quo is not safe. There is no safe option. There is no fair option. All I am asking is that you give wind energy producers a reasonable chance. These regulations, they are excessive. There are other wind farms in Kansas. There are negative impacts, yes, and I am sorry. I am sorry that it is going to have negative impacts on some people. But there is no option. There is no world where nobody is negatively impacted. On that count, I would ask that you change this 1,500 feet from the property line to the residential, to the house.
Yes.
And the same with the sound regulations. I appreciate your time.
Daniel, thank you for being here. So we're going to, there's a gentleman in the back by the door. We're going to go through to him, so the four of you, and then we're going to take a break. Just give a heads up to everybody what I'm planning, okay?
My name is Heather Cooter. I live at 14625 South Adams Road, Carbondale, Kansas. I am an Osage County Commissioner, and tonight I'm here in my official capacity as a representative for the Osage County Board of County Commissioners and our concerns regarding the proposed regulations for the wind facilities in Douglas County. In October of 2022, after about a year of study and very similar process that all of you are going through, in our county, we actually prohibited commercial, industrial, wind, and solar facilities. To give context for my request tonight, I'm going to read a little bit from a Planning Commission memo from October of last year of some of the proposed amendments regarding the development of alternative energy. Osage County Comprehensive Plan that was adopted in 2002 outlines the overall goals and objectives for the conversion of rural lands into non-agricultural activities. Currently, there is little guidance in the plan dealing with such facilities and suggests no development standards to mitigate any potential impact of use of such land use. However, there were a couple goals. First goal, promote the retention of agricultural lands for future agricultural uses and protect agricultural lands from encroachment of non-agricultural incompatible uses. Goal number 2, provide opportunity for the orderly and efficient development of land which will achieve a fiscally sound and environmentally safe county while maximizing compatibility among land uses. There were 2 objectives inside those goals. Minimize land use incompatibilities and ensure that adjacent developments are comparable in density and quality, thereby providing for a smooth transition between land uses. Second objective was to coordinate future development with the physical environment, placing a premium upon developing in harmony with existing natural features. Those were put in our comprehensive plan in 2002. We ended up adding 3 objectives. Maintain the rural character of the county with respect to its landscape, open spaces, scenic character, peace, tranquility, and solitude. That is quality of life for people that live in our rural area. Second objective, prohibit land uses which would have a detrimental effect on the ecology of the area, especially wildlife habitat, breeding grounds, nesting areas, feeding areas, and flight patterns. That is to protect our wildlife. Third objective, prohibit large-scale land uses which could have a detrimental effect on the ability of our county to attract new residential development. We are very rural. We are unique in that we do not have a large city. We have 7 small little communities. So even if you live in a town, you still live rural. So it's very unique and special, some of those characteristics we have, and we are working very hard on economic development, but balancing and maintaining those rural characteristics. So our ask tonight is that Douglas County would be a good neighbor and a friendly neighbor, and that you would consider and grant a 3-mile setback from our Osage County, Douglas County line. I believe when there are cities, sometimes cities are offered a 2 or 3 mile range of a little buffer zone, and if there are projects that ends up encroaching in that sometimes they are alerted to those projects and then given the availability to be involved in some of the processes so that those cities can then work at their best interest and protect the city's best interest. I feel
wrap up, please.
I feel that's where we are now with our county, and so I would ask for that 3-mile setback.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
My name is Ruth Roselle, and I'm a member of the Wind Energy Advisory Group and a homeowner north of Lawrence. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for all the hard work that you have been doing on these regulations. As you consider revisions that may be needed, I encourage you to make final decisions based on the evidence from research and experts in the field rather than to give in to fears of people who are scared by the misinformation that is so prevalent. The rules you've drawn up are comprehensive and detailed, but I too think they're too cautious and conservative for the times that we are in. I want to remind you that we are in desperate need of as rapid as possible a transition from fossil fuels to clean energy in order to avoid worsening climate changes, increased drought, heat waves, wildfire smoke, and destructive storms. Please remember this wider context. Compared to coal, oil, and gas, the potential harms of wind energy are extremely small. I encourage you also to pay attention to what energy companies say regarding these rules. I am told that they currently would practically eliminate the economic and logistical feasibility of siting wind projects in Douglas County. That would mean that energy companies would give up investing here and go elsewhere, and Douglas County would lose their significant financial benefits. Specifically, I encourage you to change the regulations for setbacks and sound decibels from being at the boundary line to being from the dwelling place of non-participants. It isn't fair for landowners who want to use their land for wind energy and its financial benefit to be prevented from doing so by neighboring landowners who may possibly want to build or do something with their land closer to the boundary. Instead of the overly generous 1,500 feet setback, I too encourage you to make the setback related to the size of the wind turbine. The industry standard is 1.1 times the height of the turbine as adequate to protect from harm and damage. I also encourage you to consider not limiting the size of turbines as new technology is being developed and larger turbines produce more energy so that fewer would be needed. Limiting the size to this height may confine the county in the future to allowing only older technology that is less productive. As commissioners who are responsible for planning for the future, I encourage you to consider not only the current generation, but also future generations who need us to rapidly deploy more clean energy so that they have a livable future on this land. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Tanner Tall. I live at 325 East 1250 Road, down there at Baldwin Junction. I help manage my family's cow-calf operation. Southwest Douglas County has always been an area made up of farmers, ranchers, and other rural living citizens. With the wind turbines that you're wanting to put up, we need to look at the adverse effects that the turbines can have on our livestock as well as the people that live in these rural communities. Cattle are very aware of change and the noise, the shadow flicker, and all that can affect their food consumption, their sleep, and the reproductivity of these animals. If these animals do not breed, we have nothing to sell at market the next year. We do not recoup those Douglas County is also the fifth smallest county in the state of Kansas in terms of surface area, while also being the fifth most populated with people. Placing a wind farm in this county, knowing that, makes no sense to me. With all the information I have learned about these wind turbines, and as although I would prefer none at all in this area, I would highly recommend a minimum 2,500-foot setback from property lines. Many of us in this community that have agriculture backgrounds have to work in a town full-time, also to help support our farms, ranches, and families. People have no idea the hard work that we put in, as well as how much we care about the land environment and our livestock. It's a special lifestyle, and even though it wears us out physically and well as mentally, we would not trade it for the world and will continue to protect our land and our way of life. There are more mouths to feed right now than ever before. No farms, no food. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Sir, thank you for being here. All right, we're going to take a break after this gentleman is gone. Short break. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
I'm Jerry Hundley. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Good. Well, you know, what I'm observing tonight happened in Kansas. It happened about 85 years ago. It was the beginning of REA. You know what that is?
Yes.
Rural electrification, the first one, Brown Atchison Co-op. My dad and uncle, we lived south of Horton, dairy farm, went to one-room country school. We had WPA privies. Some of you have to talk to somebody older what that is. But anyway, what happened, REA came in. But you know what? Those high lines are going to kill the birds. And those high lines in a tornado are going to fall on the fences and they're going to electrocute our cattle. And it'll set a fire to the barn. Huh. What? Yeah, that happened. Well, what happened? REA became a reality. And a good reality for rural America. Now, what I see going on tonight is we haven't addressed the elephant in the room. Who is it? It's us. Energy. That's the name of the game. But we keep talking around it. There's lots of ways we can take care of it if we wish to. And global warming isn't coming. It's here, people, in big time. Now, there is something that will work for rural Douglas County, and that's solar voltaics. It works great. There are people in Lawrence, Kansas, that now have solar voltaics that pays their total electric bill. I put some in. My son and I put it in. And guess what? Our bill went down. And you know, when the sun's burning and bright and it's in the summertime, what happens? I don't put a load on the grid. We can do it if we want to. We can build solar homes. We know how to do it, but we just don't do it. Just remember, the elephant's in the room, and it's us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, we'll take a recess. I promised it was going to be longer than last time. Let's come back at 10 minutes after 10. That's 11 minutes.
also, really no way around
If we can, let's jump back in. We're going to continue working public comment. I want to say two things before we get started. One, I'm so very proud of all of you, so grateful to all of you for helping to manage this meeting in a really respectful, business-like way. Thank you for that. Let's keep going. I know it's getting late, it's hot, but thank you for that. Second, just a reminder, I'm not going to stop you from talking about policy, but do keep in mind that policy is not in our scope tonight. And just the more you can give us your feedback on regulations, the more important that will be for the work that we have to do tonight. So I'm sorry, I said that right before you started, but shame on me. You keep going. Thank you.
I'm going to share some quotes. These are quotes from the American Recovery Act application. In it, Douglas County asked for over $2.5 million for open spaces. Quote, green spaces are not only an amenity, but rather a necessity. Psychologists and ecologists have studied the effects of nature on people's mental health and well-being in an increasingly urbanized world. Our access to nature is dwindling. Green spaces can boost human well-being and foster the biodiversity we all depend on. Physical health is improved by green space. It helps mitigate noise and light pollution and reduce stress levels and sleep disturbance. Living near green spaces improves mental and physical health. Quote, Open Spaces is working to preserve agricultural lands to support local farmers and strengthen the agricultural economy. Preservation of ecologically sensitive and culturally significant lands, which include, among other things, floodplain, restored prairie, prime farmland, and heritage sites. I don't know about you, but I hear a contradiction in this. Out of one side of its mouth, the county says they're committed to preserving and protecting natural areas, including rural and farmland, for the sake of health and well-being. Is not this the exact areas that you would be considering as industrial solar and wind? Are we talking about the same county? Even if there were no harms, this would be a contradiction. How does the county justify taking over $2 million in ARPA funds to protect and preserve, while at the same time turning our beautiful and heavily populated county into an industrial wind and solar farm? The county's talking out of both sides of its mouth. There is an open spaces meeting this Thursday night at 6:30 p.m. at the depot. You could ask the county people for an explanation. You don't want to be blamed for destroying what they are supposedly trying to protect. At the very least, ask the HCC if it's completed the, quote, systematic survey of historic structures, a rural preservation plan, and the forthcoming archaeological survey that the county said they would. Some of you probably are C.S. Lewis fans. He gives an example in one of his books of someone who's on the wrong road. He took the wrong branch a long way back, and he's just realized it. C.S. Lewis says the only rational thing to do is go back. There is no benefit in continuing down the wrong road once you've realized it, no matter how far you've gone. I understand to do anything in the government is long, difficult, and expensive, but this is a fallacy called sunk cost because it will never lead to the goal. I believe we have a lot to lose from not taking a step back and reconsidering this. There are a lot of people here whose lives and livelihoods are at stake. Thank you very much. And by the way, I am from Lawrence, Douglas County. A lot of these people are not, so please be consistent in asking where they're from.
What was your name?
Michelle Eagleman. And thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Name is John Eames.
Hi, John.
812 Fox Chase Court in Lawrence. So I'm not from the country. Don't know much about cows and farmland. By the same token, I'm not going to give a speech about saving humanity from the demise of pollution. But maybe some of our clean energy folks and you want to know that if you take a ride out Highway 36, there are 34 dead windmills, many of them spouting hydraulic oil, and I'm told by the neighbors that they're wondering how long they're going to do that. Which brings me to my comment on the specs having to do with abandonment, because these things do fail. The ones out on Highway 36 were put in 2014, so their lifespan isn't all that great. So, on terms of decommissioning and reclamation, the impact falls on, and I'm quoting, the operator, the participating landowner, or security. That's an interesting order, that the participating landowner comes before the security bond. And the consequences of non-payment, again, falls on the participating landowner, and if they don't recover the costs, and the county has to, then they get a lien on their property. Well, I don't know about the land barons that are in here and how much wealth they have, but it costs up to $4 million to put one of these towers up. One. And I imagine it costs a lot more to take one down and put the land back. So I'm not sure how smart you have to be to want to sign a lease to get one of these machines on your land, but you are going to face the consequences of it's going to fail at some time. It's sort of, I heard earlier somebody say that an elderly neighbor signed up with an energy company to have one on their land, probably because they wanted the money and they wanted to lease. Well, it becomes kind of a timeshare nightmare if you can't get out of it, and you're stuck with the consequences 10 years later, or your heirs are. So they're really from a, and this may be procedural, forgive me if I cross a boundary, but there really ought to be a way out of, for an individual to back out of what they thought they were signing up for. It sounds like free money, but it could very well be a nightmare in terms of recovering the cost and putting everything back the way it's supposed to be. The other thing I'd like to say is that, you know, obviously you've had a lot of attention here tonight, and I imagine you do on a continuous basis. It seems to me it would be great, and again, this may be out of bounds on the regs, but there really ought to be a member of the public on the board that judges applications. It seems to me that there's a vested interest that ought to be represented, a voting member from the public.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello. My name is Christopher Lee. I live at 402 North 600 Road. This is Took, Peregrine Falcon, which I'm licensed, federally licensed to own and breed. I had some stuff that I was going to talk about tonight, and I'll get to that, but there's a couple things. You know, we've done this so many times. There's so many of the county residents been up here asking you guys for greater setbacks, and it just hasn't happened. And like, I'll echo Jason, you know, who are we working for here? I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but, you know, we need to be looking after the people who are living in the county, our residents, and I guess I'll leave that as oh, and one more thing, because it's been said so many times, it kind of sickens me to have to say it, but I'm not white, and I'm not rich, and I'm here because I don't believe that Douglas County is right for wind turbines. So, I want to thank you guys for giving us time to speak, especially thanks to the ad hoc and the staff who has done so much work on this. I truly believe that you guys have the best interest of this county in mind when you're writing these regulations. The industry is constantly evolving, and there are new innovative ways of protecting migratory birds, and lots of different ways being trialed right now. And I believe the language in the proposed regulations is too vague when it comes to ensuring the newest and best technology is adapted in our county. This body of commissioners needs to ensure that we have the power to force implementation of future innovations. There also needs to be clear and concise repercussions for failing to protect protected species. And I'll quickly end with this. We can't let our desire to correct the misdeeds that we have done to the environment, we cannot let those push us towards making the same mistakes in a different way. Thank you.
Can you tell me your name again?
Christopher Lee.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher.
Catherine Ellsworth, Eudora, Kansas. I have my specific recommendations on the parameters in my written comments. So I just want to talk about something that I've talked about a number of times to you and the other commissioners, is procedural injustice. I attended a workshop on testimony training, and there was a tip to add a little sparkle to your conversation. So I am a writer, I've written for corporations as a freelancer for about 30 years. And then about 10 years ago, I turned to poetry and was published in the New Yorker. And then I tried my hand at journalism, and I've been published in the Reflector. And I did a very analytical piece about the anti-transgender legislation, and they asked me to write. It was so popular that they asked me to write some more. So I thought, well, I'll write about the solar farm that's going in near Eudora, because it seems very large. And then I got swept up into, I learned more. I had no feelings at all about wind. And I got swept up into it. I got to know some farmers and circulate around. And so that's how I got here. I'm all for green energy, and I care about climate change. But, and I hate to do this because I don't like naming names, but you are a quasi-judicial board, and it is your responsibility to do your due justice. So I think there's been a lot of bias. We all know it's NextEra's a permit applicant. They helped write the solar regs, and they've participated in the wind regs. Also, Dorothy Barnett, she is, NextEra has a very common policy of weaponizing nonprofits. And Dorothy has her nonprofit CEP, but she's also a NextEra rep. I noticed you greeted her by name, which is nice, but she has a backdoor access to the people in power, and she's a NextEra rep, and that's not fair. Okay, let's see what else here. So, I attended her testimony training workshop that she put on last week, and you will know that everyone mirrored the exact topic, the exact thing she told them to say. 1.1 times the turbine height, 50 decibel sound limit at the property line, and surprise, surprise, no height limits. So these are people that don't live out there. They've been told to say something, and they did. That's not, as part of due diligence, you should understand the background of, or the context of what people are saying.
Need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Just try to be fair.
Hello, Pam Ferguson at 2305 North 600, and I live out by the solar mess. I was asked to read this. It's from the Kansas Republicans Party and their energy resolution that was submitted by Carrie Barth, Kansas House of Rep, District 5, and Dennis Hedke, geophysicist, former Kansas Energy and Environment Committee Chair. This passed at the state Republican convention and will be presented in full in the legislature in the January session. Whereas Kansas families, businesses, and institutions require dispatch-able, reliable, efficient energy provided by the most cost-effective, market-driven means possible, whereas the energy and power markets in Kansas have been seriously distorted by the 2009 Kansas legislature mandates, despite the attempts to modernize the mandates by legislation passed in 2015. Whereas the primary driver of the legislation passed in 2009 was based on seriously flawed assumptions, namely the colorless, odorless, essential atmospheric gas, carbon dioxide, CO2, has materially contributed to global temperature increases due primarily to human activities. Whereas abundant data shows these assumptions to be without merit and false, the best available evidence indicates that the contribution of human activity to moderate global temperature increases is approximately 1%. Whereas it is incumbent upon us to elevate the truth, to act in accordance with credible factual data from a multiplicity of sources that unequivocally refute the assumptions that have dominated federal legislation, rulemaking, and policymaking, which have resulted in irresponsibly subsidizing predominantly foreign-sourced renewable wind and solar technologies as a solution for climate change. Whereas the United States, including Kansas, must change course as it relates to policymaking in the energy sector. This change of course needs to deny any attempts to fast-track irresponsible movements away from historically stable, market-tested, and technologically superior energy and power delivery and towards unreliable and foreign sources technologies that imperil our economic and national security. Whereas irrefutable evidence demonstrates the ill health effects to mankind and the environment are occurring due to the side effects of industrial scale and wind installations. These occurrences are widespread wherever these installations have been constructed. Therefore, be it resolved, the Republican Party of Kansas, in view of the preponderance of evidence, will support candidates and legislative intent regarding energy policy that will serve to provide protection to our citizens' security, physical health, financial health, access to reliable energy, and property rights across all Kansas counties.
Need to ask
Thank
you to wrap up, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your work. My name is Scott Allegrucci. I own a home and I live in Lawrence. I have lived in Douglas County for nearly 20 years. My T-shirt was made 15 years ago by a Douglas County native as part of a statewide advocacy campaign to oppose an unnecessary and ill-conceived coal plant. That plant was to be located almost in Colorado, but its health impacts would have been statewide, even nationwide. Dangerous air pollutants, mercury, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, global climate change, all established by credible scientific analysis. I heard the exact same misinformation about wind energy then that I hear now. Kills lots of birds, causes cancer, turbines will almost certainly break and fall, destroys farmland, isn't reliable, too expensive, climate change isn't happening, or it's too far away to worry about. None of those criticisms, as stated, that could be confirmed by credible scientific data related to public health and safety have been. Every single one of them that could be refuted by credible scientific data has been. Then, as now, the exaggerated claims of human health impacts caused by wind turbines were proxies for I don't like them and I don't want to look at them. Fair enough. I have sympathy for those that don't like turbines and don't want to look at them. The view from my home includes all sorts of things, public infrastructure that provide public benefit for my community that I would not necessarily put in my list of things that I want to look at. But I don't get to design a perfect world outside my window. None of us do. We sold what was a perfect world for energy from fossil fuels. I've heard the argument that climate change is not a public health and safety concern in context of wind energy regulations. I respectfully disagree. And I assert that the actual health and safety of every resident in the county is directly at stake where climate disruption is concerned, according to credible scientific data. Courts of law at every level are beginning to find this is the case. Renewable energy at scale is, fortunately or unfortunately, one of the only options we have now to counter the public health and safety impacts from burning fossil fuels. Douglas County should not propose solutions to public health and safety risks that simply do not exist from wind energy development, or propose solutions that mitigate the existing slight risks at 500 or 1,000%. We should not take that approach for one type of development, but not for every other type of development. Do not dress up a specific ban on wind energy with public health and safety measures that address anecdotal or non-existent impacts. The recommended wind energy regulations for Douglas County, as for anywhere else, should be the right thing at the right scale based upon the available, credible scientific data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wendell Pohl. I live on East 900 Road, south of Warden. For the past few months, I've heard several of you talk about numerous times that you have asked the experts on their opinions about the industrial wind energy. I ask, who are these experts? They may know the process in building the turbines, or they may be sales personnel or work for the wind company in some capacity. But do any of them live among the wind turbines? How many of these so-called experts have experienced the sound, the flicker, and the glint all year long? In my opinion, the true experts are the non-participating landowners that live among the turbines. They are the ones that truly know the reality of living 24/7, 365 days a year next to them. I have a few testimonials here from a non-participating resident landowners living in Neosho County, which has a setback at 1,640 feet and with noise level of 48 decibels on the average. One states she lives 3 miles from the closest turbine. Because of the noise, it is common for residents to wake up at 2 a.m. causing sleep deprivation. The sound is worse on windy days. BC writes, turbine manufacturers no longer recommend setback standards based on science because the developers don't want them. They go on to say, if Lawrence does not allow roosters in town because they are noisy, then rural residents should not have to tolerate turbines close to them. Roosters stop crowing. However, turbines keep going. DH wrote, 1 mile is too close to wind turbines. Some days the noise is horrible. When it ices, the noise is unbearable. I am having phone and internet problems like I have never had before the turbines went up. And we've experienced some of that here earlier this evening. Turbines should not be around people. These are just a few of the testimonies that we've heard from other residents of other counties. Participating landowners can only say, what have I done? Your recommendations can affect the rural population of Douglas County for the next 50 to 90 years. This project brings with it other life-changing effects to the health, safety, and well-being of all residents of Douglas County. Setbacks need to be greater than 2,500 feet from the property line. I urge you to be careful. Every decision leads to a direction, and every direction has a destination. A slight deviation today can have a devastating impact on the future of this county for our and your children, grandchildren, and the children that haven't even been born yet. Be careful what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Michael Allman. On 24 January 2022, the Planning Commission initiated this text amendment under Commissioner items. The video record of the Commission Carpenter's motion was to bring the wind energy regulations into conformity with the ideas of the solar regulations, which read, a limited-scale solar energy conversion system, quote, is typically created by people that join together to cooperatively create and use solar energy, essentially community solar. Staff has been tasked to develop parallel community wind regulations, but they've ignored it. Yet Sandra Day wrote in her 19 December 2022 report, the draft revised regulations are intended to follow the style of the recently adopted solar energy conversion system regulations. And she wrote in her 20 March this year report, the Planning Commission directed staff to update the existing regulations to bring them in line with the recently adopted solar regulations. That is the scope of the work planning staff has been charged with. Staff says one thing and does the opposite. Please instruct them to develop community wind regulations. At the 20 March 2023 meeting, Commissioner Rexroad, you asked me to explain why regulations were needed for community wind separate from utility scale wind. And when I explained, you said that's going to be a part of a future session, I'm sure. I hope you remember. And I hope tonight is that session. Community wind architecture has important technical and operational differences other than size. The electricity is fed to the local distribution network grid rather than the high voltage transmission grid to be exported. This avoids delays and expensive transmission upgrades as well as environmental impacts. The distribution grid doesn't suffer a 10% line loss as it does the transmission grid. Community wind can use a microgrid to aggregate several local producers, and a microgrid balances the electricity among participating users and can provide backup to the larger grid if it goes down. Microgrids tied to the larger grid can provide resilience for it to draw upon. The size of community wind this is operationally. The size are manageable locally from 500 kilowatts to 4 megawatts. They feature local ownership, local financing, and operation. Local entities can be rural co-ops, school districts, not-for-profits. Because it is locally defined and controlled, community wind rarely faces pushback. That has to be worth something right there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolman.
I'm Tricia Webb. I'm going to start off with some wind turbine safety regulations for operators and technicians, and this is from your wind turbine manufacturers. They tell you to use hearing protection against noise hazards when you are within 1,312 foot. I converted everything to feet so people aren't confused. So when you're within 1,312 foot of the wind turbine, you have to wear hearing protection. In normal operating conditions, they tell you to do not stay within 1,312 feet from the wind turbine unless necessary. Make sure children do not stay or play around the wind turbine. In case of fire, nobody is permitted within a radius of 500 meters or 1,640 foot of wind turbines. OSHA has listed fires on turbines as a significant green job hazard. Fire Trace International, who's a company that makes fire suppression systems for your wind turbines, had a YouTube thing, what do you call those, the little online meetings. 91% of turbine fires are going unreported. They're listed as a building or a structure fire, but they will not list them as wind turbine fires because the insurance companies they're not insuring the turbines then. The typical action that they take is to just let it burn down because it's too hazardous to go close to it. Their main control is to try and keep it from becoming like we're seeing now where you get an 80-acre wildfire. The insurers are increasingly excluding loss of revenue and the surrounding area of non-participating landowners damaged from incident claims. And because of this, not only do I think that you should extend the setback, but the company should also have an escrow that's available to the people that have their properties damaged, be it from a fire, from ice row, from the blades, because something will happen. The more we put up, the faster that they put them up, and it's obvious that the ones that they were making weren't working because they have to continuously redo them. You know what, the other thing, most participating landowners, they have large tracts of land, right? So you'll have 200 acres here, 400 acres here, 300, whatever. What's the one thing that they don't put the lease on? Where their house is. They will lease the land that their house isn't on. Why? Because they don't want it around them. So why should a non-participating landowner have it right up next to their land if the participating landowner doesn't have that? You said 40 decibels, so the World Health Guidelines for night noise recommends less than 40 decibels outside of bedrooms to prevent adverse health effects from night noise. 40 decibels causes distraction when learning or when concentration is needing. And honestly, I really don't know why we're even having this conversation, because at the KCC Special Committee on Energy and Utilities this week, or last week, we're at capacity. We're above capacity. We don't need more wind turbines. We need transmission lines, which is a whole nother thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, guys. My name is Jan Davis. I'm a zoning and planning commissioner in Osage County. I've also been a zoning commissioner in Auburn and also in Dallas County, Texas. We had a lot of 2 a.m. meetings, so you have my sympathy. Osage County is small. We don't have staff, so we did our own research. And I dug deep for 2 years, looking at facts and considering who put out the information, because there's so much misinformation out there. But she just brought up that the operating manual on a nail says that if it catches fire, which they do because they're very combustible, that you clear an area of 1,640 feet and let it burn. I've watched Zoom meetings of planning meetings from New York to Texas, probably 18 to 20 of them, and it's all the same. They have a script. They have a meeting beforehand. They give the points for somebody to step up and speak. And it's the same verbiage everywhere. And it's very frustrating because it's misinformation. When I was a commissioner in Dallas County, we had State Highway 190 coming through my rural district. That became a 20-hour job, and we had a lot of 2 a.m. meetings, but I can go back there now. That was 30-plus years ago, and I am so proud of, I held the line on that. You drive through Richardson. If you ever, that little highway is now 10-lane George Bush Freeway. So we set the zoning for that 30 years ago. So I can go down there and drive through Richardson, and there's an electrical plant over here, and there's a mini warehouse, and you hit Garland city limit, larger than Topeka, and it's awesome zoning, beautiful landscaping, all the way through to Saxe, and then boom, you can see where the city limit. So I can go back there 30 years later, and I'm so proud of the work that I did, that rural area, and that it developed. So, and I want to talk real quick about of things being the same. We were treated to a tour of Nemaha County's Soldier Creek, and
Need to have you wrap up, please. Thank you.
okay, well, my experience was probably the
Thank you,
same.
ma'am. I need to ask you to wrap up, please. Thank you.
Oh,
Not for you
Shortness here.
specifically. Plenty of folks, plenty of folks.
my name is Laurel Nice. I live in southern Douglas County, and I know you're all ready to go home and go to bed. Like most of us here tonight would like to put this issue to bed. So, growing up on a century farm and currently living on one, I have a small idea of what those who came before me sacrificed to keep it in times of droughts and floods. Those who aren't blessed to have this opportunity, such as many who spoke up and live within the city limits tonight, have no idea what is involved. To them, food comes from the grocery store. This prairie land should be used, and this farmland should be used for wind farms. It isn't speculation about the detriments of wind farms. They've existed for decades, and article after article, interview after interview exists with landowners regretting giving up their land. They say, "What have I done?" And there are articles I know that have been sent to you, and in that they go through the legal ramifications of what they were told would happen and then what actually did happen. And by that time they're told, well, it's too late, we can't do anything now. When you bring in 50 loads of concrete to set a turbine, I don't know if you've seen the photos, but they can't even farm around it. And farmers have been told, you can't be here. They're security guards. They can't even be on their own property. I thought it was interesting. It was brought up about coal and what it plays. They want the coal plant, and I see signs in Lawrence that say, to get rid of the coal plant. But did you know that every part of a wind turbine depends on steel? Global steel production is dependent on coal. 70% of steel is made from coal. And it takes megawatt? It's an MW, and I should know, of wind turbine capacity. It requires 220 tons of coal, which is the same as the steel for 220 small cars. So of a turbine, steel holds the blades in place as they turn. The generator is 65% steel, which is made from coal. And the tower is 90% steel, which again, you need coal to produce. And if you ever go to tear these down, imagine, as it's been mentioned, trying to get rid of the 50 truckloads of concrete and trying to reestablish farm ground. My dad used to say, don't ever sell the land. Well, that's what we're doing to everybody who lives in southern Douglas County. If you sell out to them, you're selling the land that they've worked hard, maybe for generations, to keep, or new families that have just recently purchased it hoping to build a home. And I've said it before, but what is done, Plato said it, whatever's done cannot be undone. So you have a big weight on your shoulders, but I hope you'll do in favor of the future generations to come.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Barbara Johnson, 1084 North 500 Road. And this is a testimonial from a resident in Kingman County. I live in Kingman County, and I just got to say, fight like hell to keep them out. I have 2 of those horrible things towering over my home just a quarter mile, 1,320 feet away, just across the property line of my neighbor's land, who doesn't even live there anymore. At night, I can feel the vibration through the ground. First, I noticed it when I went out to fill the stock tank and heard the barbed wire from the fence vibrating against the metal tank. The flicker, shadows on the ground can cause animals to spook and even cause seizures in animals, or in people. Our wildlife has declined greatly. Ducks and chickens stopped laying. The noise is horrible. Sounds like a jet getting ready to take off, but it never leaves. Never had sleeping issues until they went up, plus I have increased headaches. Both my daughters and I now have health issues that we never had before. I pray that not one of you have to go through any of this ever. My dream home became my daily nightmare. And this is just an aside. Kingman County has a 1,000-foot setback. Their noise level is 60 decibels A weighted. These numbers are not looking out for the people living in the turbine area. I am asking for 5,280-foot setback, 1 mile, for the health and well-being of Douglas County residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name's Alan Klaus Anderson. I am a Douglas County resident. I am the chair of the energy practice group at the Polsinelli Law Firm, and I teach renewable energy law at the University of Kansas School of Law. I've also had the privilege of working on most of the 43 wind projects in the state of Kansas and have had the chance to see the success in those counties. One thing to set the stage a little, and this has been a good job, and the Planning Commission and the Ad Hoc Committee did, to set the role of what the Planning Commission is, and certainly the Ad Hoc Committee is to do. And that is to develop standards to regulate a land use. It is not a policy body. It is not to then make a determination to prohibit or allow something. And so with that, you're tasked with a disciplined job of doing something based on science and engineering. Some people are not going to like it, and some people are going to say things all over the place. But your job, your job is to use science and engineering to make that determination. Whether you believe in the land use or not is not your role in that. The Ad Hoc Committee was also clear that it was to find consensus if it could, but not compromise. And that if it didn't want to inadvertently create a prohibition of the land use. And I think that's critical, because if it finds compromise, and you can compromise all the way to splitting the baby, and we should all remember the story of what would have happened to the baby if you split it, it would die. The same thing happens with land uses. So we're now at the precipice where you're at the point where you're trying to move forward on advancing these regulations. I will say, you're at a point where you're close, but it's not there. If you pass these regulations as they are, I would not anticipate any project could be built. So we'll start there. Also have a couple other world-class experts that give a little, in 3 minutes, very little, but a little bit of information on their topics. But simply put, I wouldn't expect, if you pass them as is, or goodness gracious, get worse in these, you won't have, projects couldn't be done in Douglas County. You have heard from a lot of people that don't want to have wind energy or renewable energy at all in Douglas County. That's their right. I think they sometimes struggle with you as a planning commission because they want you to make that. They want you to ban it. I saw plenty of public comment. You heard it here today. Take them at their word. They don't want the project. So when they provide you suggestions on setbacks or other things, it's not because that's a rational distance or other standard. It's because they don't want the project. But you represent 120,000 people in Douglas County. Your job is not to represent any one group. And that's a difficult job because most of those people don't show up. But I can tell you those people are out there and they're assuming you will do a good job on these regulations. One point I'll do very quickly is you had Black and Veatch provide you some guidance. They told you that if you had a setback of 1,320 feet from a property line, that would be too much. That would take an entire section and wouldn't let it move forward. You had them talk about what they would do 1.1 times at a property line and other things. So there's a lot of work to be done there. Thanks. Oh, and there, I have two people, if you would, as a group. There's a acoustical engineer in Portland that's been waiting online. If he was able to go, that would be great, as well as Fiona Bagwell from next year. If they could go, they are online.
Do you want those to follow you?
If they could. Yeah, so Mark
Drew, could you help us?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Mark Bastash. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Mark Bastash. I'm pleased to speak with you again. I'm a registered professional acoustical engineer, and I'm board certified by the Institute of Noise Control Engineering USA. I participate in the United States National Committee Technical Advisory Group for both the International Electrotechnical Commission, the IEC, and the International Organization for Standards, ISO, as well as various American National Standards Institutes, standards development organizations. I'm going to keep my comments brief, and I'm going to focus on the sound-related items, because that's my area of expertise, and in particular the sound assessment and the related performance standards. I agree it's appropriate to ensure a qualified professional is engaged, and as you included INCE board certification requirements, those individuals pass both a written exam and are required to have continuing education and professional development hours. I would strongly encourage you to also consider referencing the American National Standards Institute's Standard 111-1, the wind turbine sound modeling, which was published in 2022 in both the assessment and performance portion standards of the rule. The ANSI standard provides a uniform calculation method that is based on internationally recognized standards from both the IEC and ISO, which will enhance clarity, repeatability, and reduce the potential for confusion. As identified at the beginning of the meeting, I would also like to highlight that the impact assessment language focuses on dwellings in section E2 and suggests that dwellings should remain the focus in the performance standards section as well. Specifically, section C1B in the performance standards should refer to dwellings and not occupied structures so that the impact assessment and performance standards are internally consistent. Should you choose to regulate sound levels at barns or other structures, which is not often the case for wind energy projects or other projects, a higher sound level would typically be allowed at a non-residential use. I realize this is a complex topic and our time is limited, so I hope you will consider my suggestions that will enhance clarity and consistency.
Thank you, Mark. I think you said Fiona is next? Yes, please.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. My name's Fiona Bagwell. I'm on the development team for NextEra Energy Resources. I apologize that I can't attend in person, but I do appreciate the virtual option and being able to listen to the meeting, and I appreciate all the work that you all have done to date. NextEra Energy Resources has 10 operational wind farms across the state. We are constructing our 11th project this year, High Banks Wind, in Washington and Republic counties. And we are really excited for the opportunity to build a project in Douglas County. These projects have had a tremendous economic benefit to the counties that we operate in, and I encourage the Commission to review the High Banks Economic Impact Report that we have provided you. So since the initial announcement of changes to the wind regulations and the posting of draft 1, we've been attending community meetings to listen to the questions and feedback. We've held our own informational meetings open to the public for the opportunity to answer questions, and we've participated in providing our feedback to staff and the subcommittee. One thing that I've heard from members of opposition is that no one who lives in the county wants a wind project to be built. And I really want to remind everyone that our projects will only happen with the participation and partnership of landowners in Douglas County. A project is built if and only if there is enough voluntary participation from landowners. For the opposition to ask Planning Commission to make a judgment of whether or not people in the county want this project is unnecessary, because without that voluntary participation, a project will not exist and an application will not be presented. And Gary, as you mentioned, the Planning Commission does not have the authority to make a policy decision to ban wind development. But the current regulations are unfortunately effectively serving as a ban. So I did want to communicate that from a position of a potential applicant. As the regulations are currently written in draft 2, we will not be able to submit a permit application that adheres to these requirements, and Alan touched on that as well. While I believe the requirements are well intended, some of the items are very vague and lack specificity on what deliverables should be provided to show adherence. Some requirements are already covered by state and federal agencies and should not be under the purview of the county. And then some of the requirements are excessive and unnecessary, such as the 1,500-foot setback from non-participating property line. There are 43 wind projects across Kansas that have operated safely with a 14 to 1,500-foot residence setback and the 1.1 times turbine height from non-participating property lines. We've heard opposition ask for 1,500 and 2,500, but really anything above the 1.1 times height is viewed as an attempt to compromise and unfortunately will not accomplish true compromise. So I ask that the Planning Commission, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Chris Olson from Toronto, Canada. I hold a PhD in Environmental Health Sciences, and I'm an expert in the proper siting of wind projects. I've worked in over 20 states and over 100 projects in the last 15 years across the country, including 10 here in the state of Kansas. I've appeared twice before the Planning Commission's ad hoc committee, good to see you again, gentlemen, and presented 3 hours of testimony prior to tonight. Tonight I am appearing on behalf of NextEra. I want to be clear from the outset, living near wind turbines in Kansas is safe. There are 20 years of experience in Kansas, 43 projects, over 4,000 turbines, and over hundreds of thousands of people currently today, right now as we sit here tonight, are living around wind turbines in Kansas. We have over 20 years of research and 150 plus studies on sound, shadow flicker, and setbacks from around the world that we can base proper setting wind turbines. Tonight I'm going to briefly talk about a couple of concerns that I have with the draft ordinance. First, we've talked about this on a number of occasions, occupied structures. I strongly suggest you remove the words barn and livestock from the sound and shadow flicker requirements for the ordinance. Universally, these are done at participating and non-participating homes. Livestock are not impacted by turbine noise and shadow flicker. We had the studies to show that. Your modeling for sound requires levels at the dwelling, as Mark just talked you through. Again, in your subsequent section, I would request that you remove occupied structures as the definition. Your sound restriction of 45 decibels LEQ at a dwelling, not an occupied structure, is reasonable to ensure the protection of sleep and health of non-participating residents, let alone participating. Note that a 50 decibel sound level at non-participating property line would be overly restrictive if it's an agricultural field. I recognize that you're looking for potential future build, but there's many property lines where there's simply going to be corn and other crops for the foreseeable future. Setback distances, you've heard a lot of that tonight. We put setback distances in place to ensure for the protection of blade failure, ice throw, tower collapse, and fires. That is almost universally a 1.1 times tip height. If you look at states where it's state level jurisdiction, New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota, 1.1 times tip height. There are occasions where people go to 1.5 times tip height. That can be reasonable as well. I would highly recommend you do not need the 1,500-foot setback to property lines, rather houses. Your shadow flicker ordinance, draft ordinance of 15 hours, 15 minutes, as heard by the staff, they basically took the 30 hours, cut it in half, and thought that might be more amenable. The studies that we see, you do not decrease annoyance from shadow flicker by doing such a thing because people either like the turbines or not. I believe that there are many sections of the draft ordinance that are out of step with standards and experiences of successful projects across the U.S. They're unduly restrictive with no scientific basis and really don't afford any greater protection for health for you and your residents. Please look at the other states. Please look at other jurisdictions that have done this in the past. I think you've come a long way. Just before you get to the county commission, a little bit more work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Jeff Brooks. I live in the sacrificial zone out there in South Douglas. I'm at 801 East 1150, which puts us in that southwest quarter down there. My experience, I happen to be retired civil engineer. I worked as an advisor and engineer to a lot of wind projects starting in the 90s, and worked with a very large power-oriented engineering company. What I found when I first got into this, I loved the idea of green. I hear lots of people talk about green. You know, the problem is this technology really is not that green when you consider all the costs that go into this thing and the disposal issue and decommissioning problems. You've got a lot of costs there, and as it turns out, it's not really green. We see we need to stay with these setback distances, some good distances, particularly for the non-participating property owners out there. Because if you listen to some of the people, some of their comments, you're making these non-participating property owners into sacrificial lambs. They have to tolerate all this. A lot of our so-called industry set standards are set by the manufacturers of a lot of this equipment. That's where a lot of this stuff comes from. And those standards tend not to really favor the rest of the general public here. And so we need you to help us, protect us, non-participating owners. And yeah, it's in my backyard, and I don't want it. Yes, so I'm one of those people. But I'm talking from experience of wind. I still love the idea. Douglas County is too high a quality of a county, population-wise, economy-wise, and high-quality agriculture to put an industrial farm out there. So we need to protect this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Again, just a reminder, please try to keep our comments focused on regulations. Hi, Marcy.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Francisco. I live at 1101 Ohio. I've sat through a lot of meetings as part of the Senate Utilities Committee, and I want to thank you all for what you're doing and what you have done, and also thank the staff. This isn't an easy ask. So I do know that there's some concern that rural residents feel like they may not be using the most of the energy, and so why doesn't Lawrence take its share? I am one of those Lawrence residents. I look at that on a statewide basis and I say, oh my gosh, Douglas County is one of the 5 counties that's the most populous, that's using a lot of energy. And I don't know that we can depend on the rest of Kansas to provide us with with our energy. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. I do have a few comments about the setbacks that are specific. One, and this is on page 240, it talks about individual turbines shall be set back not less than 1,500 feet from the center tower to the participating landowner's residence. Well, we don't know that the landowner is going to even be living on that land. So I think you should not talk about their residence, but occupied dwellings. But I'm also concerned that those participating landowners, occupied structures, they're participating, they should have more of a say in where the turbines might go than have our planning commission say, oh, it has to be 1,500 feet. Those participating owners may not know if they're going to get a turbine or not. They may, if they get a turbine, decide to build a residence someplace else or at a different part of their property. So I think participating landowners should have more flexibility than what's being offered for protected. And then in terms of the county boundary line, we do have some owners who may own property on both sides of a county line. So is that something that should be considered rather than assume that the county line means it's a different property owner? So again, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you so much. Anyone else with comments on regulations?
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Tamara Capra, and I sent everybody but one a link yesterday to protect our children on the noise. I don't know if you were able to open that and listen to those at 50 decibels, those roaring 24/7, 365. My little grandson, he's 6 years old. He's low spectrum, autistic, nonverbal. He can't even take hair clippers to his head without a meltdown. I don't know if we're going to have to relocate. They will be in our backyard. There is a guy that is a neighbor that's going to put them up. I don't have to worry about a south wind and any problem like that, but a north wind and the ice throw, I hope they don't hit my property. We live out there too, and there's an extreme drought right now. Our just to have fire coverage for our home, it is increased by everybody else's because we don't have a fire department out there. So one of these takes off, and a gentleman said earlier that the wind doesn't stop. It doesn't. I sit on the backside of a hill, and I don't always catch all the wind because the trees will stop it, but my son lives right next door to me, and he's on top of the hill, and I don't know how they endure it. It's noisy to me. Plus, to have these turbines churning 24/7. I've been out there since 1998. We have a home-based business. We pay our property taxes. We provide taxes with our business to the city of Florence. I will relocate, and I'm getting ready to open up another business because my husband passed. So stay-at-home mom doesn't pay the bills. But I'm hoping to be able to stay there and open a business, and then I'll have another home-based business. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, guys.
Hello, can you hear me?
We have a lot of work that you guys have done. I'm Debbie Johnson. I'm at 1012 North 200 Road. I have something I'd like to read, but before that, there are a few things I'd like you to consider. I didn't hear or see anything concerning watershed lakes. We have a watershed lake. It's in the path of migratory birds. It's huge to them. I think there's at least 11, 12 lakes like that in the county. Those, I don't think that's been addressed. There's also, I have a couple friends of mine that have private airstrips. Is there anything in there that addresses private airstrips? I think that needs to be considered. I'm also a big fan of at least 2,500 feet. I don't have a race card to play. I don't have a political point to make. I'm not privilege. I don't, that's out there. I'm not going to talk about global warming or cooling or the ice age that was supposed to come, predicted in 1973. I was still alive then. So I'd like to read you this. And this is what you would call in the common vernacular lived experience, which should have quite a bit of weight to people who are considering these things. It's from a Republic County residence. For those who are interested, the turbine noise on our deck and in the front yard is currently at 70 decibels coming from the east and west, and it is audible inside of our home. Weather conditions and clear skies and no surface wind. Agreements that the county signed state that noise will not exceed 50 decibels, LEQ, at the exterior of my home. Another lie. I want to give a shout out to everyone who thought my rights didn't count for anything. And Neosho County residents' reply to the above post is as follows. I'm so sorry, this is despicable. We have also been inflicted by the same misery in Neosho County, except for 48 dBA, which was accomplished by adding teeth to the blades. Both our project's sound levels are based on an average rather than a max. When operators will claim that they are in compliance and dismiss as just another annoying complaint. Such an injustice is another thing I'd like to add to this. There's other comments, but I'll bypass that. I am extremely concerned about the leading edge erosion on these blades. It's huge. Those microplastic sheds, I think it was 4 pounds a year. I'm not certain, I don't recall the specifics. But those will wash right down into our lake. It will pollute it for people, wildlife, agriculture. It's done. I don't believe Douglas County has any plant or any way to clean microplastics out of the water. Creeks, streams, ponds, lakes, Clinton Lake, it's going there. It's going there. So you need to really think about that. That's a long, long term. They don't biodegrade. So I'd like you to seriously consider that. That's my big concern. Thank you.
Thank you. More comments on regulations, please.
Hi, I'm Paula Wagner. I live at I live at 581 North 750 Road, between Lone Star Lake and Clinton Lake, so kind of right there in the middle. I'm not going to talk about setbacks or anything. What I'm going to ask you is to think about, when does the participating landowner's rights end, and where does a non-participating landowner's rights begin? That's the question. Where do your rights to have it on your property negate my rights to not? One of the things that I have noticed in the policy that comes up is that you guys are taking in consideration the reclamation and the taking down of these windmills when they die, when they're no longer useful. But down there it says you're going to take it from that land, you're going to bring the concrete down 4 feet, and you're going to make their land whole again. And then that property or that windmill has to be moved someplace that will be set in the future. That's 20 to 25 years from now. That's not long at all. So now, in 20, 25 years, where are they going to put that, and whose land is it going to affect at that time? That landowner that participated could care less because their property is made whole. But what if it's in my backyard that they bury that? Then my property is also affected at that point in time for that burying. Where do our rights begin and their rights end? That's what I ask. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. More comment on the regulations? Regulations opposed to policy? Hi.
Sorry. My name is Michelle Grocock. I live on 100 Road.
Hi, Michelle.
And hello. And while you guys were quietly working on the revisions, and I will say the ad hoc, I appreciate the work you've done. It's great, but it was very quiet. And we all kind of sat back and took a breath. And you might have thought that we were lulled into complacency, but as you can see, draft number 2 kind of poked the bear, and here we all are. Definitely still opposed to industrial wind. I want to make a couple specific points that are not in the document that I sent as my comments, so you might want to write them down. Think about on the setbacks. I mean, I don't think 1,500 feet is enough to protect us from shed and throw and vibration and noise and visual disturbances, but think about if where Sandy and Cece are sitting, if that's the property line, we're measuring the height to the tip of the blade. We're measuring the setback from the center of the base. So all of a sudden, I've got a few hundred feet hanging over into that setback area. The other thing I just want to make sure you're thinking about, I know you've got some additional language on the reclamation, but we need to tighten up that security and make sure that you've got that money firmly in the county's hands to protect when they start playing a corporate shell game, and it's going to slip right through your fingers and it's going to get slammed into that participating landowner as a responsibility. So please, 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 can we not accept any CWAX applications until the regulations have been approved by the full 5-member Board of County Commissioners? I think we deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Hello. My name is Amy Polson. I live at 721 North 3rd Street. I've lived in Kansas for over 50 years. I've lived in Douglas County, Johnson County, and Riley County when I studied range management at K-State. I am not, here, let me get my spot. I'm not a lobby. I'm not a corporation. I am not a special interest, although I am concerned about the health of the planet. And as a human being with a child, I do have a dog in this fight. And speaking of fairness and planned talking points, during the hour and a half I stood in the lobby waiting for the 25-member Rural Preservation Group to give their presentation, one person at a time, I looked at all the things that require electricity. There were wheelchair chargers, electric door openers, hand sanitizing dispensers. Today we use more energy, not less. And rural residents and farmers are not exempted from this increased energy use. Yet so many are opposed to creating the energy that is needed to maintain our increasingly electric lifestyles. Do I live in the country among the turbines? No. But I live 1,000 feet from train tracks that carry hundreds, if not thousands, of cars full of coal across the country, bringing fuel to those who cannot or will not produce enough on their own. These trains often operate at decibels in excess of 70 decibels. I also live 1,000 feet from a grain silo whose fan blows so loudly that it can drown out the sound of the train's horn. To those who are concerned about sound, I live with these trains running intermittently 24 hours a day. I am a non-participating landowner suffering the reality of trains. It is intermittent, but it sounds far greater than a wind turbine would be from a house at 300 meters away, and I promise you adapt. To those who are concerned about impacts on wildlife, I am old enough to remember when a windshield would be smothered with dead insects after driving from Lawrence to Kansas City. Today, I doubt that as many dead bugs get on my windshield during an entire summer as one could get in a single trip back in the 80s. I'm also old enough to remember when Lawrence would regularly get 8 to 12 inches of snow in one event. Today, I rarely shovel more than a fraction of an inch a couple times a year. This lack of food and water is a much greater threat to wildlife than anything that a wind turbine could produce. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to ask us to remember to please not have conversations in the room while people are talking. Thank you. Go ahead.
Therese Laughlin, North One Road, in rural Douglas County. I appreciate the planners, commission, and ad hoc committees' hard work put into these regulations, but let's make them better. Zoning already provides districts for business and industrial development. The expectation is that businesses and industries would not be in residential or agricultural zoning. These wind regs need to better protect the rural community's health and safety, protect agricultural land and the rural character, and also avoid creating nuisances. Change the permitted height maximum to 400 feet, something that is more reasonable, and remove the county commissioners can change height to more. The wind turbine applicant should be required to show the location of substations, collector, feeder, and transmission lines as part of the application. These are a direct result of the project and are additional concerns for residents of the county and will affect the enjoyment and use of their land. A taking of the future land use and development of non-participating property owners will be a result. Thank you for changing the setbacks to being measured from the property lines. However, the setbacks need to be greatly increased to provide for future buildings, development, use, and enjoyment of our land. Non-participating property line, 2 miles. Churches, cemeteries, schools, 2 miles. Public roads, 150% of the turbine height. Overhead utility lines, 150% of the turbine total height. County boundary lines, 3 miles. That's been requested. City boundaries, 3 miles. In Marshall County, the wind turbine blade that disintegrated its particles were thrown over 2,100 feet. I saw that debris. We raise soybeans, wheat, cattle, hay, and pasture. Fragments would harm all of these, including ponds and streamways, with no way to guarantee that all could be removed. Livestock could easily ingest the fragments, resulting in significant loss and distress. You heard the concerns of my 12-year-old granddaughter at the fairground meeting. She is very concerned for her family, goats, cattle, and chickens. She loves her county life and wants it to be protected. Douglas County has the opportunity to be a leader in protecting agricultural land in the rural community. Please help protect our health, safety, avoid creating nuisances, protect agricultural land and the rural character by increasing the setbacks. And since I have a little more time left, Black and Veatch was brought up. If you go to nexteraenergy.com to their newsroom, there's an article, Juno Beach, Florida Power and Light, FPL, announced Black and Veatch to build the new Universal Solar Projects. FLP is a subsidiary of Juno Beach, Florida-based NextEra Energy Incorporated. NextEra Energy is also the parent company of NextEra Energy Resources. Black and Veatch and NextEra have contracts together. There's money involved.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Buck Breyer. I live at 11 East 900th Road. In 2022, I bought 20 acres in rural Douglas County, just on the county line. I liked it because it's quiet and peaceful. And I told everybody the reason I bought it is because I live close to San Diego when I was in the military for 21 years as a combat veteran in the infantry. What I don't tell people is one reason I bought it because it's quiet and peaceful is because I have a traumatic brain injury. Because of this, I have severe migraines and insomnia. I've sent you multiple studies where the military uses sound as a weapon and uses infrasound for surgeries. I enjoy my peace and quiet. 45 decibels is still too high, according to the World Health Organization. 40 decibels is what we need. According to the Department of Energy, the only way to reduce the effects of sound is to increase the distance. I'd ask for at least a 2,500-foot setback. I know these studies are unclear on infrasound. They go back and forth, but all the studies said there needs to be more distance. What's the harm of having a more setback now and then decreasing it later on in the future? Right, how many times we heard eggs are bad and eggs are good in my lifetime? According to Harvard, I sent you guys these studies. It takes net neutral 100 years for a wind turbine to be net neutral. Life expectancy is anywhere between 15 and 20 years, depending on the manufacturer, 3 years from blades. Also, we're talking about ground temperature. It increases ground temperature to a degree, 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's roughly 35 degrees Fahrenheit around, several miles around the dill. Mr. Allman had a great point. We want community. The reason we want community is because we want to be able to come in there and talk to you guys face to face when there's an issue. The enforcement stinks. It's 10 business days. If that turbine's going off at 50 decibels or 60 or 70 decibels, they got 10 business days to fix it. How do I sleep for 10 days? I can't open up my windows. I can't do that. because I got to wait 10 business days. There should be tiered levels in there in your program or in your deal. What's immediate, what's within 24 hours, what's within 72 hours, and what's an actual, business, 10 business days. Everything has that. Your county has that in multiple things. I heard it another time, NextEra wants this, NextEra wants that. They've spoken, they've said that, so I'll bring up their name. Remember, Lawrence is unmistakably Lawrence for a reason. There are regulations, not the energy companies. Please consider that to your residents that are out there. There's a reason I bought that land. Please consider decreasing the decibel levels and increasing the distance for the people that bought it for health reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Buck. Hey, Brad.
Can you hear me?
You bet.
I can't, so that's why I'm
You
asking.
sound
I'll
great.
try not to yell. My name is Brad Grocock. I live on North 100 Road. I've submitted all my in the weeds changes I would like to see. So I won't go there. I actually have been to a lot of these meetings and I take lots of notes. And I had an entirely different 3 minutes planned for you. I will try to keep it under 3 minutes because the other thing that happens, my wife speaks for me quite often and she took about 4 of them right here. The main thing I would like to note, you're going to be talking about setbacks. We all have opinions on setbacks. You've used a lot of industry experts. The observation I've had in this meeting tonight, especially, but in past meetings, is that there's always comparison to industry standards. There's always comparisons to other counties. I'd like to think Douglas County is unique. I know that's why I chose to live here and put my roots down here. I don't think it's comparable to other counties. And if it is, this is a regulatory change I did not get submitted because I just thought of it, then I think anybody who is a developer coming here needs to give an example of an existing wind facility, wind CWEX facility they built that has a population density of 260 per square mile, which is, according to the 2020 census, what Douglas County is. I don't know what it will be for the 2024 or whatever, the 2031. Point being is, we can compare and look for like. I don't know your business, I'm not a professional. I can't tell you whether 1,500 feet or 2,640, but I do know this. As somebody who grew up rural, you don't put the fox in the henhouse. The industry that is doing this, and they can say it's green, it's for global warming, the green that they are first and foremost concerned with is money. They're a corporation. Their sole reason for being is to increase their shareholder wealth. Without that, they don't exist. The rest of us who decided to settle here, this is existential. Those are the two sides and why this is so contentious. We depend on you to protect us. So I would ask, anybody who submits a cup, show a like county with the same population density and show me how that works. Show me the success. Furthermore, Gary, you've mentioned we're not writing regs for any one instance, one company, one anything. I'm sorry if the current not applicant who hasn't submitted a cup feels like that the current setbacks aren't enough. We heard it from Ms. Bagwell, we heard it from Mr. Anderson.
Please address yourself. Thank you.
Sorry. We've heard that. Okay, I'm sorry. Douglas County isn't a good fit. Regulatory, I put this in there, I will reiterate it. I don't know if it's the right number, but I sure feel a lot better with 2640 as a setback from my property line for anything. I know you're going to debate this and discuss it. I applaud you for that. I have seen a robust difference between draft 1 to draft 2. It was mentioned early on that there's a whole bunch of more heritage coming in here, and I'm over my time limit, so I'll stop there. But time is important. Please spend more time on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
Hi, my name's Lois Ardall, and I live on 550 Road, Overbrook, Kansas. I'm a Douglas County resident. I have 5 acres, and there's nothing in these regulations that talk about the 5 acres, 10 acres, the 15 acres. It's all the big landowners. They've got the protection. I don't. I go out and chore, and it's 1,500 feet from my fence. My barn, one of my barns is 3 foot from my fence. My garage is 4 foot from my fence line. I think you need to go back and redo this for us with small land. And there is tons of us. I bought my place in '81. Then Douglas County had the zoning where we could buy 5 acres. The guy down the road at Globe Store, he has 1 acre. And there's several out there with 1, 5, 10 acres. And nothing in these regulations protect us. All I've heard tonight, I waited till the last to really see if anybody talked about it. I recommend for us small landowners for a mile setback. For we don't have the 50 decimals. You imagine a 5-acre plot with the decimals, with the 1,500 feet from my fence? It's going to drive me nuts. How about the guy at Globe that has an acre? It's going to drive him nuts. And he's an older gentleman. But in my neighborhood, I think I counted within a mile of me, there is 11 small acreage. That's just in my area. But imagine all of Douglas County. It's just not us in the Southwest. It's the whole Douglas we're writing this for. So I'm representing the small landowners. And the inheritance. What is going to happen to my inheritance for my kids? Because my place will be worth nothing. 40, 50%? I worked hard, me and my husband. He works shift work at Farmland Industries for 13 years. For we could have something for our kids. And it's really tough and it's really sad. So I hope you guys really think about us small landowners. Because we don't have the protection. We don't have the 200. We don't have the 100 acres. We've got an acre, 5 acres. I wouldn't even be able to go to my barn if it's that close. It's going to drive my horse nuts. My chickens will quit laying. Thank you.
Thank you. Drew, can we go to Zoom next, please?
Yes. The first in line is Vince Munoz.
Hi, Vince.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so I'm Vince Munoz. I live at 2449 West 24th Terrace here in Lawrence. It's been said before already that even though this meeting is ostensibly about regulations, it's a matter of policy, because if you craft regulations in such a way that it bans wind energy in this county, that is a policy choice that you have made. There's a lot of things we could talk about tonight, but one thing that has been especially insidious from many of the comments has to do with the fact, this idea that somehow Lawrencians aren't affected by whether wind turbines can be placed in rural parts of the county. That's not true. I'm a 4th generation Kansan. I've lived in Northeast Kansas since 2001. I've lived in Lawrence for 7 of those years. And 20 years ago, I was diagnosed with asthma. And for 19 of the past 20 years, I haven't had to worry about air quality in Northeast Kansas, except this last year. And it's because of wildfires. Laura Kelly had to declare a state of emergency because of wildfires in western Kansas, which have been exacerbated by climate change because we keep not using renewable energy, right? We keep using fossil fuels. And this very county that the members of this planning commission work for has had to issue burning bans to prevent wildfires in this county. And so everyone in this county is affected by this. So we need wind energy precisely because we need to stop this process. One other thing I would just say, getting back to the regulations, and it was said much better by the attorney who works for KU than it will be by me, but just to really drive home this point, lots of people who have, brought up all these questions about, how this regulation works, why it's this feet level and not this feet from the property line, why it's the property line versus the dwelling, why it's, the decibel level or whatever. They're not asking these questions in good faith. It's because they oppose the policy of wind energy. And this is the exact same tactics that we have seen from the fossil fuel industry. We know from internal documents from ExxonMobil that they knew that they were responsible for climate change since the 80s. And yet they spent the next 30 years simply asking questions, is climate change real? Is it caused by humans if it is real? How bad is it really going to be? We saw this with the tobacco industry. Numerous states, including Kansas, sued the tobacco companies in the 90s to get, because they were causing cancer. The documents that were revealed in those trials showed us that they employed the same tactics of asking questions when they knew the answers. We've seen this with anti-vaxxers. They're just asking innocent questions, but they're not really. They don't care about the answers. They're just trying to throw sand in the gears of this process. They're just trying to undermine people's belief that wind is like a feasible part of our energy, getting energy. So I just think that some of us deserve to breathe. So please pass.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in line is Eric Moon.
Hi, Eric. Are you with us? Come off mute. Thank you for your patience. I can see you clicking buttons. Yeah. Eric, can you hear us?
He's trying.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, so hey, I grew up in Burlingame, and I went to Baker University for my degree, and yeah, I went to New York, and I went to California, came back about 3 years ago, and ended up in Osage County, where they had a big fight about renewable energy, and I heard one of our commissioners on here earlier, who I do not like very much, but anyway, she completely opposes wind farms and everything, but I think it's very commendable that Douglas County has taken the bull by the horns and decided to make some kind of decisions about this whole wind farm thing. So, good job. That's all I gotta say. Sorry.
All right.
Been sitting here for about good meeting.
Takes a strong cup of coffee. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Next is
I appreciate you.
Ty Gorman.
Ty?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm Ty Gorman. I'm the Sierra Club representative for Kansas National Beyond Coal campaign. Sierra Club has around 900 supporters in Douglas County, and we support wind energy in Douglas County in order to replace the more expensive and harmful gas and coal energy currently impacting the Lawrence community. Sierra Club's not paid by any industry making money off this. We're on the side of the people, especially low-income families that need cheap electricity and a livable environment for our children in the future by limiting climate change. So it's an existential issue for us as well. And we thank the commissioners for working so hard to develop excellent planning regulations. I want to state some facts to address the talking points that have been given tonight. One is that ice throw tops out at 1,320 feet. 1,500 feet setback from an occupied structure is a little overly restrictive, but at least that leaves open the possibility for wind energy development, so that'd be all right. The decibel level of a wind turbine from 1,320 feet is around that of a refrigerator, a little bit closer to an air conditioner, somewhere in between there. And that's not from sound averaging, that's not how they test those noises. The land ownership rights, we just really want to, farmers and landowners be able to use their land for what they want and bring money to themselves and this county economy how they see fit. For the fires, there's sometimes a fire in the life of a turbine. Between every 2,000 and 7,000 turbines, there's one fire. So there's not many fires globally, not enough to get a real exact number. Hardly any with major damages, but the industry is and should be fully responsible for more than covering the added public costs from the risk of any fires by adding to the county tax base. The reclamation and recycling methods, decommissioning, are evolving and growing much less expensive and becoming more common globally. Companies already legally responsible and financially responsible for that. And land property values don't decrease drastically from this renewable energy siting. As far as cemeteries, historic places, endangered species, wildlife impacts, indigenous artifacts, There are other regulations in place for that, and we ask that the commission support regulations not more onerous than they would for other development. We heard from a group that earlier that we all want clean, safe, abundant energy, and that's true. 91% of Kansans are in favor of renewable energy development. We want wind that is sited according to similar wildlife and best practices nationally to make sure everyone's safe. There's any claims of other negative health impacts, such as on water from windmills, are unsubstantiated. We haven't found any credible research for that. Meanwhile, the terrible health impacts and environmental damage from expensive and unreliable coal and fracked gas have been well established by every credible source, cause many deaths, and are mostly cited in low-income communities. Local wind can replace that poisonous energy from the Lawrence coal plant, and in a way, it does that in a way that distant renewables can't do due to transmission constraints. It does matter to have the renewables close to the load of the town, make a local energy creation there. So we ask county commissioners to vote in favor of renewable standards. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't
I need to ask you to wrap up.
I can hear you now.
Sorry.
All right. Sorry if I didn't hear you before. Yeah, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Next is Karen Miners.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, my name's Karen Pagel Miners. I have lived in Douglas County for 31 years, since 1992. I was a farm kid before I was a town kid, and I can challenge anyone in the county to a cow milking contest. So that was my little spark. I want to speak very briefly about emissions, because I'm not a scientist, and I've been struggling to understand what emissions actually are. So I looked up at the Energy Information Administration, the EIA, the carbon dioxide emissions from the Lawrence Energy Center. And so for 1 year, it's 2.25 million tons of carbon dioxide. This is for 2021. So that really makes no sense to me. It's like just this big number for a year. So to help myself understand this, I got out my calculator and calculated how much carbon dioxide emission that would be for 1 minute, versus 1 year, because that's sort of a scale I can wrap my head around better, I thought. So that would be 4.28 tons of carbon dioxide per minute. But that still doesn't really help me that much. I looked at the Environmental Protection Agency's greenhouse gas equivalencies calculator, and found that this amount, 4.28 tons per minute, is equivalent to the carbon sequestered by 64 tree seedlings grown for 10 years. That's completely mind-boggling to me. So for 1 minute of coal burning, we would have to plant 64 trees and let them grow for 10 years to offset that 1 minute of coal emissions. So clearly that's not an option. And we're not going to stop using energy. We're probably going to use more energy as the climate heats more and more for air conditioning. Just as a bit of an aside, it might be worth noting that the fossil fuel industry as a whole gets $11 million of subsidies per minute. I'm calculating everything per minute because
I need to ask you to wrap up, please. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Okay. I would urge you to do whatever you can to facilitate wind energy without delay in Douglas County. Please do not ban it.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. And again, please try to keep your comments focused on regulations. We're not a policy-making body. We're here tonight to talk about regulations. Who's up next, Drew?
Next is Vernon Wilson.
Hi, Vernon.
Howdy. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. My name is Vernon Wilson. I live at 2239 North 1000 Road, just a few miles south of Eudora. I am concerned about renewable energy. When my wife and I moved into Douglas County back in 2011, one of the things I did was put in a private solar system on my pole barn, and I generate close to 3,000 watts of 240 electricity. I don't know whether I can still submit documentation to you all or not. I'm willing to basically document what I want to talk about tonight. One of the things I did getting involved in looking at this was search the internet to see what I could do as far as background. And one of the things I found is what was talked about tonight, that's the microplastics. I found a good website that did a study of the blade erosion, the leading edge of the blades. And because of whenever they hit a raindrop, even whenever they hit a snowflake, it pits it and basically releases that microplastic. Plastic. What concerned me, though, is that because of that, the manufacturers put an extra coat of epoxy on the leading edge, and that epoxy is 35% BPA, which is a carcinogen. That concerned me because when we moved in early 2012, I also dug a well. And the well driller got to about 10 foot below surface and hit sand and kept pushing the drill bit down, and that vein of sand was 20 foot thick. So it wasn't until 30 feet below surface that they actually got solid ground. And he asked me, how far do I live south of the river? And I told him, he says, well, that sand was put there by the glaciers. And so one of the things I did was look, and I found out that I live in a glacier drift aquifer. And any BPA that might come off from, those microplastics only has to go 10 feet before it's getting into an aquifer that empties into the alluvian aquifer that lines the rivers, the Kaw River and the Wakarusa River. And according to the Kansas Geology's webpage, Eudora, Lecompton, and Lawrence get their water from that alluvian aquifer. So I also found a website that said water moves there. So for the sake of people who use water, who drink water in Eudora, Lawrence, and Lecompton, I would like to see a regulation that prohibits placing those wind turbines on the glacial drift aquifer.
All right, Vernon, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Next is Michael and Star Hart.
I'll go first, and then Star can go next, if that's okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to bring up something. The World Health Organization defines noise as unwanted sound, and they also noted the special vulnerability of children and adults with disabilities to this unwanted sound. In 2010, a couple of researchers named Siegler and Davis noted the hypersensitivity of individuals with autism to environmental sounds. And so this is one of the reasons why my family, and all three of us have autism, moved to rural Douglas County. We wanted to get as far away from the noise, and we got as far as we could into Douglas County. We're right on the county line. So we could get things as quiet as possible. My concern is kind of with the setbacks, related to the level of sound. There's been a bunch of research from like the Autism Institute in San Diego, British medical journals, the National Autistic Society, the Canadian Institute of Health. And they've been researching just sound in general, and its effects on people with autism going back to the 60s. But more recent studies have gone the effects of wind turbines on individuals with autism. And some of the effects include things like sleep disturbance, stress, nausea, impaired cognition, sound overload, aversive or impaired learning, balance or coordination issues, behavioral changes or problems, rage, migraines. So I guess for those reasons, I'd ask that the commission to please take the health, safety, and sanity of Douglas County citizens with disabilities in mind and increase the setbacks for the turbines to 5,200 feet to limit that noise exposure. I'd also ask that the commission pursue further research into the turbine's effects on individuals with disabilities. And then just lastly, before I go, I wanted to express my disappointment that paid representatives of NextEra were allowed to speak tonight when I thought this was supposed to be a meeting together community feedback. But I'll end now and it'll be Star's turn.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, let's forget that windmills, they aren't green. I like green. I like green energy. Let's forget that NextEra doesn't allow in Florida for them to have rooftop, solar rooftop, right? I say solar rooftop, solar on the roof individually. They've also shut down numerous projects that
Michelle,
were in
Michelle, I need to interrupt you for a moment. I'm going to ask you to direct your comments to the commission and to talk about regulations and not talk about developers. We're not here to. We're not talking about any particular. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not Michelle. What's going on?
I apologize, Star. My ask is that we direct the comments towards regulations and that we not talk about one particular developer or another. We're not here to talk about developers tonight, only about regulations.
I am. All right, so NextEra gets to choose where they place their wind turbines, which means wherever you guys say you're going to put them or
ma'am,
to be this far away,
ma'am,
they aren't going to be that far away.
Ma'am, again.
They won't be that far away. Also, they have 0 wind turbines in the state of Florida. Why is that? Why is that? Why is there no wind turbines at all in the state of Florida? You think NextEra is a good company? You cannot beat them. Once they come into your county, you guys are screwed too.
I'd like to.
Those easements they make, they turn everything to an easement. That's theirs forever.
Star, I'm going to ask you to please stop now. Let's go on to the next caller, please.
Chris Flowers.
Mr. Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just have a few thoughts. I appreciate some of the comments that have been made, especially some of the environmentalists. I've just been looking online, and most of what I've read says that wind energy is like coal. And when it comes to like just this topic, cleaner energy, we probably are in a climate crisis already. And so when it comes to like regulations, we can't be making stuff too restrictive. Like, what's more important? A few, like, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, a few rural families or all the people in the cities. Like, just think of what climate change is really gonna mean. Like, in the grand scheme of things, what's a bigger evil? Like, I just want to throw that out there. And when I look online, most of the stuff is in favor of wind energy. And also, when it comes to these neighboring counties, I want to talk about Franklin County, because they're one of the counties that's been accused of dumping their homeless in Lawrence for us to deal with. So I am completely against any kind of what I'm trying to think of the word, like any kind of consideration for not putting any wind farm near them, because they have shown absolutely zero respect for us when they come and drop their homeless off in Lawrence or in Douglas County for us to deal with.
Chris, I'd ask you to keep the focus on wind energy regulations, please.
Hey, it is. I'm saying don't give them any kind of consideration when it comes to our wind regulations.
Thank you.
So I just want to throw that out there. And also, when it comes to like heights, people in Lawrence, what about water towers? There's like water towers in our neighborhoods, and people are pretty close to them. And I mean, city, and like that person earlier talking about the trains, living near trains, like people in the city of Lawrence have to deal with stuff because it's for the good of everyone. And I just want y'all to keep that in mind. And also, the city of Lawrence, one of our goals, we have a goal of 100% renewable energy by 2035. So if we're going to reach that, don't we need the county doing their part in making wind energy an actual accessible thing and not something that just exists in theory because we have restrictions that are just too restrictive. So I just want
Thank you, Chris.
Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And I think we've completed all the hands that are up on Zoom right now. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name's Greg Martinez. My wife, Kyra, and I live in the Willow Springs Township. We also have another family that we provide residence for in that township as well. And so I've actually taken the time to map out, based upon the Draft 2 regulations, what the footprint would look like in our area within a 2-mile radius. And we would actually potentially be within the 1,500-foot setback of a potential CWEX project. So we have a direct vested interest for ourselves as well as our tenants. With that being said, I do want to focus on the regulations and only the regulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, so to the ad hoc committee, a very special thanks. We've been actively engaged with you. We've met with you in public forum, in personal forum as well. Sandy and Cece, thank you. You've done a tremendous job between Draft 1 and Draft 2. Kyra and I did take the opportunity to review this and attend some of the recent meetings. And last night we submitted a marked up red line of the regulations specifically that we would like the Planning Commission to take into consideration. I'd like to call out just a few things. Not that one thing in this markup is more important than the others, but just a few items just to point out, because it's our belief that there needs to be another draft just to make this more complete and more consistent with the purpose. It's close, but we need to get it all the way there. If I just look at the purpose up front, it states that the purpose of this section is to protect and promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of Douglas County. And we also need to identify significant environmental, social, and economic effects related to CWEX projects. But when I go to the next section under key factors, some of those items are just missing in here. Impact on human health and livestock health is not in here. Drinking water impact, the impact upon the safety of individuals is not listed as a key factor, nor is the ability to monitor and enforce adherence to the regulations, which Commissioner Hayden brought up and touched on earlier, nor is an economic impact considered as a key factor as well. So those are some of the items that we've tried to weave into the document here for consideration. For example, on the safety side, we need to ensure that life flight access to non-participating landowners is maintained. That shouldn't be impeded by a CWEX project. With respect to setbacks, 1,500 feet is proposed. We'd like to make that 2,500 feet. There's been a lot of rationale given on why it should be greater than that. I might even just submit an exhibit from the December packet. This is page 1057 from a setback and siding requirement submitted by a potential applicant that shows a setback at 2,000 feet. So clearly, there's a lot of precedents out there for other setbacks. In addition, there's an exception for heights greater than 600 feet. There should be basically like a multiplier on the setback. Precedent is already set for that in city commission codes as well. So my time is up, but again, thank you for your consideration. and we'd be happy to walk through our thoughts on the regulations specifically at your convenience.
Thank you, Greg. I really appreciate the work you did on that red line.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else queuing up here in the room. Do we have anybody else online? Is anybody else there, Drew? All right. About ready to close public comment on this. When we close it, we will not open it back up. So I'll tell you.
Mine was just Scotty.
I never got to use it.
Okay. We are back at it. And I want to pause for just a minute and once again, thank you all. It's been, we've been going at this for, 5.5 hours, and I just so very much appreciate all that you put into making this a great meeting, listening to each other respectfully. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I know that there is someone on the commission that wants to look at a motion, so I want to look at Charlie before we go on to some other things here.
Because I am one of the people, I am one of the people that has to get things in paper, and so I got another 500 and some pages tonight. We've been here for going on 6 hours now. I think it would be a good move if we stopped, came back at the next available Planning Commission meeting to discuss what we have heard tonight, to go in depth over the regulations, rather than try and make critical decisions at this hour of the night or morning now. So I would, whatever, defer decision-making till our next available time.
You're making a motion to defer?
Yes.
Right. Is there a second?
I'll second it, because I haven't even gotten the 500 pages, and I'm another people person.
All right. So discussion on this.
I have a question as a point of order, whether that's possible. Is it possible to defer, begin discussion without another 6 hours of public comment?
No. When we open the public meeting up, the next time it will be from the beginning as we are this time.
Is it possible to not move to defer, and I'm not sure that I'm ready for it at this stage, but suspend the meeting, or so I don't know the exact process under Roberts, but to suspend the meeting. I think we've done that. We've done that before, right? But for shorter periods of time. But suspend the meeting and then pick it up at another time in which we can all look at.
That would be my preference. That would be my preference.
I'll look at Jeff and Brad to get some feedback on that. I think they're confabbing on that question right now.
Would that be adjourned?
While they're talking,
A suspension is what they're asking.
I don't think we can adjourn. I think if we adjourn or if we make a motion and take action, then this meeting is wrapped up and closed. And so the next meeting that we would go into, we would have public comment. I would just assume that from a procedural aspect. So the only question, probably the only option would be is there some kind of, it's not suspending, that's not the right word. I just can't recess, thank you. If we could recess for a period of time.
You can move to defer the item, and it can come back, and based on what we're kind of looking at is, yes, you could continue the discussion without reopening public comment at the next meeting upon the deferral. If you recessed the meeting, you'd be moving to your Wednesday meeting at that point in time.
Okay.
A suspension of the meeting would be a different matter altogether, which is kind of similar to the action we took in January, which would require a special call and go through the process. You can defer an item and then pick it up.
Defer is the right.
So it is an option to defer and pick up at this stage of the meeting. It's not that we don't want public comment, but it is a different dynamic.
Could we have, and I think the answer to this is yes, if we were to do that very scenario, after our discussion, not if, but when people are here, could we do the public comment after our discussion?
I don't understand.
Well, I'm only asking because people would come back the next meeting. And if we pick up right where we are, I know it would, or is that in theory reopening public comment at that point, which we don't do? Or would we pick up where we left off, we talk, and based on that outcome, have public comment after that or not?
you could pick up where you left off, and if you wanted to then have a continuation or bring it back for more discussion, that is always the purview of the body, is to defer it to then bring it back for more conversation and public comment, for sure. Yep. Wait.
Have to. So I'm still a little bit confused about what's being requested. In one scenario, it was deferral and come back where we are after public comment and pick back up on commission discussion leading towards, an eventual decision. I'm not clear, Mike, are you saying to have the discussion and then before we vote, go back to public comment?
Potentially, yes.
Why, for what purpose? I'd want to be really clear before we said that's what we were going to do, because we won't be able to limit that, right?
I agree. And I'm not saying that's a necessary thing. I was asking if.
Okay.
If we'd simply vote to defer, do we have options when we reconvene at the next available time on what we will do? Because that gives all of us time to think about how we want things done, rather than deciding after 6 hours of being here.
I mean, yes, you can kind of set that parameter a little bit at the chair's discretion about the procedure. I mean, it is possible to defer and pick up right where you're at this evening, or if you'd like to defer and then go back into public comment and have the process that you had this evening repeat, that is within that board's discretion at that point in time.
But we would not have to decide that tonight, other than just the deferral.
Not necessarily, no, but you may want to have that discussion so that all the commissioners are aware of what the deferral means as part of the vote and motion this evening.
Yeah, this is new information. I thought I'd understood that if we deferred, we started the meeting process over again. So there's an option to pick up where we are. That's a little different scenario. I do want to share, though, that about what we want to try to accomplish with that. I understand that there's another large amount of information that's dropped. I don't expect that the information is going to stop coming in. I expect the information will continue to come in, and if the last week was any indication, it might even be at an accelerated pace once we get close to the next published meeting time. The reason the commission named the ad hoc group to begin with was because from at the end of 22 through March of 23, when we had in our hands that draft one body of code, we were unable to get through the multiple different issues that were out there. So we said, hey, ad hoc group, go out there, consume this massive amount of information, engage with the public, because the public said we've not been involved, we need to be involved, we need to be heard. So we did that work, and we've come back now with having synthesized all of that into the regulations that are there today. I got to be honest, I'm concerned about what feels like going back to the beginning of that and saying that every new document that comes in now needs to be consumed by the full commission, and I feel like we might find ourselves back where we were pre-ad hoc. That's the worry that I have.
Except, don't we only consider the documents that we received by 10 o'clock this morning? And isn't that what we're talking about, the additional 500 pages? If anything else comes in, it's too late.
I guess I can ask the question, is it an option? And by the way, I'm not suggesting this, I don't like this idea at all, but can we say we're going to cut off public comment completely?
Well, or is it like,
Written or otherwise?
I guess this meeting, though, we would adjourn this meeting. I'm just saying, because the packet for this meeting is set, which is those 500 words. But we wouldn't be recessing this meeting, coming back to this packet and this agenda. We would be adjourning that and just deferring the item, which would then make the packet we have not be the only thing. It would continue to grow. Does that correct?
Correct. We would simply just carry the communications forward. So just anything we received new, we would add to what you already have in your packet as of this evening.
But isn't the rule that after 10 a.m., any written material that comes in, we can consider or not consider? We can.
Correct. The deadline for submittal is 10 a.m. on the Monday of the meeting. And so anything we receive after that, we would carry and put into the next available packet, be it your packet or to the county commission as it comes through.
Okay. Oh, so we would not have to worry about any additional information coming.
No, we would have to. We would have to worry about additional, because it would be a packet for whatever meeting this was deferred to. We'd be deferring the item, not the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Baroto, I've been ignoring you most of the night. I just want to make sure that I'm looking at you, and if you've got anything to say, please holler, okay?
All right, yeah, no, all good, all good.
So,
One other question. If we vote to defer, we come back, we pick it up right here, and not like we haven't gotten to know each other well enough, the four of us, can we meet more to refine what we are presenting, or are we now blocked because this is into the hands of the commission?
you're suggesting that we, I'll say, re-empanel the ad hoc to take this on independent and make another go at it?
Possibly a few things, yes, because if we can come to an agreement on those things that we haven't yet, does that make our job easier?
So the only items, go ahead.
If I may, the item has come to the full commission at this point,
Right.
where we're being asked to take one of four actions. And if we were to send it back to you, it would have to be with some sort of specific instructions.
Okay.
And I don't think
That's why I was asking.
But the ad hoc committee still exists, right? You've not disbanded.
Still
So we
exists.
can still defer, we could defer it back to you with specific instructions, or to refer it back to staff or whatever with certain instructions. But it'd be separate than what we're talking about doing right here. It'd be a completion of this process.
Yeah, just for the commission's awareness, I would concur with Commissioner Carter in that respect, is it has come before the body as a whole now for that discussion and deliberation. You'd have to send it back to staff or send it with the ad hoc with specific direction on something to work on at that point in time. But if it's before the body as a whole at this point, it should probably remain at the body as a whole. That's just for deliberative purposes.
The only thing is the ad hoc group left remarkably with a complete agreement on everything save two questions around setback. Everything's in the draft. We all raised our hand and said that. Now, maybe people have changed on that, but that's how we left draft two. Two items on setback that we agreed we were going to have a discussion across the commission. I'm not sure, outside of the new content coming in, what else we would discuss. I don't know that we're going to get to a different place on that setback conversation. We decided we were going to bring that to the full commission. I would say that we should not try to get to that one item, because we've already committed to do that for the public across the full commission. So the only thing outstanding as we sit here right now today are the new 500 pages that hit the packet this morning.
Well, I don't know that it's just that. It's also the 700 pages that hit the others on Thursday. So there's 1,200 pages that those that aren't on the committee have had to get through.
Right, so it goes back to, I guess this would be the question for the body of the commission. The commission and panel, the ad hoc group, to consume that information, synthesize that, and make a recommendation, which we have. Save one open question on setbacks. Now, my intention was to poll the group and learn if there are any additional items that you want to set aside and say, I need to understand better about, make something up, the color of the turbines or airports or whatever it might be. We'll drain those to everybody's satisfaction or make a determination on a change. And then we would be in a position to accept a motion on and accept the regs. Again, the only thing outstanding for the ad hoc is that new information that came today. And I believe staff gave us a bit of a view of what that looks like. It boils down to 3 recommended items from zoning and codes with material back behind it, and 1 or 2 items from legal, right? Is there anything else beyond that?
The city staff memos, the decommissioning and the FAA memo were provided in the packet supplied a week ago, so they weren't part of the new information today, but the zoning and codes memo was. The 500 pages that are being spoken to, 250 of those are from that zoning codes memo, which they've summarized through that 2-page memo provided this morning after the 10 a.m. deadline. And then the other 300 pages are the communications that have been received since our initial posting on October 11th. I have read through those comments, and the majority of those folks were present today, spoke their public comment. A great deal of them were reading from the comments that were submitted. There was quite a bit of repetition also included in the packet. If someone sent the wind regs email in addition to a planning commissioner the email, both of them were received and both of them were included in the packet. So it's not an exclusive list of 500 independent new ideas necessarily.
And I just want to make sure we're talking about a deferment specifically for the motion that it hasn't been seconded, but the motion that's been proposed.
No, it was seconded.
Oh, it was? You seconded?
Yeah.
Jane seconded.
Oh, Jane. So for the pending motion, and I could see a deferment tonight at some point. That's not the reason, I suppose, for me. It's just the packet. But I would be interesting if we were going to defer to kind of have not a complete or comprehensive or like you can't add something, but like list of other things that other people are thinking about. Because I'll be honest, I have quite a few. I mean, I started earlier, and I have quite a few things that I am very interested in talking about, and I want to make sure that those things are all like fully, I'm able to completely talk about all those, so I don't feel like I need to talk about them all tonight, because we might not get there in the time that is appropriate. So I don't want to say no deferment, but I would just say I'd like to at least kind of have an idea of what people are wanting to talk more about. So, because I understand that the ad hoc committee like hit a roadblock with a couple specific issues. We have to remember, for some of us on here, this is the first time we've like really taken a deep dive, and so like who gets noticed? Like little things are important things that we have to flesh out. I don't know that we can do that tonight, but I want to at least get that conversation started if possible.
I would as well. Any other thoughts around that idea?
I was going to say, there are things I heard people say tonight that I certainly had not thought about, that I think I would bring up that we need to look at, that we need to delve into that I heard, that I thought there were some very new things tonight.
Okay. So there was a motion to defer in a second. We've talked through the mechanics of that. We've learned that we can defer. We can come back at this point in our meeting, which is great news. There's also expressed an idea that we continue for a bit. We begin the work, if for no other reason than to get to some clarity on what might happen through that deferment. Also maybe some clarity about any reassignment of the ad hoc committee, should that be something that would come out of it. So with that, would the second and the motion be willing to withdraw that for the time being? Let us continue with some discussion and then come back to deferral a little bit later?
If by discussion you mean the commissioners could bring up things that they would like us to look further into when we come back, then yes, I would be in favor of that. But to flesh it out tonight, I would not be in favor of our bringing it up and trying to decide on the things tonight.
I think that's likely, Charlie, but I wouldn't want to condition any step on that. That's going to be up to the commissioners on how far they go with that conversation tonight.
May I interrupt you?
Please.
Yeah, this is Vernon Wilson. I talked earlier about.
Vernon, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought that was Pedro. No, we cannot take public comment. Public comment's closed. My apologies.
If it were open again, I would also.
Vernon, please mute him. Please mute him. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was Sandy that had mentioned earlier that if we do defer, we want staff to weigh in because it impacts. I think CC, your availability is what, 0 starting tomorrow or whenever, for example.
I have accepted a position with the Metropolitan Planning Organization, so I'll still be with the City of Lawrence, but I will not be working in land use planning, which means I would not be able to assist in further review or drafting of these regulations.
And Sandy, you had also expressed that you wanted to, right, have some say.
The concern that I have was depending on what date this comes back. I have a very full night of items for you in the November meeting, and I do not know what our December meeting looks like.
I can probably put a little light on that one. You're probably looking at seeing this in January, given the calendar compression with the holidays and the way that the meetings are speeding up to get out of the end of those. So you're probably looking at a January next discussion.
January.
So,
I was just going to say, I have a number of questions I'd like to ask the ad hoc.
So let's clear this question right now. So a suggestion was made. I made a suggestion that the second and the motion to defer be withdrawn. If you care to do that, if you don't care to do that, I'm going to call a vote on that. And let's move on. Do you care to withdraw?
I would vote on it. I'd let everybody vote, see what everybody wants to do.
We have a second. Any other discussion? All right, those in favor of a deferral signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I guess I need a roll call on that, or show of hands maybe, because I couldn't hear it all. So there was, okay, Charlie, Mike, and Jane, thank you. Those and Pedro. Pedro, you said defer?
Yes.
All right, that's 4. And those opposed, aye? Same sign. That's 5. So 5-4, that's defeated. That means we'll continue on with our discussion. What we talked about doing as an approach to this was to just move through the dais and talk about kind of call out the issues that are on your mind. We don't necessarily have to get into those deeply right now, but let's try to get a little bit of a catalog of what we're thinking about, and then let's start taking those things one at a time and see if we can clear some of those from the questions. And I can start either end. Maybe Sharon, would you?
Sure, why not?
Care to start?
I'll start us off with just some questions for the ad hoc and your decision-making that resulted in the draft we have. Let's say I'll look at some noise questions first. Can you tell me this business of sound level averaging? Is that something that was talked about in the ad hoc? And is that something that is part of the sound estimation or sound determination?
Sound determination, the method by which it's used, if it's average or not. And Cece, can you click into that for us?
Yes, so as Sandy had mentioned in her initial staff report and presentation to you all, the qualified professional that does noise impact assessment and otherwise would be the one to measure if a project was meeting specific performance standards. As I understand it, not being a sound professional myself, the Institute of Noise Control and Engineering has a set of standards on how they measure noise. Noise is not averaged in the sort of typical sense, but there is a set of guidelines that are very rigorous as relating to how sound is measured. Generally, that would include how the weather is that day, meaning if it's cloudy or not, how windy it is, Other sorts of information about if noise is measured over a period of time, which it tends to be, it's not a single snapshot. If there are outliers of such that then do not provide a good representation of what the noise measurement is, they're thrown out and new measurements are taken. So there is a very complex way that noise is measured. We've received some public comment with concern to noise averaging, as if it would then create a space where the noise was reported in a way that wouldn't be reflective of the real sound, and I do not believe that to be true. Because we require the certified engineer and because we require that that engineer meet certain standards, the noise and how it's measured is representative of what the actual noise is on the land at the time that it's measured.
Thank you. Just a couple more about
Go on.
sound. Just sound. So there was mentioned that there was an industry expert that recommended, I think it was 5,000 plus feet distance for noise, something that was somebody who was invited to the ad hoc.
Yeah, it was,
Tell me
yeah,
about that.
I think it was Dr. Olson, and it was a question that I asked when they attended. And I don't think he said that it was recommended. I think my question was, how far away can you hear wind turbines? And his answer was, on a certain day, he didn't say in general, he said on certain days up to a mile. So that was what he said, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And as I understand it, the current sound decibel levels are 45 during the day at an occupied structure. Is there any was there a decibel level for night?
Yeah, so this is this is a dual value metric. There's not a different value at night. We have 50 decibels at the property line for non-participating and 45 decibels at a dwelling. And it's I think it's in the regs using that word dwelling. We had to talk about dwelling or occupied structure.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have to
So
get
where
into
someone lives at 45.
And that is the World Health Organization.
I've heard some testimony tonight that WHO said 40.
Well, I looked it up, it was 45.
Thank you, yeah. That's consistent with the other feedback that we've seen, why we landed on that number. But the other part of it is that participating has no limit. So this is one of those cases where we've thought about how we provide deference to non-participating and let onus shift towards participating, and it shifts what I call a regulatory footprint over. Still allows for industry to operate, but still and gives deference to a non-participating landowner. And you'll see that with flicker, you'll see that with setbacks as well. The differentiation between those two types.
And why not a difference at night? Why not a lower?
We didn't find a cause to do that. I'm not saying that we couldn't entertain that if that's what the commission wants to do, but 45, it was consistent with other guidance, and it was also consistent with ambient. And as winds decrease in the evenings, so do the sounds that come along with it.
And did the ad hoc committee talk at all about measuring, although I've read there's some problems with this, it gets really complicated, but talking about determining the sound limit based on ambient noise and then going, I've seen +5, plus whatever, so did the committee talk about that?
We did. We spent a fair amount of time on that discussion, as a matter of fact, and kind of had that penciled in as our approach before, and went away from it largely. Guys, please jump in. I don't mean to do all the talking, but we went away from it largely because of how variable that was, how difficult that would be to measure and hold consistent. But a fixed number measured at the dwelling was something we knew would be an absolute. One other philosophical point that goes into this, which is also true in other parts of the regulations, was that we said, we thought about, well, how could you manage to 45 dBA at a property line, or at a dwelling? And we said, that's really up to the developer. And if the developer needs to manage to that by siting farther away, that's a requirement. If the topography, the things around it, the trees, if they can't get there, then they have to solve it by whatever means are necessary.
If I can also
questions, so I'll, go please.
add a tidbit about why we may have not gone with the ambient noise in the initial draft or in the proposed draft 2, as well as the night measurement. We recognize from community feedback that enforcement was really important in making sure that the regulations were enforceable by zoning and codes. And in conversations with that office, they had mentioned that they weren't certain that they could enforce the sort of night measurements or the averaging of day and night, and that they had preferred this sort of a standard.
Thank you. So I'll yield and come back to other topics.
Jane,
I
questions?
have a follow-up question on that, and that was, we had an earlier discussion about dwelling versus occupied structure. And is this a case where dwelling is the term that the ad hoc wanted? Or is this a dwelling that was going to turn into occupied structure and hasn't yet?
Dwelling is an occupied structure.
But
it's on page 23, and it's currently, I think we're talking about C1B, I'm not positive, but I think we are, and that right now is occupied, it's defined as occupied structure, not dwelling.
Okay.
After Commissioner Hayden had that question, I had some time to look through it, and I believe throughout the draft where we have dwelling versus occupied structure is accurate, aside from one change, I believe, that should have been caught between draft 1 and draft 2 in the application, which calls out in the concept plan requiring that they provide the noise from the dwelling. And we would want the noise at the occupied structure because we later call out a standard asking for that information and requiring they meet a certain standard. So other than that clarifying point, all the other uses of dwelling and occupied structure, I believe, were intended by the ad hoc.
Could you give the page number on that?
It is page 10. Page 10 in the application.
Number 12.
Concept plan, correct, number 12.
Okay.
Any other areas that you want to dive into?
Well,
in the report?
Yeah, it's kind of a generalized one. There were 3 red line examples that we got. One from NextEra, one from Mr. Martinez, who was here, and one from another person from Eudora, whose name I've forgotten. And I didn't know if the staff had an opportunity to look through those, and if there were some things that were easy fixes that we could kind of say, yep, we dealt. It's a big question. I don't know.
So that was for you, staff.
Sure. We were able to go through the NextEra red line because we've had it the longest. There are some minor changes that we may be able to make. There are other changes that NextEra would propose that are substantive changes to the regulation that staff would probably not support. They are not policy. They are pieces of discussion that the commission would want to take up, things like the reduction in the setback, the reduction in the decibel levels, the measurement from structure rather than property line. So there are those kinds of things. I have not had the opportunity to really dig into the other red line from Mr. Martinez, and I can't think of what the third one was.
It was a red line from somebody named Ellsworth.
Yes. So we also received a number of, although not redlined per se, because I recognize that requires some specific tools to use when editing language online and editing a PDF for that matter. We also received red lines using comments in a PDF. I believe Buck Bradley, in addition to some other folks, that's just the name on the top of my head, provided that information. There are pieces that someone pointed out where we have subsections that skip number 1 and it goes straight to number 2, and that is just a matter of the Word is funky. Word is in the processing software. There's another place that it says shadow glicker instead of shadow flicker. That would be a change that we would make. Those sorts of substantive changes we would make in any sort of text of this nature. As far as other larger recommendations, there were a lot that was changed between draft 1 and draft 2 that folks pointed out, especially as it relates to environmental and the migration paths. There was some space there that didn't quite make sense that we had a lot of good feedback on. And so I genuinely believe that this draft 2 represents all of that feedback as best it can as far as what is good and what makes sense and how to clarify those points. There may be some other changes that people would prefer, but at this time we don't have any more to bring forward to you other than in the memos with the FAA, which was pointed out by a member of the public, as well as the decommissioning was pointed out by a member of the public, and we had legal look at that, and they agreed we could add some clarifying points. We do not have any others at this time.
Thank you. And I hope I'll have an opportunity to ask more questions.
Sure.
When it's not early morning.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. Are you done with questions tonight?
At this point, I am.
At this point, we don't have a deferral on the table, so I would
understand.
I would recommend you.
I don't know in terms
Okay,
of the
all right.
pages I haven't read yet.
Right, that's fair. Okay.
That
Gotcha.
I may have more questions at another time.
Mr. Baroto, do you have any questions that you'd like to bring? Anything that's on your mind, things that you'd like to better understand about Draft 2 regulations as they've been presented by the ad hoc?
No, not at this particular moment. I don't.
Are there anything there that is a concern for you? Are you generally supportive, or where I'm not trying to ask you to declare completely, but if you do have points that you want to discuss, would try to suss those out.
Got it. Yeah. Basically, my main concern is just the setbacks.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that here in just a little bit. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Doover, anything that you want to bring?
I'll just make a comment. I think so we met with a lot of people since March and heard a lot of different voices. I think it's important for us to hear from a broad range of people. And one of the voices that I heard from was a landowner that had 160 acres, and he was concerned that he couldn't put a turbine on his property if the setbacks were too far. So I just want to express that point of view. I haven't heard that tonight, but there are landowners that want to participate and are concerned that they can't. So I just want to,
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Carter.
Yes.
No, I was just going to jump in if nobody was, so
Okay.
go ahead.
I've got a few.
I got plenty.
So I have several questions. I'll try to keep them to the ones that are most relevant, and they're mostly stimulated by public comment. And so I'm just going to roll off a few. One, and it's mostly to the ad hoc committee and to staff, and the degree to which these appear relevant to the work you've done. One is noise assessments. Wayne Kaufman brought up the issue of frequencies, not just magnitude, but frequency. Mm-hmm. I'm curious how your research into noise accounted for that.
Sure. And that's why this is DBA, which is not average but audible. So it's the audible range, right, between 20 and I don't remember what the high end of that is. Mm-hmm. We set the levels for that range. There's a lot of information and misinformation about infrasound. We didn't find any documented information, documented cases where infrasound actually caused the injuries, the results that we've heard a number of people talk about tonight, and we've received a ton of email about. I don't dismiss the concerns. There's no research there sufficient to cause us to
make a policy
to call that out specifically. But what we do have in the regulations specific to sound is that if there's any issues causing public harm, then we have an obligation to and the empowerment to address it. So if that is found in some future state, high or low, to be an issue, we have the opportunity to address that with the operator.
Okay, great, thank you.
Built into the regs.
Second, I noticed there are a couple of references. Charlotte Breithaupt asked about wells and and accounting for those. I did look in and notice there were a couple of mentions of wells and water quality, and wanted to ask you: do you feel like there's adequate response to her question about wells and water quality in just? I think it was. First was just a concern. It was a list of things that are of policy concern from an environmental standpoint. One was the water table level and wells. Second was in the plan that the applicant had to produce, that they needed to document how they were going to maintain water quality and the water table to the pre-application level. Do you feel like that is, you feel like the work you did there was already accounting for that observation?
I believe so. I'll see, this is an area that I personally had a bit of concern over because the opportunity does exist to impact groundwater. A couple things here for me, and I'll look to staff if they want to add anything as well, but a couple things for me on that. We lean on building code, building standards, so standards that are already in place that manage, for example, the excavation and placement of a foundation or a basement in a rural subdivision, right? We're talking similar.
Would you speak up?
Similar depths, similar depths, similar kinds of footprint in some cases. And I marry that with the language that we have in the regs that hold operators responsible for studies of in ways that we don't do in any other place. Mm-hmm. So I marry those two things together, and I personally feel pretty good that we've got the right protections in place. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, so there is a specific piece of code that is under the environmental impact assessment that requires a project to assess water quality, water supply, including the wells on the project boundary. In addition, through the conditional use permit for an application, so you have first the code language to be able to address that, but then you would also be able to look at a conditional use permit and add additional protections if that became necessary for project specific, if there's something that is not accounted for in the assessments as we're looking at them.
Question. Sorry, go ahead, Chelsea.
When you talk about the first thing we're talking about, is that, if we could refer to pages and what sections we're talking about.
Sure.
We're talking about this document.
Okay.
This would be a code. There's code that we don't have. So you're talking about well water stuff in the code we have or in this draft?
In this draft.
Okay.
You will find it on page 14.
Number 8, it's within the application.
Okay.
Right.
Great.
Additionally, and speaking to water quality, Sandy spoke with members of KDHE specifically to this point.
And there wasn't a lot that was conclusive. I mean, anything with a well, there are well permits that are required. We expect that there will be site inspections during construction, so there shouldn't be somebody out there drilling a well that is unknown. If that is, that's a violation. Those were kind of the bigger pieces of that discussion. It was very broad. I didn't find any evidence that we've had direct contamination from an operating wind farm to water sources. What can happen is during construction, as you are disturbing that earth, you can have runoff as you would have from any kind of construction activity, and then it would be appropriate to have stormwater runoff mitigation plans as part of a project to make sure that we're protecting open sources of water from pollution opportunities. There may need to be protections for somebody's well that's part of the project site. So if I'm building a wind turbine on my farmland and I have a residence and I have a well, that well probably should be protected as part of that construction that's going on. So those are the kind of components that we were kind of looking for. So that's probably the more likely contaminant opportunity that would happen. But in terms of the planning assessment, we look at that both from the documentation the applicant has to provide, through a stormwater management plan that also has to be developed to protect those assets. That would be reviewed locally by the county public works director, or if they need to expand that, the county would have the opportunity to bring additional specialty staff on to be able to help with that workload.
Thank you.
Satisfy that?
Continue?
Yeah, please.
Several speakers raised the issue of the location of transmission lines and substations, and I'm curious how you would account for that.
Transmission lines are completely out of scope for us, right? That's
Take your word for it.
KCC. We don't govern that. We don't have anything to do with it. We do, though, have a requirement for in site plans that that not only is every single tower location cited, interconnections are identified, how and where those will be, substations associated with that will be identified, and interconnections between substation and transmission are identified. Everything that we can control are a requirement to be illustrated and approved as a part of the site plan.
Okay.
Could you point to that? I was looking for that, and could you point to that language? Thank you.
At the bottom of page 9 speaks to the concept plan. 7 is about proposed substations. 8 is about existing and proposed utility lines, including easements for transmission and interconnection.
So that section is part of the application documentation, where an applicant is going to have to show us both what's proposed, but also where it connects to the rest of the grid. So you do not get to regulate the location of the transmission line, but you can have a say about the location of certain elements and components of a particular project, such as a substation, such as how it's tying in.
Siting, we've learned from Evergy in our conversation with them, does take into consideration proximity to transmission line access, and I suppose to a degree over time, projects like this precipitate transmission line placement decisions.
Okay.
But they're out of scope for us.
May I ask a related question? Is the project boundary, could it be all of Douglas County if there are then wind turbines in different parcels? Or do
No.
they have to be contiguous parcels? Or?
No, help with that. So
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing the question.
Sorry. I was asking if the project boundary is all contiguous parcels, or if it could be the entire county with different parcels, different townships maybe.
Yes, it's possible that the project would reach across the township, still within Douglas County. I would suspect that there's going to be some level of connectedness. You may have turbines on different parcels, but you may have underground pieces that go across another parcel. That's still part of the project. So there's probably still some level of connectivity. That's not the right word I want, but you get it.
I think we talked about that the property would be contiguous if you can't run something across somebody's property that is non-participating. So these parcels have got to be connected.
But could you have some turbines here and some over there with no connection between the two?
It would likely not be a part of the same project.
Okay, that's, I guess, is the better question. Would they be different projects then?
possible.
Possible.
We've seen in other existing CWEX projects that they tend to be located near each other, a part of the same generally named project, and that's both for efficiency of the project itself because it would require easements between it, but also the environmental studies are more localized to that specific project. I would imagine if there were additional projects in different parts of the county, it would likely be different CUPs that would be sought out, so they would be dependent on the project itself. But because we don't have an application to review, I can't speak to that specifically. It sort of depends on what comes before us.
And just real quickly, Cece is doing her wizardry, and she's sharing some of the additional resources up there as we talk about some of these things. So hopefully some of the graphics that you see up here may be helpful. They were not part of the presentation. We tried to be prepared for some questions. So this graphic was really trying to associate what kind of a project might be where you have kind of scattered turbines, which would be the dots, maybe an easement or some other kind of associated component of a project on another property. The ones that we've seen for the most part have all been contiguous somehow as a unique project. Now, if we would see more than one project, that remains to be seen, depending on what kind of property owner agreement an applicant can really get in Douglas County. It could vary widely.
Thank you.
Chair Rexford? Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, my last question addresses Michael Allman's point about community wind projects. And I recall early in the process, he brought this up as like an intermediate scale between personal and commercial or industrial. And it was deferred or in some way said it was, that was not the central point of the effort. And I just wanted to revisit that and get some clarity around where that ended up.
Yeah. So, and please, the rest of the ad hoc and staff, please join on this. We've come back to that question a couple of times as we've had our discussions, and I won't speak for anybody but myself, but we look at what's available through personal wind energy, how you can, what you can and cannot do with that, similar with small scale solar, and what you can do with commercial scale wind energy. And I've struggled to find where there's a limitation in the adaptation of the use of either of those forms of wind energy generation to accomplish that end. I haven't been able to find a combination of technologies that's missing from, or rules that are missing from what's available through these regs. Now, Michael did talk about how grids might be formed.
Microgrids.
And I will say that we do prohibit personal wind energy generation, person being their own utility and selling it to others. That's expressly prohibited, but net metering is in fact allowed.
Is that prohibited by state law, or is that just part of
our
the
rules? It might be by state
So,
as well, but
You're talking about two different things.
Okay. Please
Also,
intervene.
KCC, the Kansas Corporation Commission, does have a map. I did not put it in my additional slides. They do have a map of territory shown within Kansas. So every parcel of land is accounted for in Kansas, and that territory map states that if it's Evergy's territory, there cannot be a third party that sort of comes to them with a proposal for a microgrid or another sort of off-grid secondary system without going to KCC first and having that map altered. Likely, community scale wind in Kansas would only be available to those communities that have their own public utility for energy. I believe Baldwin City is the only one in Douglas County. At this time, Baldwin City has not asked us for additional regulations on community scale wind, and due to KCC's territory map and our understanding of how that sort of a community going off-grid to build their own microgrid would ultimately be regulated by KCC, we didn't feel it was the right place within these regulations to write that into the code.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Anything else?
Anybody? I'll let Sharon. Go ahead, Sharon.
I have a question about lighting, and it
Okay.
has to do.
Promise
Nope.
you.
Oh,
Nope.
that's fine. We got all the time in the world.
So there was something in the red line document that Alan Anderson had submitted, because I was encouraged by the fact, because the red blinking lights on top of the turbines, that there is now an ability so they're radar activated for airplanes going over. But according to the red line, that's a potential 2-year delay in that. So I wanted staff's comment on that, because I would be, I don't think to me, it's not acceptable to have 2 years of blinking lights and then the FAA say, they got to stay blinking.
And there's sort of two different pieces of active information going on. So both within our regulations, we're proposing that ADLS system. I put a graphic that sort of shows how that works. Below a certain altitude, within a certain radius, the lights would turn on, otherwise they would be off at all times. FAA, I understand this technology to be relatively new, so I would hope to see that timeline is reduced over time. But also, as I understand it, the state of Kansas has adopted a rule, a regulation, a bylaw, I'm not sure what that piece of legislation is, that states that all new turbines in the state of Kansas have to use ADLS.
Okay.
So our regulations just back that up.
Okay.
Right.
So that's a difference between a new project or a retrofit. So the expectation of this code is the project is designed and built with this technology up front as new construction.
Thank you.
That was a hard stop for us.
Okay.
May I ask a follow-up question? Does this account for flocks of migrating birds? That is not a joke.
The lighting does not.
Does not.
There are, correct, the lighting would not turn on for flocks of birds, but we also did not find data to support that lighting would be required to deter flocks of birds. I understand that there are other technologies, not necessarily noise emanators, but other sorts of technology that can be used in the nacelle at the top of the turbine that could deter flocks of birds. And we have other regulations in our code, aside from lighting, that speak to that. The 3-mile setback from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks managed properties is a significant piece of this. You have a picture in front of you that shows what that 3-mile buffer would look like.
Mm-hmm.
So the properties that may experience the most flocks of birds crossing, we're trying to account for in other ways.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Duver?
Did you have a question, Chelsea?
Oh, no, that's fine.
She's got several.
She's got several. Okay, all right. I'll try it. So as far as the CUP process, I know that we've talked about this is, if whatever happens with our vote tonight is kind of the first step, and then it goes to the county commission, and then when we get a project and we get down to the CUP stage, how would the public engage? Like, how would neighbors of a project engage? How easy or difficult is it for them to engage in, whether it's a well or whatever the issue may be? What is the route for a neighbor of one of these projects to get engaged in the CUP process?
That's a really good question, and it's a question we struggle with regardless of application that we get. The process starts when an applicant comes and requests a pre-submittal application. So we start there, and we talk about what kinds of application document do you need, what's the kind of timing, review, expectations, potential meetings, potential outcomes. We talk about all of those things. In every instance, the planner will recommend to the applicant that they go out on their behalf and hold a neighborhood or a community meeting of their project. I don't remember exactly in the county code if that is a requirement, but it is absolutely a flat-out recommendation from staff every time we get an application, regardless of the land use. Within the code, It also requires a larger notification. It requires, the proposal is to have a 2-mile notice to all property owners from the boundary of the project. So from the project boundary out 2 miles to notice to property owners. Typically, that would require an applicant to let them know that they're making application, who is a point of contact, that that application is coming to the office. Typically, there's a sample letter that's part of the code that they can use to model that language from that point on. And it's, I think we have a lead time of roughly 7-ish weeks from the time the application comes in to the time it's supposed to be put on the agenda. My phone will start ringing at that point. And we will take those calls and we will engage in that. We will advise the public how they participate, that they can certainly provide writing, letters, email, the kinds of communications that you have seen. We go through that engagement process at the staff side of it. You may see specific recommendations come forward from staff from that public comment. You may not see everything that a property owner has requested in the staff recommendation. We will advise them that they can address the Planning Commission at the various meetings. As you've heard tonight, you could hear a property owner say, I live here, I have this kind of topography, I have this well, I request that this project have a greater setback. You, as a planning commission, can take that into consideration. So there's multiple points to be engaged in the process. And that's how we handle all land uses and applications.
Thanks.
That kind of leads into one of my questions.
All you.
Not on me, just a question that coming off the notice, I am, so I'm interested in, on page 17, where it says the applicant must provide notice to all the landowners. I'd be interested in your thoughts on actually requiring notice to the township and notice to the fire district, because those would both be need to be heavily involved in the process. And so I'm just curious about that.
So when an application comes into staff, we send out about 40 or so different agencies. Rural applications do go to the townships, to the fire districts, to, I can't even think of the whole list that they go to, health department, water districts. So we're already doing that work. I will tell you, 95% of the time, I do not get a comment back from a township fire department or a township regarding roads. If there's something that I have been tipped off about a problem or a concern, I will reach out to those agencies, and I think the other planners do as well. So that's part of the internal process that we are already doing today.
Yes, but I'm on a township board, and it would be nice to have official notice that we can expect by the applicant, or the same as as the people. It's wonderful when we get notified ahead of time, but I just think it'd be interesting to talk about at least having the applicant provide official notice to the township, so the township could, because like for a township to take any action takes forever, like to have a public meeting or to do whatever to get any kind of notice out. And there are people who could be affected in a township who might not be within the regular notification. So by having the township be one entity that has to get a notice similar to a landowner, at least the townships could, if they're run efficiently, which I'm not saying we are, but we can kind of maybe get that out. So I'm just curious to talk. I'd be interested in that. And then also with the fire districts, I'm very fortunate to be in a township that's actually covered by Lawrence Fire, but I do get concerned about, we may lose that, is why I'm very concerned about the fire departments being able to get notifications so that they're involved in the process early. So those were two things for, we don't have to have big discussion.
You're suggesting in the application process?
Yeah, in the application process, just so that, and if it's already happening by internal policies, that's fantastic, right? But then that way it's just, the rural fire department is aware of that. And because I was interested in that before I came here tonight, but then I checked to see, I had asked if the fire chiefs had been consulted or involved in this process. So this is a question for the ad hoc committee. I was just curious if Chief Baxter, it sounded like he had been contacted, but then the chief for the District 3 was here tonight and said he hadn't. And so part of my interest in deferral is the fact that have the rural fire deputies, chiefs, communities gotten together and had a chance to look over this and provide comment. I don't know if they were at the ad hoc, but as a governmental entity, they should be able to have a bit of a say, that kind of.
The Chief of District 1 gave feedback. Can you talk a little bit about that? I was surprised as well to hear that some of his peers weren't aware.
Chief Baxter from Fire District 1 did provide comment. He was involved both in Draft 1 and Draft 2 and came to the ad hoc to speak with them directly and answer any questions. I also generally understand that Chief Baxter is or was the previous chair of the Douglas County Emergency Management Board, and so I felt that his comments well reflected those of the entirety of Douglas County. There may have been a lack of us reaching out to others, and that was on our part. But speaking to your other point about townships, currently in the application on page 15, we specifically say that the traffic impact mitigation plan has to include the townships as final approval of the road maintenance agreement to be executed prior to approval. So we can add that sort of language specifying if there are other pieces that you want to highlight. I recognize traffic and roads are one of the main communication points we've received from various townships on importance. If there are other places, we can absolutely add that in.
Yeah, actually, on that specific thing, I was going to see about having an and instead of an or, because it says road maintenance agreement to be executed with the county or with the township. And I think it should be and. It might be a situation where one doesn't need to weigh in and they can defer or they can say, but I would hate the county to do it without the township signature. It's on H2.
So the fire chief on District 3, and I have his name is Lyle Boland. I did not know him. Said there were limited resources. He wanted to give the fire district more authority, and I think that's something we've got to look into because that's all he said. What is that more authority that he was talking about? So I think they need to be approached again to say, what was that you were referring to?
And I think not only that, I think one of my other real concerns about that is grass fires are very different. And so my limited experience with fire in county and the town is that they don't have all of necessarily the same equipment. So I would want to make sure that they have the financial resources to have the equipment needed for any kind of an increase. This may not create any kind of increase, so it might not be a thing, but at least having the ability to weigh in and be a part of any particular CUP application that may increase or the location of it may make it difficult for them to get to. I mean, I can watch them coming from town, and this is the #1, we have a #1 ISO rating, right? Coming from town, and it's like, are you going to get here? I can't imagine if it's a volunteer firefighter. So it'd be nice to have a little bit more conversation about that.
Page 16 of the currently proposed regulations start with emergency mitigation plan. This was a section that Chief Baxter had a great deal of influence on, especially item 8 and then item 8A. Item 8 specifically calls out that emergency response training will be provided prior to the operation of CWEX and then annually thereafter for all emergency response stakeholders, including the local fire district. and then goes on to say, any specialty response equipment required to adequately manage extraordinary events, which is a defined term at the top, will be provided, updated, and replaced by the operator as needed at the operator's expense.
Okay.
So we were very aware of that potential burden being placed on local fire districts and wanting to write code that supported them.
Thank you. And will you point me again to the definition of extreme, the extreme?
Extraordinary event. Extraordinary event is a term found frequently within WEC's regulations. It sort of speaks to a lot of things, what we hope never happens: fires, extreme weather, kills of endangered or otherwise species of concern, injury, things of that nature. And then there's an extraordinary event plan, an extraordinary event mitigation plan required also within, looks like page 16 is where that's talked about. But so, extraordinary event, the definition is long, but that was because we tried to add a lot into there as far as what fire wanted.
Yes, and I guess when I had written down fire question mark by that paragraph, but maybe I missed it. Is it extraordinary event include fire?
Yeah. Correct. Yes.
So
3 sentences down. Infrastructure due to extreme weather, fire, or natural disasters, grievous injury of any individuals, kills of endangered, threatened, or otherwise protected birds, bats, or other significantly affected animals, or other similar event also gives a lot of room.
Okay, it must be too late because I don't see fire, but I must just, due to extreme weather or natural disasters.
What page?
I'm on page
Page
1.
Extraordinary events. Maybe I have
It's after extreme weather.
I think you're looking at an old version.
Yep, perfect, okay. Thank you. It's
This
not
was a
in my-
change between draft 1 and draft 2.
Okay.
Specifically at the ad hoc's guidance after having that meeting with Chief Baxter.
Perfect, because it's not in the printed one.
Knowing we did talk to Chief Baxter in detail, we obviously didn't talk to Chief Bolin in Fire District 3. Are there others, townships or districts that we haven't covered that might not be aware of
We have
this?
to assume that, right?
And which
Yeah.
we need their input. Because I know the Fire District 1 covers 5 townships, is that right?
I'm not sure. It's all the western part, south and western part of Douglas County.
And Eudora.
Oh,
And it covers Eudora Township,
Okay.
too, yeah.
But
It's a big district.
I don't know if it's us need to talk to them as much as it is staff or, well, the fire department groups working together. I want to be careful that we don't turn this into a quest for a wish list of anything that might possibly be there. There's equipment that's needed to respond, and we need to make sure we understand what that is and that it's available.
And it might just be that provision might say, whatever equipment is required, you have to provide. So that was the one that is already in there. They might say that's in it.
What else?
Oh, I'm happy to, I've got more, but I'm happy.
I got more too, so.
Let's go. Go, Sharon.
Actually, this line of questioning has to do with, is there an industry responsibility for cleanup after one of these extraordinary events, like a blade failure, and there's pieces that come off regardless of the distance they go? Would the applicant, the operator, be responsible for the cleanup
Yes.
of those? They would?
Yes.
They would be responsible for that, okay.
Not just
Cleanup of-
cleanup, but mitigating any damages that might be associated with that, so.
Would that include compensation of a landowner, let's say, well, one of the examples that was brought up, somebody's cattle eats the fiberglass fragments and the vet determines that, yeah, that's what did it in? It would include compensation?
Yeah, so it's the requirement, and please help me, because I'm probably going to get this a little bit off, but the requirement is that.
Very louder.
The requirement is that, again, associated with extraordinary events, that they get to an agreement with zoning and codes of enforcement satisfactory to meet their needs. And one of the cases we oftentimes talked about was the Marshall County turbine blade lightning strike that caused that blade to fail, and it famously threw pieces of fiberglass, blew them, didn't throw them, but blew it in the wind up to 2,100 feet away. They were small pieces, but still, you get that in hay, and all of a sudden you've got a threat to livestock that might eat that. Your whole hay crop might be ruined by that. So
in Douglas County, that would be compensated?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be a responsibility.
And one of the things that was overlooked until somebody out here mentioned it, about a pond, that I don't think in Marshall County a pond was involved, but the hayfield was. A pond could be involved in that very thing.
Yeah, possible.
And I thought one of the more interesting things that happened was when Gary asked what the response was from the wind energy company where it happened, and the person who was in charge said, "Let me get my lawyer to respond to you." And Gary said, "Huh? I'm asking you a question. I need my lawyer to respond." And it was an awkward moment, to say the least.
But those conversations helped us to tighten up the approach that we used in that, about what response would look like, and giving empowerment to zoning and codes, establishing what was required, giving empowerment to zoning and codes to enforce it. I honestly feel like we did some pretty good work around that. Again, staying away from if this happens that, if this happens
Right,
that,
yeah.
but given that general accountability and empowerment.
Are those insurable events?
They may be. That's not our insurance, though.
No, I didn't know if it was, or if they're likely to be. There'd be
I suspect
incidents where
there's
there wouldn't be
some comprehensive policies. I mean, storms occur, debris gets thrown. So these are big, and they have the potential for different kinds of things. But tornado hits a house, storm hits a house and tears a roof off, it can scatter debris for miles. So it's not the first time something like this has been contemplated, but this is the only case where storm-related damage to something has the degree of protections that we have put in it. Nothing else is even close to it.
I have a real quick one, and then I'll yield again. Was there any evidence of telecommunication interference by wind turbines?
Yes, there's certainly reports of that. We heard several of them. And
credible?
Nothing that I could identify specifically. I'm not saying I'm the sole source of information on this. What we have done, though, is said that we will not allow any type of electromagnetic interference, if it's cell phone, internet signal, weather radar, whatever it is, it's not allowed, period, full stop.
Whether anecdotal or not, we saw it tonight. We think. We don't know. That's what they thought it was. We don't know if that is or not.
Yeah.
If that were here, these regs do not allow that.
That would be cause for actionable complaint.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question about the impact on environmentally sensitive lands on page 25, section 3, subsection C talks about impact on environmentally sensitive lands, and then it has an A, B, and a C. And I was wondering, C is written not as hard-hitting, so I tell my students, write it more hard-hitting, as A. And so I'm just curious as to talking about the regulations of 12-314-2. It's not specifically called out in here, and I was wondering if there's a possibility to consider writing it to be more similar to the Part A, where it says wind turbines shall be subject to, section 12-303-12. I would like to see some kind of language regarding environmentally sensitive lands that says something like wind turbines shall be subject to section 12-314-2 of the zoning and codes and be prohibited from doing what's set out in that statute. Because that is the statute that protects the environmentally sensitive lands that we've talked about that are not really listed elsewhere, and that if the comprehensive plan isn't adopted, then those are the things that I feel like should the, prairie and grasslands should be included in the impact on environmentally sensitive lands. So I was just curious if that was considered or why that language is different and.
So, just to recap, because of the 1:30 in the morning brain, we're on page 25, under, did you say
It's 20
2 or 5?
It's 23, actually.
Oh,
I'm on.
It's 23 2B.
20?
D2B. 23 D2B.
I don't believe 23 is the page on environmental impact.
Okay, so let's do it this way.
Yes.
It's section, it's under performance standards.
Yes.
And then it would be, I believe it is the impact on environmentally sensitive lands.
CC 24.
3, which is subsection 3. And then
there's A and a B.
And then subsection 3 has, let me look, can I see your A? Maybe I put it wrong.
It's on page 25 for me. I'm not sure.
Where are you? Subsection, environmentally,
Right here.
never mind. Oh, thank you.
I think at one
Yes.
time.
So what I would like is to see the subsection to be more like, instead of, okay, so look at B, features included in shall be protected. Can we have it be, or have you thought about having it be more where they should be subjected to kind of like A? So A provides more protection, saying that subsection, in my opinion, 12.303.12 actually applies versus just the features included in, if that makes any sense. Because I think that it does more than just list out the if I don't know codes very well, but I think the 314 actually talks about protecting and how to go about protecting those lands. That's what I'm trying
The
to.
intention wasn't to provide a sense of A being more important than B. Both of them are important. We can edit language to be more descriptive, similar to A in this case, and touch base with zoning and codes to make sure that we're meeting the intent of 12.314 too.
Because, yeah, especially since I'm cool with the comprehensive plan not being included, I understood your comments on why we don't do that. But then the kinds of things that are particularly important.
Absolutely.
Just talk about having them.
And if I recall, zoning and codes wanted that to be more delineated as well.
I don't know.
Can't recall.
Am I still it? Okay. So let's see. So the environmentally protected lands there. Okay, so then I was curious as to the performance standards. I just wanted to talk a little bit. I don't think we need to get into it tonight, but just some of the stuff, it seemed like it would be hard to enforce in the performance standards. And so based on the staff report, I got left with the impression that that is the kind of the teeth of it. And so is there thought about making the language be a little bit more accountable to whomever may be in violation of the performance standard? Like there's kind of a lot of passive voice and some ambiguity in some of it. And then there's a couple of places that say like, good faith effort shall be done. And so I like all of that kind of language, except that if this is the place with the teeth, how do we enforce that?
So the performance standards, the initial header to performance standards, on my page 22, the following standards apply to all CWECs. Failure to comply with these standards may be grounds for a suspension, amendment, or revocation of the CUP as determined by Board of County Commissioners. That is part of the teeth to this entire section, stating that should any performance standard not be followed, shall not comply with these standards, it may be grounds for suspension, amendment, or revocation. So I believe some of the passive voice was intentional with the ad hoc. And that was provided so that there would be some flexibility for the zoning codes director, as Gary's mentioned a few times. But otherwise, this is consistent with other CUP language that we see as well.
And I was just going to echo what Cece was saying, was that there are places in the language that are intentionally broad to be able to be responsive, because there's no way we can write code for every event. What we want to be able to do is very early on put an applicant on notice. A CUP is conditional. It is absolutely that it is something that could be revoked if you're not meeting the intent of the code or compliance with what your approval standards were. So there is some of that intentional, I don't know ambiguity, but that it's not intended to be ambiguous, it's intending to be broad.
And the conditional use permit, a part of its nature is that when reviewing, you could be more specific in this application in front of you. So should you read a performance standard and then you want to apply additional standards or additional teeth, that's absolutely within the range of what the Planning Commission should and can do in those situations, as well as the Board of County Commission.
Just check up and down. Anybody else want a question? Sharon?
Let's see. Just a quick question. What is the current setback for any structure built, setback from the property line for any structure built?
It depends on the
type of structure.
Zoning district, and it depends on the structure, whether that's primary or accessory, in addition to...
Or the range, like is it 5 to 20 feet is sort of the setback from property line, or?
Some conditional uses, such as this, you'll see additional setback. The nature of conditional uses being that they may have effects on neighboring properties. I'm thinking of landfills or mining and extraction type uses. Those we tend to see greater setback, and I don't have a good...
I'm just thinking about the question of 1,500-foot setback from a property line and wondering what that potential additional, but if someone's going to build, so the rationale, as I understand it, for setting that 1,500-foot setback from the property line is that so somebody can build anywhere on their property and still be protected. So I'm just curious about that potentially additional buffer from the property line or building a residence, let's say
So part of the methodology of measuring from the property line adds in that protection for that non-participating property. If they want to further subdivide their property, they're not putting themselves at risk because the turbine structure is measured from the property line of the participating in toward their property. Okay, so if that non-participating property owner wants to, in the future, subdivide the property, we've got a 20 acre, they want to take it down to 5 acre pieces. That setback, whatever that number ends up, is consistent, whether it's a 20 acre or it's 4 5s. Okay?
I see. Thank you. I don't know if we want to get into the big question.
I do.
Of setbacks, because that was the big
I do
thing.
here pretty soon, but I want to make sure
So-
that Chelsea's got a chance. Pedro, let me come out to you. Do you have any questions?
Well, yes, I just have a quick question. I would like to go back to the original question that Commissioner Sharon had regarding a cleanup in case something happens. And my question is, what would be the time frame for that? So let's say there's an incident, the storm, one of the blades fell off, you know, anything happens. What would be the time frame for that participant to have that cleanup done?
I think it's, that's all going to be dependent upon the agreement reached between the operator and zoning and codes, that there's a 7 or 10 days that we end up with.
So this it varies depending on the type of event. Someone earlier spoke to if they had a screeching noise from a turbine operating in an unusual way, if they had to wait 10 days for that to cease. That's not the case. Noise in particular, we have a standard in here that states, it's in performance standard. Page 24, if noise levels exceed the maximum allowed for a sustained period of time, the turbine shall be powered down until appropriate mitigation techniques are established. Part of the reason for the vagueness here, maximum allowed for a sustained period of time, that varies depending on if it's 5 decibels louder or if it is a holy cow screech, you can't sleep at night. We want those sort of things to be powered down until appropriate mitigation techniques such as listed.
In the case
Now,
of cleanup, though, was it?
in extraordinary events, so on page 27 for the most part, the header looks like it's on page 26, but it says, as soon as possible and not later than 48 hours after the occurrence of an extraordinary event, the applicant shall notify the emergency management folks, they're listed out, and then an event response plan shall be developed within 3 business days of the extraordinary event by the operator. After the operator develops that event response plan, the zoning codes office has to review and approve it. A timeline is then established and methods for resolution, as well as notification to the property owners that are affected by that extraordinary event. There then goes on to say that in the event of an extraordinary event, the applicant shall, within 30 days of the occurrence, submit a report of findings to the zoning codes director that lists out the reasons for the event, how it can be mitigated in the future, and that is sort of more to read from there. But that was the zoning codes office. We wanted to make sure that, again, that this was enforceable and that this was enough time for them to be able to provide that emergency mitigation plan, approved an emergency event response plan, and have the power to do so.
There's 5 days from event to notification to a plan being submitted.
Absolutely.
And then the amount of time to do actual cleanup, Pedro, is dependent upon the situation. In some cases, they're dependent upon land access to a non-participating landowner, and so there's a number of variables that they have to work through.
Thank you.
All right.
One minor change I might add before we get into setbacks is another thing that, that was in the red line from Alan Anderson that I have to agree with was the coming onto a project site by county personnel whenever and wherever they want. There are some safety concerns, especially during construction. So I would say that would be, I mean, at the very least, when you go into any construction site, you got to wear the hard hat and they won't let you in. So I just don't see how you can just walk into a construction site without letting somebody know that that's happening.
And I believe that's application, subsection O, starts on page 17, provision 4.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Sorry, I thought there was.
Or is it a different section? Legal access, inspect the CWEX during construction and operation. Is it that piece?
Just that there would be some notification, so there wouldn't be people wandering over construction sites.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Missed that, thank you.
So do you think it's covered? All right.
You'll be happy to know I'm almost done.
Yeah, go. And then we're going to hit setbacks.
I had a question. I don't know if this is for the ad hoc or for staff. I'm just curious about the damages, like the abandonment issues and all of that. Is that pretty standard? Like reading it, it seemed like it could be more robust, but at the same time, I don't know what else you looked at or if this is like basically typical how these things read and all the stuff that you guys looked at. So I was just kind of curious. We heard a couple things too about like the security, just having, here it says like a letter, or I don't know if it's that, but like here it's just said something about security. Somebody was mentioned having the money, which I'm not sure we could get into escrow, but I was just curious what kinds of things you talked about in that area and how you landed on this version.
On decommissioning and assurance that we have.
Yeah, just feeling comfortable with like that things are gonna.
So some of it we lifted on the approach that we took with solar. And so we weren't reinventing the wheel completely with that. We had some conversation about in what order would responsibility lie, particularly as it relates to the participating landowner. And someone gave some testimony earlier today, I think was reading an old version of code. What he wasn't quite accurate.
Okay.
So what we've got 3 layers of protection in this. First is the operator. And you can argue, rightfully so, that operators can maneuver behind LLCs and different operating groups and be shielded somewhat from liability. So we've done our best in the language on how we require approvals of ownership changes that we feel like we've mitigated that risk to the best that we can. The next is a surety bond, and it could be I think there was one option, I think it was a letter of credit, something like that, that has received some feedback on. That's all going to be based on the solvency of the company, particularly if it's nested inside of a sub-entity. That could represent some risk. And then the last step along the line is the participating landowner. And then there's a whole set of questions around leasing rights, leaseor rights, assignees and heirs that we've worked. In fact, we had some great feedback from the public over this last month that legal has taken and helped firm the language up, so we've got that tightened right. So we've got 3 levels that we're working against, and then of course there's a regular testing of adequacy of those things along the life of the CUP.
And like what's required, like the getting the concrete out and all of the depth and all of that. Comfortable with
so actual reclamation.
That. We heard a little bit about that tonight.
Actual reclamation, there's been quite a bit of discussion about that. We all concluded, there may be some change of opinion after more feedback, but we had concluded as we worked through the regs that taking it down to 4 feet reestablishes the ability to do conventional agriculture. We did not require the removal of the full foundation, which can create its own set of things, but also likened it to the lack of a requirement to remove a basement from a demolished house. Right? We have instances of that occurring in our county today, so it was considered it similar to that.
Go ahead. I will say, I said, I think every time, why do we not have, if they bring it in, they have to take it out? And there were discussions about that. We did not, the 4 of us didn't agree on everything. We came to agreements on some things. I believe there are reasons that it should have all been taken out, but that did not prevail.
And I know you've looked at a bunch of different, CC, a bunch of different regulations and whatnot. Are we pretty standard, or where are we on the, I know that's a hard question because they're all over, but you've read more, I'm sure, wind regulations than anyone else in this room from all over the country.
Boy, howdy. This is pretty consistent with other regulations and how they identify the sort of big 3, abandonment, decommissioning, and reclamation. The 4 feet is consistent with others. We do specifically call out abandonment of 1 turbine versus an entire project, which is a little bit unique, and that was due to the feedback we received from the public about driving through different places in Texas, Oklahoma, western Kansas, and seeing turbines not running and that otherwise being an eyesore, and wanting to account for, should an individual turbine be abandoned and meet the standards that we lay out, that there is a process for that it's not all or nothing. The other piece you'll frequently see, this requires commencement of reclamation within 90 days of the date of abandonment. That number changes as seen in the 2016 code. That was 18 months. this is another space where understanding the intent of the regulations and the comprehensive plan to sort of have that land available for agricultural uses, we wanted to make sure that that was hit quickly, that it, should something be abandoned, it's then reclaimed with haste.
And that's part of that accountability that you were asking about, that this really kind of holds an applicant to some responsibility as well, to either keep the project in working order and managing it, or removing it, or being very thoughtful before you make the request to put it in.
And go back to the reclamation and the operator, the landowner, and the security. It was 2 or 3 weeks ago that a letter came from a citizen that caused legal here to relook at how things were done, which is why I think it is so important that we look and see what is in this packet before we make decisions. We have had, I mean, you didn't have to look around or listen much to it, how smart, how much digging and research that people have gone into before they came here tonight and spoke, that might very well be in the 300 pages here that we have not gotten a chance to look at. So I am loath, I heard Gary say, we're going to look at setbacks. I am loath to do that when we haven't looked at all the information, that there is more information for us to look at and make decision that may have, we talked about that aha moment when we come to something. I just think we are selling the public and ourselves short when we don't have time to look at all the information before we make decisions. And making it about, from day one, when the ad hoc committee met, we said, the biggest issue will be setbacks. And sure enough, we have come 8 or 9 months and we're at setbacks. And to not give it, not at 2 o'clock in the morning, to not give it our full attention after we look at all the things that are here, I just don't think it reflects well on us, nor do I think it shows the respect that we should have for the people who showed up here tonight and those who have written letters. I think it is disrespectful for us to do that. So I would encourage us not to deal with that tonight.
Before we make that decision, I have one other thing I'd like to talk about. Do you have one other thing you'd like to talk about?
I wanted to say more on what Charlie started.
Okay.
We're coming up on 2.
Yep.
So we're here, what now? Is it 6.5 or 7.5? It's one of those two. I can't remember. And I struggled with this the last few days, that is knowing this meeting was going to be this long. And by the time we got to now, we're potentially talking about starting this critical, it's a discussion on how each of the 4 of us feel, how we got to where we are, trying to defend it. And I think we all need to be a sound body and sound mind to have that. And I can say right now, I'm tired. I had a full work day of 10 hours. I've now had 6.5, 7.5 hours here. I'm going to guess I'm not the only one here that's tired. We've also heard many little bitty things that probably ought to be checked, ought to be changed, that ought to be read. And that even if we had this discussion, which I don't know that we're doing us a service or the citizens of the county to have that discussion at 2 a.m. Can we, and let's say we have that, and now it's 4 a.m. and we've miraculously come to a conclusion on what setback ought to be. we don't know exactly what the final wording of this is going to be because there's been so many little things brought up tonight that this comma ought to be changed to a period and this D ought to be may or whatever. And I don't know that we can approve something to go on to the, or not approve, to go on to the county commission if we haven't ever seen it in its final form, whether that's draft 2A or 2-1 or whatever it is. But that's just my thoughts coming up on 2 a.m.
Sure. And we may very well choose to defer final decision. Of course, the will of the commission. We did hour and a half ago, though, say we wanted to work through these primary issues. We're down. I think we've drained everything that everybody had, save this one thing.
Watershed, lakes.
All right. Did you have
was
one
brought
more?
up tonight.
Did you have one more, Chelsea?
I was interested in that. That was,
Okay.
but what I was actually just interested in hearing more or how we were going to think about addressing the mitigation stuff. I'm interested. I thought that the report did a great job with all the additional language, the legal language. I was good with all that, but we don't have to have a full discussion on it, but I would like to see some type of mitigation or the rights, keeping the rights to mitigate or something along those lines. So at some point, I would like to see language like that worked in, and maybe it's something you already have and are thinking about incorporating it in light of newer comments that have come in. I don't know, but and I haven't had time to look at that, but what I believe there was something in the packet today about it. And I haven't really fleshed that out, and it sounds like nobody else on this panel has either, but that's a topic I don't want to get lost in the shuffle of different things.
Yeah.
There's reserving the rights or something along those lines.
So just a quick poll. It is late. Is there an interest in at least laying out the foundation of the setback conversation so we leave here with understanding what the question is, even if we don't come to a conclusion on it tonight?
Staff has also brought a few visuals if you just want to see what sort of the current regulations have, what they could have, and how feet then equal out to acres. Not something you have to use. It'll always be a resource available to you, but we have it.
If you want to, go ahead and you can put that up if you'd like to. We heard a lot of feedback tonight about pretty consistent requests at 2,500 foot or larger. A number of them were, a number of requests were at a mile.
I just want to say that as far as changes go that we've reckoned, all the littler stuff that we've been talking about tonight, I have not heard anything substantial for any substantial changes so far, except for a couple words here and there. So, I mean, to me, I wouldn't need to see a whole rewrite just for the minor changes that have been discussed so far.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Any other comment around Sharon's observation?
Well, I struggle with that. Like, I don't know. Yes and no. I guess if I saw like that, or we had, I guess if we laid it out that these are the things that we're incorporating these changes or whatever, and we are able to talk about figure out the mitigation language and then the other stuff that's already in the report.
Yeah, aside from the mitigation language, I'm thinking of the things that
all
we've
those
discussed.
little things. Yeah, I mean, if it was to be with those things that I have mentioned, I would probably be fine with it if it was also with the mitigation of some sort.
And Steph, you've been keeping a running list of those items, right? And we can validate.
Correct.
To make sure that they're known. I've got a bad list of things I can add to it and help.
Perhaps because I'm new to the commission, but I would prefer to see the final rewrite before we make a final decision, because I don't know what else I'm going to learn, and I don't like to make a final decision until I've had all the knowledge, and I've had the ability, we've all had the ability, I think, to be respectful of all the things we've heard tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just uncomfortable.
So I don't disagree with you at all, and if it's with your permission, I'd like to conclude on that particular topic about how we instruct staff as we leave here. But before we go there, I saw a couple heads nod about at least having a cursory conversation about the setback discussion.
Is that the only one we have left?
Well,
Just checking. I have nothing, but I just
I
wasn't sure.
think so.
Is that
So,
you guys
know,
agreed
as
on
Charlie
everything?
points out, there may very well be things as he sorts through that other documentation that he wants to bring to the table.
But the ad hoc committee was basically cool with everything except setbacks. That was what.
That was the only thing that we carried out and said, and there were 2 items. Maybe we introduced the 3. There were 3 to begin with. We pulled one back, but I heard several comments tonight about that. One is 1,500 foot was in draft 1, and a recommendation was made for that to be 2,500 foot. That was a specific recommendation. We decided to bring that question. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be any number. The second item was to add cemeteries and religious institutions to the table of setbacks. It's not there at all today, and determine what that value should be. And the third item, which was on the list and it came back off and maybe we put back on, is should there be a setback added to the table for county line? Something different. Today, it's inherent in that it would fall into the property line setback, because there are no property lines that cross a county line. But the question might be asked, do we want to treat this differently based on some of the feedback that we heard tonight? So those are the 3 open items that were there.
I have a question about that. So somebody raised the small landowner, like the 5 acre, the 1 acre. Would that be something that we would be addressing or talking about potentially in the setback, or is that something that would be a completely different? I hadn't really heard that before tonight, and I think there was some public comments at some point. But, so I just wasn't curious. I was just kind of curious if that would be. I saved it, so I wasn't sure if that was part of setbacks. It's is it called out setback or not? I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, we could do that. We've had this conversation in every meeting that we've had, every single one. We've had that conversation. And I'm not dismissing it as valid for the person that's on that smaller piece of ground. I will say, though, that their experience would not be different than anyone, even if it's on a larger piece of ground, if their place was on the road across the street from whatever that project, whatever a participating landowner might be. It would be the same. They're not unique in that way, but they do have the possibility of being, surrounded in a different way than maybe a large property owner would. They don't have the benefit of maybe being several thousand feet farther away on their own property and having the benefit of that, 2,000, 3,000, whatever foot distance from whatever, just because of where their residence is relative to the property line. It's a valid question we can certainly take up.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I guess in some ways, they could also project by project, right? If that's going to be the situation, that could be discussed during the CUP. And one other thing, it prompted me to think. Oh no, go ahead.
No, that was exactly the conclusion that we kind of drawn as we were working through that question, was that there's language in that says it's not required this way, but in any kind of a situation where safety and health is a consideration, and the commissions can do something, handle it there. Yeah.
Okay.
Ready to look at my super awesome graphic? Is that a yes or no?
Super awesome.
Sure.
Yes, we want to see it.
Takes a little bit of describing, and my apologies for that. So, when thinking about setbacks and how much land it occupies, Commissioner Duvore had brought up earlier his communication with a property owner who owned 160 acres who had expressed concern that a 2,500 foot setback would exclude his property from, thinking in a lone wolf mentality where you're the only property owner who has signed on, your other neighbors are non-participating, so your property alliance all have that 1,500 foot setback. Assuming square land, that would require you have 207 acres. I recognize not all land is square, but for the purposes of this diagram and for trying to do math, that's the assumption we have before you. So in the current proposed regulations with a 1,500 foot setback, if none of your neighbors also signed on, you would need about 207 acres in order to place a single turbine. The comment related to interest in a 2,500 foot setback, that would require somewhere around 574 acres. That's quite a bit of land It doesn't account for property owners who have signed on, and then that abutting property line sort of becomes null. But this is what a half-mile setback, how many acres that would take up. That's a full section, 640 acres. And then a 1 mile setback would take up 2,560 acres, and then that 3 mile setback would take up 5,760 acres. We did some quick math. At this time, there are not any parcels in Douglas County with 5,760 acres or 2,560 acres.
So that's a single parcel.
Correct.
Does not meet that. So this is the example.
So these are just some things to keep in mind when thinking about setbacks and thinking about how that affects what sort of one person might need to have. The other comment we heard earlier today was about other counties throughout Kansas and what their regulations were. I'd like to point out that in those other situations, I believe Pratt County, Rush County were both mentioned. There's an NPR article that we're aware of is out there from 2019 that calls out Kansas counties all regulate wind differently, and then it lists out the setback for a bunch of different counties. However, it does not say what that setback is measured from. So in the example of Pratt County, that NPR article says 2,500 feet. That is to a dwelling, not an occupied structure, not a property line, and that is significantly different than how we are proposing these setbacks measured today. So in your review of setbacks and looking at other regulations, I'd recommend specifically seeking that out, what that setback is measured from, because it does matter. And we do not see regulations measuring to a setback frequently. As it was sort of pointed out by various members in public comment, we more frequently see regulations set back to dwellings. However, with the context of Douglas County being such that it is more populous, and we do have interest in having property line setback both from a measurement standpoint and how we regulate all zoning in our land use, yes, within our zoning regulations, and property owners not wanting their potential to develop their land in the future to be impeded, that property line setback matters. Another graphic I'd just like to show while we're all on the topic. I mentioned this briefly previously. You'll see in our current proposed design standards, both within the written out, page 19, as well as the setback table, everything in the standards written out is mirrored in the setback table. They're not different information, it's just different ways to take in that. We saw a setback table in another set of regulations and thought, ooh, I want to have that here. So we put it in. You'll see 3 miles from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks managed properties. This recommendation comes directly from the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks recommendation on land-based wind energy for the state of Kansas. They call out this regulation, or this standard being 3 miles from their managed properties as optimizing wildlife habitat. So in Douglas County, that would be Clinton Lake State Park, Clinton Wildlife Area, as outlined in front of you, as well as Douglas State Fishing Lake and that wildlife area. Should 3 miles be adopted or otherwise recommended approval as we move forward in this, no turbines would be able to be sited in that yellow area. That yellow area is subject to change should the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks get more land. That I didn't want to zoom in too far on this because we don't have a direct line of how that impacts land in Douglas County, but this is an important thing to keep in mind. And then this is another map. There's a lot going on, but this is identifying airports and little black dots. Blue dots are cemeteries, and then deep in there you can sort of see floodway. but it identifies both what area might be taken up with a 1 mile buffer from any of those given things, as well as a 2 mile buffer. And this was, again, at a specific point in time. Cemeteries are public cemeteries, not necessarily family or other sorts of private cemeteries. And airports includes airstrips.
Airfields.
Yes. So
That are registered. This map, again, it developed out of a discussion with the ad hoc committee. It does not include religious institutions or churches because that is already covered in the setback as an occupied structure. So that's why it's not called out separately in this, but the cemeteries are.
in looking at other commercial scale wind regulations, I did not find cemeteries as being a frequent item that had a set standard, had a set setback. It's always within the possibility that should an application come forward and there is an important cemetery, this body could recommend a setback from that important cemetery or other.
It might be
cultural
treated
reason.
as a historical site or something that's already covered in another area.
Cultural.
Correct.
All of those.
It's always within your purview to put those additional setbacks based on public comment or based on other knowledge of the area in particular.
All right. And if you look at just the purple dots around cemeteries there, that is a pretty broad swath. So just click into cemeteries for just, or click into setbacks for just a minute. We can decide how far we want to go with this tonight. The case that I make for, or the thinking I should say that I have around setbacks goes something like this. Even though it's been stated that moving the setbacks from dwelling to property line makes projects prohibitive here in Douglas County, I actually am not too concerned about that because I feel like we can defend that. It's about preserving future land use rights for non-participating landowner. It's the same logic that we had with setting sound at a property line. I get that it's open pasture. I get that there might not be anybody there, but then again, there might. And once it's there, it's there. So it was all about future land use rights for individuals. There's two primary ways you can get at solving for some of the key things that are impacts: ice throw, flicker, sound. You can get at those by distance. Easily, absolutely. You can get them by distance, make it a long ways away, and none of those things will matter. Or you can get at them by solving them each individually. And we did that. We solved for each of those elements individually. And I can make an absolute case that at 1,500 feet, those items are solved. We've protected future land use rights. And it is defensible in each of those elements, in sound and ice throw and flicker and the way we've managed all those things. I can't make a defense at 2,500 feet. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be, but the big difference between 1,500 foot and 2,500 foot in terms of these regulations is going to be about its view. It's going to be about how far away it is, because we've dealt with each of those items independently. And I honestly just don't know that there's going to be, this is a guy that's not living by it. I mean, I first one to say it, but I honestly don't believe that there's going to be a tremendous difference in view shed between 1,500 foot and 2,500 foot, that last 1,000 feet. I do believe, though, that in many cases, 2,500 foot is considered not something that I would be comfortable with if it was here. But really, I'm saying, I want that because I know that that would likely, truly be prohibitive. And in my mind, that takes a policy decision away from county commission. That's something we need to do very carefully, very intentionally. The other side of that coin with 2,500 feet is that if it's not prohibitive, if we believe that that just really is the right number and people will be glad to have a project if it's at 2,500 foot, that means an operator will need to lease between 4 and 8 times the amount of ground around a project area and encumber that ground under multi-generational leases. The very thing we say that we want to guard against in terms of expansion of that footprint. So it not only does it add cost, but it adds burden, and again, for this commissioner, it falls into the category of difficult to defend based on what we're trying to do in protection of health, safety, and welfare of people, because we've gotten at that in a different way. With cemeteries, I have a hard time allowing a mile around a cemetery when I don't allow a mile around a family that's concerned about the proximity of a tower. I respect the solemn nature of those places. But the same standards that we use to protect someone in their home are also applied to those areas. Same standards. And if those standards are valid, then I would say that they would be valid with a cemetery or religious institution. And then lastly, on county lines, we had a bit of a discussion on this. That protection that we provide our own residents applies to a county line. And if there is someone who is situated right on that county line, then they would have the same experience that one of our own residents would have if it were across the road from where they were. So I tend to lean towards not changing that to anything specific or unique. This is just one guy's thinking on this over the last 7 months and the logic that I have back behind it. I do respect the other points of view. But that's where I'm coming from. I don't know if anybody else wants to pile on or pile in or.
Are we having the whole discussion tonight?
Well, so we can. So I don't know what you mean by the whole discussion.
Well,
it doesn't mean that we have to vote on it tonight.
I understand that, but if we start talking about this, we're going to be another 2 hours.
I'll leave that to you. If people don't want to weigh in or ask questions about it. I just wanted to put that thought out.
Yeah, if I may, going back to the motion to defer, and at least the reason I decided against that motion was that we laid out that we would mention what was on our minds, but we knew that setbacks were the outstanding issue. So from my perspective, I think we've pretty much laid everything out.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to add comment?
I'll just throw, because we'd want to discuss setbacks, so I'll say my piece about setbacks. Just because I've done a deep dive into a lot of this too, and I just have to say that when I was lecturing to KU classes 20 plus years ago, I warned about this very situation where if we as a society did not curtail our energy use, we would be making some gut-wrenching decisions. And here we are. You know, I certainly wasn't the first person to predict that, but I remember very distinctly sitting in class and showing pictures of turbines and showing the Flint Hills and talking about that and saying, if we don't do something, we're going to end up right here. And here we are. And it's a gut-wrenching decision. But doing a deep dive, I have to agree with Commissioner Breckstrom. I have found no defensible reason to move it back to 2,500 feet. I've looked at the publications, I've looked at the videos, I've done a deep dive where I've gone and looked at what publication did this particular person publish in. Was it a legitimate journal? Was it not a legitimate journal? And I have found no, except for the noise limitations which you have put in, the flicker restrictions which you have put in, and then in terms of visual impact, from 1,500 to 2,500 is not going to hide these things. It's still going to be there. And so, yeah, I cannot find any credible evidence that moving it to 2,500 feet is going to is going to do anything with regard, because the sound regulations and the flicker regulations will take care of that. So some of these properties will be greater than 1,500 feet, because at 1,500 feet, you're going to have 50 decibels, or at 1,500, or at 2,000 feet, you're going to have a flicker. And so those setbacks will be bigger. It's not like every setback is going to be 1,500.
Right.
So I'm comfortable with the regulations that cover those key considerations that we know to be legitimate. There is annoyance with sound, there are sleep disturbances, but that's as far as it goes.
Thank you.
There's my piece.
I'm going to disagree with that. I mean, it's whether or not you want me to go into my details, but I'm going to lean towards the 2,500, and I can defend that.
Do you care to deny it, or?
I'd prefer not to.
Okay, all right.
I just have a question. A couple things were taught, I think, it's getting late, but I think a couple things were taught. I heard 16, I heard 17, and there were some reasonings behind 16 and 17 that were kind of thrown out, and I'm not sure if that was just like
16, 17, what?
100, or 16,000, whatever. Instead of 1,500. Yes,
yeah.
but somebody mentioned 1,600 and somebody mentioned 1,700. I thought in the public comments, I was thinking, and I heard some stuff about that.
There were some
and like
numbers.
for particular reasons, and I wasn't sure if those had been feted out. I mean, I don't know that it would really necessarily matter, but we're talking about two really big extremes at the moment, and I wasn't sure if like 15 was set for a particular reason, or the 16, the 17, if any of the public comments resonated with staff on. I'm not sure if that was some of the ice throw and some of the other stuff, but
We've built into the regulations, speaking to ice throw, which I believe was where it was like 1670, or it was a very specific number. Or there's also been numbers reported with that Marshall County extraordinary event and what happened there. So as far as ice throw, we have quite a bit of regulations already in here as far as how it has to be designed so that ice throw doesn't happen. They turn off ahead of time. They have coatings that ice doesn't stick to. Generally, they turn off. Should there be any ice throw, from what we've read, it goes directly down. It's just falling like an icicle. So we didn't find any additional feedback from regulations, from planning standards, from other sorts of things that would make staff believe that a 16 or a 1,700 foot setback would be greater than what we currently have.
so what the realm of what we're talking about, like 15 or 25, is like decent, or okay. I just wasn't sure, because those numbers popped out too, and they seem a little bit like there's not quite so extreme. So I wasn't sure if there was any middle ground, but it looks like no.
There's also, we have feedback for 150% of turbine height as well. Like, there are smaller numbers than 1,500, but I think what we've heard from the community is that, there's one side that's very, make it extreme, make it 25, make it a mile, and there's other feedback that is 1,500 is too great. So that's sort of how we landed where we are.
Yeah, I just wanted to check that I don't feel like we need to go somewhere in the middle.
I just started to say part of where the 1640 and the 1700 came in was on fire protection and fire.
That's right.
How far they needed to stay away. That was part of that regulation.
Thank you.
So we're at 225. There's a consensus around the dais that we're going to defer tonight and do some cleanup. So let's talk about what that means. If we decide
Is there
to
a
do
consensus
that.
on that?
Well, maybe not. Maybe there's not.
I'm just asking.
I thought as I looked around, there might be. So let me just test. We've got, the way I'm seeing this, just one person, We've got a handful of items that have been brought to change. We've got at least one commissioner who said they'd like to see that incorporated into the full document.
True.
We've got another commissioner or two that have said that they feel they need to consume the information that was just dropped on us today prior to taking a vote on this and sending it on. So let me just ask, defer?
I mean, if everything can be incorporated, then we can have the conversation we need to have. I'm
Fine to keep going?
keep going, so.
All right.
Happy to do whatever.
Well, I'm not sure the group is ready to vote tonight. I mean,
Yeah.
I have my opinion, so I could move forward, but as a group, I don't think we're there.
Yeah. I think Jane, you'd indicated defer. Prashant?
I'll go with the,
Wow.
go with consensus.
David?
Go with consensus.
I'm inclined to defer just because I do not feel I'm ready to make a decision on that central issue around
All
setbacks.
right. I'd love to drive this thing on, but as a chair, my job is to make sure that everybody here has the information they need to make a decision. And that's clearly not the case right now.
Ask
And in the-
Pedro.
at the-
Pedro.
Oh, sorry, Pedro. I apologize, Pedro. Thank you. Are you comfortable with the deferral, or do you want to charge ahead tonight?
Deferral, yes. Yeah,
All right.
I'm not comfortable.
So let's talk about what that looks like. And this is not necessarily straightforward. I want to confirm again that if we defer, when we pick this back up again, and I hope it's sooner than later, that we pick up where we are. We're not starting a full public process over again. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Your head nodding, a couple heads bobbing? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm glad, okay, we've got to be really sure about that. So we're going to pick back up. A suggestion I would make is that we, well, before I make the suggestion, let me ask this question. Is it the desire of the commission that the ad hoc group take this information now that we've had from you, work with staff on what that next, I'll call draft 2.1, to incorporate those things that we talked about tonight, different changes and things that you had mentioned, and bring that back to the commission to pick back up where we were,
Gary.
approve that, and approve,
Yeah.
oh, yes.
The matter is before the commission. You can't send it back to an ad hoc group. If you send it to the ad hoc group and they bring something else back, then you'll need to start the process over. So what you need to bring it back to this group. You just basically, in theory, you could take this up, tomorrow night, or you could take it up in January, but you're just continuing the conversation. If you send it back to do something else, you've lost the,
You're right, thank you.
you're not continuing the
Do
meeting.
we even want to update the regulations with the comments that have been made? To a draft 2.1?
No, I think you would want, as a commission, you can make recommendations, right? You can approve as it exists, you can approve with modifications. Sounds like you're going to have some approval with modifications. So I think you want to be prepared at your next meeting to bring those forward. Now, I think staff can, have some of the cleanup languages, but not substantive changes. The cleanup languages, staff can have that back and ready for you, but you should be prepared at your next meeting to say, walk through some changes about setbacks being a big one, but even some of the smaller things, you'd want to have consensus on those, and then make a motion that consolidates all of those agreements.
May I make or at least a clarifying question? So, would it be acceptable to come back with staff having offered a list of proposed changes? So not actually making the edits to the document, but basically so that when we do reconvene,
Here's our consolidated list.
here's what we discussed, here's what we agreed, and then we...
And that can be already contained as we make our motion last item on the table is around the setback categories. We drain that. If there's something that came out of this new bit of documentation that was delivered today, I guess we'd have to take that up. The thing I worry about, I suppose, is that between now and whatever that day is, that we continue to receive public input.
Well, as an entity, you won't receive public input. As individuals, someone might try to reach out to you otherwise. You might receive that input, but as an entity, you won't receive any additional public comment.
Okay. I'm not sure how to differentiate those two things in this particular context.
Yeah.
Would the public comment received by the WindRegs email just be consolidated and then be brought to either the Board of County Commission or whatever the next full public hearing is?
Yes, Cece made the point that, I mean, if people submitted information, they'll continue to collect that, and the county commission would eventually see those comments, but they wouldn't come back to you as because you've closed public comment.
All right. Very good. Very good.
There's at least 3 communications that came in after the deadline that are not part of your packet.
7.
Okay.
3 of them are the same, and they're all a picture of a rainbow, so that's going to be at the top.
All right, so this is getting simpler then. We will take a motion to defer. There's no other conditions around that. We're going to ask staff to put a consolidated list together of the changes that have been done in a memo that we'll take up. When we take this back up, we'll have that and the open questions on setbacks in front of us. We won't be dealing with any new information because public comment has been closed. Everybody good with that? Charlie?
I hear that. I know we're going to get more information.
Yep.
And I think people will get a hold of us, that I can assure you.
Yep.
And if there is something that comes to me that says, oh, I had not thought about that, gosh, that is a great idea, I would certainly listen to that, take it into consideration. Would I come back and say, I got this ex parte information? Yes. But to say, no, I'm not going to look at anything else, I think that's not reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that, but just in terms of how we manage it, what you just described, I think is the right way. All right. Any questions? Any other discussion on this? Mr.
I think we just broke the record.
No.
Not yet?
We were after 3 the last.
Oh, man.
I
thought it was
We're not going to break a record tonight.
Thank you.
Yep.
It was you that did it.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry?
If I may, I'm sorry. There's a flag on the play.
No, I thought not me. Never mind, sorry.
Okay.
Miscommunication.
Entertain a motion to the 2 parts, to ask staff to take feedback on changes from the commission and create a memo to that effect, and to defer this conversation at its current point after public comment has been closed to the very first available time on the planning commissioner's calendar.
So have we dissolved the ad hoc committee?
Ad hoc's not dissolved yet. That'd be a separate motion to do that. But it'd be unlikely that, given Mr. Pickledye's feedback, that we would go back to work together. So anyone care to make that motion?
So moved. You summarize.
So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. DeVore. Any discussion?
Question.
Yes.
Will that include those little things that have come up that would, I think staff has, Brad's nodding his head, but that they would just change anyway? Just make that part of the list.
We will correct the typos.
Well,
We'll write up a memo of all the changes, similar to how you saw the decommissioning memo. It called out application, here are changes, performance standard, here are changes, and so on and so forth, if that's what you're looking for.
Please.
yeah, thank you.
We'll talk about the detail on that too, just to make sure we're clear. All right, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries. Is there any other business?
Just like to say thank you to Cece and congratulations.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Cece.
If we could just pause for just a minute. Oh, my gosh. You two, both you two, just amazing work. And I don't even want to have another meeting if your guys aren't here. I mean, seriously, you're such an integral part of what's happened here. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing work. Yeah, for sure.
I would say David and I still have CC because
Yes,
we're
indeed, we're on the MPO.
we are on the MPO.
So you guys are
board,
responsible
So
for
hey,
that.
Exactly. And to the public, thank you so very much.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Immeasurably grateful, so thank you.
Thank you.
You're here at 2:45 at me, so we got to adjourn.
We got to adjourn.
Right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, it's to recess the meeting, not,
Recess. We're in recess until Wednesday. I don't need a vote, right?
do need a vote for that.
All right. I have a motion to recess until Wednesday moved. Second. Any discussion?
No.
Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? And we're out.
See you tomorrow.